Welcome to this all-in-one course designed to make your confidence and skill in today's most essential digital tools. We'll begin with Microsoft Word, where we or you will explore the interface, learn how to create, save, and format documents, master fonts, and paragraphs and styles, and work with tables, image, and shapes. You will also discover how to use headers, footers, templates, and more. By the end, you will complete your first project, building a professional report with style, headings, visuals, and polished formatting. Next, we'll move into Microsoft Excel, where you will get hands on with formulas and functions like sum, average, and count. You'll practice formatting data, creating charts and graphs, and even working with pivot tables for basics analysis. Your projects here will be to build a practical budget to sales dashboard using formulas, charts, and pivot tables. Then we'll dive into Microsoft PowerPoint. You will learn how to design engaging slides, applies layouts and themes, inserts images and charts, and use animations and transitions effectively. Finally, you will put it all together by creating a 5 to 7 slide presentations complete with visuals, charts, and professional delivery settings. In the next sections, we'll explore the power of AI with ChatGPT. You will discover how to generate content, write summaries and emails, and even use prompts for advanced learning, research, and automations. For your project, you will generate a full content package like including a blog post, email, and summary report powered by AI. Finally, we'll wrap up with Google Sheets. You will start with the interface and basics formulas, then move into conditional formatting, data validations, charts, and pivot tables. You will also learn how to collaborate and share in real time using the cloud. To finish, you will create an interactive inventory or grade tracking sheet that combines formulas, formatting, visuals, and collaborations features. By the end of this course, you won't just understand these tools, you will have created real world projects that you can use, share, and add to your professional's portfolio. So let's get started and unlock the skills that will help you work smarter, faster, and more confidently. Welcome to Lessons 1, or Introductions to the Microsoft Word and Interface. In these lessons, we are going to explore Microsoft Word from the ground up. Whether you are completely new or you have used it casually, by the end of these sessions, you'll feel confidence navigating the Word interface, understanding its features, and setting yourselves up for smooth documents creations. Think of Microsoft Word as your digital notebook, but far more powerful, it helps you write, format, design, and share documents professionally. So let's get started by opening up the Microsoft Word. Okay. So, and here, once you open the Microsoft Word, the first thing you will see, or like you'll see the or things is the start screens. Okay. So here on the left hand side, you'll see the recent, or on the here like on the down, you will see the recent documents files you have worked on the recently, like here. And in the center or in the top, you'll see the templates like blank document, welcome to Word, and single spaced blank, and snapshots, calendar, you or insert your like the these ones. Or you can find the more templates over here, like you'll find these ones with the difference category. Okay. So like here you have the business card, or you can find here like the business card, flyer, letters, educations, resumes, and cover letters, and holidays, and there. Okay. So let's go to the examples. Like if you want to quickly create a resumes, instead of starting from the scratch or from the blank document, you can choose here by using and choose a ready-made resumes templates and simply replace the text. Okay. So, and for these lessons, let's click on the blank document over here. So this takes us into the main word editings environment. Okay. So, and that's it in the main or our word areas over there. And now let's break down the interface into clear sections. And here, first one is the title bar. At the very top, you see the name of your documents. Like here, you can see right now, it probably says the documents 3 because I have used also the or use it over there. And or there is the two documents I have opened it, and it hasn't been saved yet. For these reasons, it says of the document 3. Okay. So next to it, you'll see the program names. It say the Word. Okay. So here, this is the program's names. And always rename your documents to something meaningful, like you can just say, or you can rename it and save it with like something the meeting notes, or like the August or something like this way. Okay. So, and that's it. And the next one is the quick access toolbar. Like here, this small toolbar in the top left corner gives you a shortcuts from common actions, like you can find the save, undo, and redo, and also sometimes you may find the prints. You can even customize it to include your favorite tools. So by going to, and if I'm gonna say now, let's go to the print and preview, and that's it. Here we are in with the printer previews over here, or we can have the options to click on the open, and now you can open your document with this quick access toolbar. Okay. Or if you want to remove the over here by clicking, or just takes out the prints and preview, and now you cannot see this quick access or like print and preview as the quick access toolbar. And the next one is the ribbon. So this is the big horizontal strips of the bottoms menus across the tops, and the ribbon is divided into like tabs, and also like the home, inserts, draw, designs, layout, or references, and review or mailings review view, and also the more, and contains the related tools. Okay, so like in the home tabs has text formatting tools like the bold and italics are font sizes and font styles, and the over here like the insert tabs lets you add pictures or the tables and also the different illustrations options. Okay, so and the next one is the document area. This is the big blank space where you type, or like think of it as your digital sheet of papers. So like here if I'm gonna say the text, and now that you can now see it has the text, and the next one is the status bar. Okay, at the bottom the screens you will find the status bar, or it shows the things like the page number and also the word count and also the languages in there. Okay, so and that's it. And like for example, like if you are writing an essay or if you are writing something like say, or like if I'm gonna say that quickly, or brown fox, or let's say the jumps over the lazy dog, like something like that, that's one. And now that here you can count, and that's, or we have now the 9 words over here. And let's say if you're writing an essay that needs like the thousands words, you can quickly check your words and count here. Okay, so and that's it with the status bar. Next one is the view and tune control. Also on the bottom right you can switch between viewpoints or views. Like here there is the like the pre, or you can say the print layout and also the web layout, and there's the zoom in or out on your documents. Okay, so let's pause for a moment and take a look around your screens, and also try identifying each part as I describe them again, like the title bars and quick access toolbar, ribbons, documents, areas, and status bar. Okay, so now let's go deeper into the ribbon, since this is where you'll spend most of your times. So like here each steps in the ribbon often are different sets of tools. So let's quickly explore the most important one. So the first one is the home tab. So this is your formatting hub. Here you can change like the fonts, sizes, colors, and alignments, line spacings, and also the like use styles. So like let's go to with the example, and let's select a sentence. Like if I'm gonna select over here, then click on the bold or like use over here. And also now that here we can now find the bold fonts over here, or change the font to like or fonts like with the difference one, like the Times New Romans. Okay, so and that is, notice how instantly the look changes. Okay, so this is the simple example. And also if you want to change these colors, so let's go to the font colors, and let's say if you're gonna use the another colors, instantly it also gives you the different colors. Or if I want to change this text font point, by selecting the text and select the font size, and now let's, if I'm gonna say the 16 is now comes with the 16 font size. And the next tabs or like insert tabs. So this lets you add objects into your documents. So things like you can find the tables, picture shapes, and also the charts, and like you'll find the page number and also headers and footers. So for example, let's go to the tables and let's insert tables with like 3 rows and 3 columns like there's one, and perfect for organizing informations. So like here, if I'm gonna say now the like, let's say the serial number, or let's go with the name, and let's say that we're gonna say the age. Okay, so and that's it. Or now I can also resize it if you're gonna want to use it from here with the this tables format. And the next one is the design tabs. So this changes the overall look of your documents with like the themes, or like here we have the themes and color, and also the like and backgrounds effects. Okay, so let's say we want to add the different themes, like we have now the themes one, or if I'm gonna go to with the another themes, and let's say or if I'm gonna say something the loans, or like the this one, and that's it, we have the different themes over here. Or we have like, you can now see we have these changes over here. Or let's say if I'm gonna go to the another themes, and that's it, we have the another themes just over or used in there. Okay, so applying a themes instantly gives you or gives you entire documents and coordinate styles over there. So let's say if I'm gonna go to the organics, and that's it, we have the organic styles in there. Okay, so like here, if I'm gonna select, and that's is our styles. Or let's go to the office one for the default one. Next one is the layout tabs. So useful for research like papers or the books, and you can add like the citations, and also or you can find here the different one like, or you can use certain tables of contents, and also the, or like here you will find, or this is, or for the layouts tabs, or here you can control page setups, margin and orientations like portrait, or we have these margins. So let's say if I'm gonna go to the narrow, so now it's changed here these margins. Or let's go to the normal and the orientations, portrait or the landscapes. If I'm gonna now make it the landscape, so it comes with the landscape styles, and also the like you'll find something the columns and spacings in there. Okay, so and that's it, we have the 2 columns, or you can make it the 3 columns. Now you can see 1, 2 and 3 columns in here. Okay, so and now we have changed this one into the landscape. But if I now switch this one from landscapes to, or lens, or like the portrait from the landscape in over here, so now it comes with like that, that's one. Or let's make it the 2, and now that here we have the 2 columns in there. Okay, and see how your page layout changes. And here we are just talking before like the references. So useful for research papers or the books. You can add citations, tables of contents, or like or footnotes, or the or bibliographics over here. So like here you can add the table of contents if you want to use, and there's is over here, and insert the citations if you add the new source. Okay, and next one is the review. Like this is perfect for editings, like you can add comments and also the tracks changes, or check spellings and also the grammars. So turn on or the track changes, like if I'm gonna use the track changes over here for everyone, and let's say or and type something. If I'm gonna, let's go or delete it from here, and now or you'll see your edited highlight. Okay, so or here, so this is like if I'm gonna say the this is, or let's go with the next one, or this is the test. Okay, so like the this one, and there's it's over here. And the next one is the view tabs. And view tabs also controls how you see your documents. So different layout like print layout, and also the rulers, or here we have the web layouts and rate mode over here. And there's also you'll find the rulers like here, or the navigation pen, so like over here. And now if I turn on the grid lines, so it comes with the grid lines, or let's change it the navigation pens, it comes with the navigation pens. Okay, so understanding the ribbon is like learning the dashboard of a car. Once you know where everything is, driving becomes easy. Okay, so uh, next, let's look at the file tabs, some things called the backstage view. Okay, so and when you click on the file, instead of tools, you will see commands like the new, and also often, and save or info, save as, and print, share, and also export and closes. So let's like in the new, start fresh documents over here, and with the open, access exiting documents, and from the info you have the options to protect documents in there, and also the save and save as. So this two also save your work locally or in the cloud. Okay, and in the print, prepare your documents for printings, and the share, so here send your file by email or save it into the OneDrive. Okay, so like here, and if you are working on a team projects, and you can save your word file in the OneDrive and share a link with your teammates, so everyone can edit it. Okay, so like if I gonna go to, or if I gonna go to with the shares over here, and you can save it over here, or let's go to the email, or send it as the attachment, send as the PDF, and send as the XP or XPS, and send as the internet packs. Okay, so and that's it. Like think of the file tabs is as your control room for managing documents. Okay, so and the another thing is customizing the interface. Okay, so Microsoft Word is not one size or fits all. You can customize it to fit your styles. Like the first one is add shortcuts to the quick access toolbar in over here. Like you can go to, like if I you can go to over here, like if I want to takes out the opens, now I can just click it over here, or you can, now let's go to over here, or you can use something the draw tables, and you can also use here the draw tables in there by as the quick access toolbars, or click over here, or you can say the new to work with the or create our new documents. Okay, and also collapse or expand the ribbon to create more space. So like here, if I gonna now go to, or let's right click on the ribbons, and you can see the collapse and the ribbons, and now it comes like this one for the more space. And also if I gonna click over there again, or we can go to, or let's use the collapse the ribbons, so now it comes like this way. Okay, so and here, and change the color theme of word from light, or you can go to from, let's go to the over the designs, and let's say we're gonna want to use the light something, if I gonna go to, or we can make it the this one or like this way. Okay, so and that's it. Like if you often use the insert tables or like and command, you can right click on it and choose the, or like you can use the customize the ribbons over here, or also you can create this one as the quick access toolbars in there. Okay, or so now if I'm gonna go to over here and let's go to and also use the insert tabs, and you can go to the see or show below the ribbons, you can, or before that, so let's show above ribbons, and you can go to the more commands, you can have like the that's one. Okay, so for example, let's say we want to use the inserts tables, so and we have already the that's one, or you can see like there is the options like the insert tables in there. Okay, so and that's it for the simple example. Or if I gonna want to create like the another one, or let's say we gonna want to use the find, and let's add it. Now it comes with the, or over here like quick access toolbar. Okay, so and personalizing your interface save times and makes word feel more comfortable. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's move into the simple practicals and practicals mini exercise, and let's practice it. So we can do, so let's go to and open a blank documents over here and type a short paragraphs, like if I'm gonna say the quickly or brown fox, so let's go to and fox jumps over, or let's say the over the lazy duck. Okay, maybe to do list of shopping list, or you can do so like here if I gonna go to, or let's say use the shopping list something, if I gonna say the or cloth something like that this one, and let's say we're gonna use the back, or like here the book, or let's say if I gonna go to and create something the shoes like over here. So and that's it. Okay, so now we want to use, so or now let's take this like here if I gonna go to again, and let's say this is or like the shopping list, so let's say and list for the example. Now we want to work with the home tabs. Okay, so and we're gonna make these titles as the bold, and if I'm gonna use like click on the bold, and that's it. Now let's little bit change the fonts points over here, and another thing is I can make it the italics over here, or let's change here the another font styles. Okay, or if I gonna go to, or if I want to change the all font for styles, so let's select it and let's make it the Arials. Okay, so and that's it. And now we want to use like we want to insert a small 2 columns tables under it. So if I gonna now create it, like if I gonna go to the inserts, and let's go to the tables, and we can do, let's use 2 columns tables, and if I'm gonna say like over here, and that's it. So now let's say the, or if I'm gonna now select it over here, or let's go with, and let's say we can call it the serial number, or let's serial no, and let's say the shopping list. Okay, so like that, that's one. And now we can just say the cloth, or this is the 1 2, or let's make it 2 3 4 5 6 and 7, and let's say we can go with something like the cloth, let's go with the deer, and let's say the back, and we can go with something like the book, or let's say the shoes, or something, or you can merge the etc and there. Okay, so and that's it, we have just creatings over here. And also now when we can now see we have the total words we have found in the 20 or 24 words in there, the numbers of words in the documents, so you can see in there. Okay, so now if I takes out from here like the one or this one, now you can see it has the total numbers is the 23rd. Okay, so here, and that's it. Great job. In these lessons, you learn how to navigate the Microsoft Word interface from the title bar and ribbon to the file, tabs and customizations options. In the next lessons, we'll dive deep or into creating and formatting text, where we'll make our documents looks polished and professionals. So remember, practice is key, and the more you explore, the more comfortable Word will feel. So see you in the next lessons. Welcome back to our Microsoft Word course. In this lessons 2, we'll focus on one of the most important foundations of working in Word, like creating, saving and formatting documents. By the end of these sessions, you will not only be able to start any documents and save it in different format, but you will also learn how to apply professional formatting techniques that make your document stands out. Think of these lessons as your building block. Once you master these basics, creating polished reports, letters, resumes, or even ebooks will feel natural and efficient. So let's get started. And let's start with open up with the Microsoft Word. Like when you first open the Microsoft Word and you greet by the start screens, like this screens offers you two main choice, like start with a blank document or use a template. Okay, so for example, let's say you want to write a quick essay and you click on the blank documents, and this opens a fresh white page, your digital Canva. Okay, so now notice the cursors blinking at the top left. Okay, so that's where your typing will begins. So let's type a simple line, let's say, and this is my first Word documents. Okay, so let's go with, and let's say the documents like that. There's one, and there's it. And congratulations, you have just created your first documents. Okay, so and the next one is, so let's move into the using templates. Like, but what if you need a professional's looking resumes instead of designing from scratch? So we can do like go to the again, and we can click on the templates, like go to with the templates over here, or let's go to the more templates, and now search for like the resumes and also the cover letters, or you will find like the resumes, like if you're gonna say, and you'll find ready to, or find ready to use the layout. So select one, like the what will open it. So if I'm gonna say, let's go with simple like the, let's say we're gonna click on the simple one, like bold modern cover letters, like resumes over here, and like is also the pre-formatted, we have just found it in there. So waiting for you to customize. And also now you can template save times and give your documents to polished looks right away. Okay, so here if I'm gonna now try to use like something the your names, so let's say the John, let's go with the Dio or here, and this is your the titles, let's say the administrative, or let's say the administrative, like if I'm gonna say the or coordinators, like let's say the or coordinators, something like the this one. And company, you can give here the company's names, like let's say the or if I'm gonna say the XYZ, or you can give here the receipts streets or street addresses. So like here the any streets, like here for the example, like you're gonna say the street like the this one, and receive cities or the stations or jeeps over here. So like here dr, or you can say the drx and something like this one. And want to put your own images in the circles, like you can go ahead over here. So it is easy, like select the image and do like as right mouse click over here, and also select also the fill or like over here, and navigate your computers to get, like you can go it over here, and from the or you can say from the or file, and also get appropriate pictures. So like here, or if I'm gonna go to the from like the over here, or you can go ahead and you can have your own or like you have your own or images into the there. Okay, so let's say if I'm gonna go to something as the difference, or let's or go ahead, or you can have the difference one, or let's say if I do have like the simple one, like the there's one, and that's it. Okay, so this is the simple example, and click OK to insert your selected image like here. And here we have the like this one, like once your image has been inserted, select again and go to the picture tools over here, and click on the down arrow and crop and select over here. So like here you can crop and select by going to the tools formats over here, pictures format, and you'll see options over here, like you can crop over here. And also here we have the several, like are you looking for jobs with, like you can go here, and also if so then you need to look no further. Okay, so this is the simple example, and you can give here names here and job titles here. You can easily fill up like the there's one. Okay, so and that's it. And now let's move into the sections 2, like saving documents. Like creating a document is only half the job. You must save it to avoid losing your work. Okay, so the step 1, saving for the first times. Like go to the file menu and select the save as, and what will ask you, so like where do you want to save it, like here on your computer, like the documents folder or desktop, etc. So where do you want to use? So let's say John, do you save is like that this one, let's go with over here. And also and this is for the examples, or let's say that or we can or like the gives here these names, the types of the file names over here, and just or click on the save it. And for the OneDrive, or you can use by going to the save as and click on the OneDrive, and also here, or you could or use or your cloud storage accessibles from any devices. Okay, so now look at the top titles bars. Your documents name has changed from like document 2 to like John, do you save it, or the resumes over there. Okay, so and that's it. And the next step is you don't always need to go through the menu or press the Ctrl plus S with the Windows or Command plus X or S on the Macs. So this instantly saves your changes to the same file. Okay, so and this is, or you can use the Ctrl plus S. So and that's it. Or the, or sometimes you need different formats. Okay, so like here, if I gonna go to, and let's say the save as over here, and there if I gonna go to, and we have the difference or like the doc. So like here, if I gonna go to with the doc files, so standard Word documents, and also the PDF like over here, perfect for sharing or printings, because formatting wouldn't change in with the PDF, and with the RTF or TXT simple text file. Okay, so here we have the different options like that. There's one. And so like here examples, like imagine you are sending resumes to recruit or to recruiters, and for that you should save it both as the Word documents for yourself, so you can edit it later on, and save as also the PDF to send, and so formatting looks professional. So for that, go to the file tab, select the save as. Now go to the documents, and if I'm gonna now try to save it the PDFs, now it will comes with the PDFs over there. Okay, so and that's it. Now that here we are, or you have in also work with the PDFs or save it as the PDF. So now let's close it for now. Okay, and that's it. And now let's go to and use the step 4 like auto saves and versions. Okay, like if you save to OneDrive, like Word can automatically save versions as you types. So this means you can roll back to an earlier versions anytime. So think of it's like a safety net. You'll never lose your progress. So like here, I'm using the OneDrive's like sign in over here. So when I click over, like let's say the your names like the voice, and it will be auto steps like go to the like save to the OneDrive or share points or online if you want to use auto save. So by clicking over here, so you can just go to, and before like auto saves can save your file, you need to fix the followings, like you can save it into the here this drive or go to the OneDrive. So let's say if I'm gonna now save it again, and let's say we're gonna go to the over here, and that's it for now, and now it saves into the OneDrive. Okay, so now it's turned on like the auto saves in there. Okay, so the thing is you need to save it first or onto the OneDrive or the cloud storage, then it will be or also active or enable the like auto save options. Okay, so and that's it with the save options. Now let's close it for like that. There's one, and let's move into the section 3 like formatting basics, and also like text and paragraphs. Now that we have our documents, so let's make it professionals, and also the formatting is about how your contents appears, like font styles, alignments, spacings, and the or and the structures. Okay, so like here I have that these documents, like this is my first Word documents. So now the first step is highlight the documents. So you can do by click on your cursors and hold down, and you can do it, or let's go to with the shift, and also let's go to or click on the shift and or press on the also the right or arrow, and now you can see it can be highlighted like this way. Okay, so when you selected or highlighted the text, now go to the ribbon on the top and change the font like to the or to like the time new or new romans, or you can go to the another one like the Arial, so whatever you want. Okay, so let's we used the time new romans, and now increase the sizes to 16. So click over here, or you can do, so let's make it the 14, just type the 14 and that's it, or again select it, and if I'm gonna now or use it like the 16, just click on the 16. Now it turns into the 16th font point, and now make it the bold with the B, or click on the B icons and makes your text bold over here, and now italicized it with the click on the italics, or control plus I, and that's it. So notice how the look and feel changes instantly. Okay, and for the another example, and academics paper format seems like if you are writing an essay for schools, your teachers might require Times New Romans like size 12, double spaced. You can quickly adjust all of this in the home tabs and or within a few clicks. So whatever I shows up to, okay. And now the next one is the paragraphs aligned. So we can do, or if I gonna go to the another one, let's copy it, and if I gonna now use the or more like this over here, and this is our the simple text I have just copy and paste over here. So now select the sentence for the paragraph aligns, or select sentence or over here, and now left default, or this is the left like over here, and also this is the default and most commons. And for the centers, so you can find these the titles and for the heading. Okay, and for the justifies, and this is like for, or now the next one is the right, and this is align contents with the right margins, and like for special notes or a signature, and also like or right elements is used for small sections of content such as text in a header or footers. Okay, and for the justifies, like for or like the there's one, and justifies for newspaper or books where text or stretches every or evenly across both sides. Like if I'm gonna select it, and let's go with the justifies one. Okay, so and that's it's over here, and like let's go with the another examples. Like if I'm gonna say the chapter, let's go with and say the chapter 1, and let's say the introductions, like the this one, and like that is one. And now we want to center or center aligned, like go to the center aligned, and do or doesn't it already looks like a real book chapters. Okay, so now you can see it comes like the this one. Okay, or I can make it like the bold to more highlighters, or like it's now looks like the or real book chapters. Okay, and now let's move into the line and paragraph spacing. So we can do like if I'm gonna go to over here and go to the line spacing options, like you can find the line spacings into the paragraph options over here, and also try a singles, like we have the singles, and this is like the, or if I'm gonna click over here or before that, so let's make it the simple, and let's like over here. So now let's go to the or over here. Now you can see changes over here, and also this is the double and this is the single or the or 1.5. Okay, so for business letters or single or like 1.15 is commons, and also the for s's double spacings is unusual required. Okay, so and that's it for the example. Okay, and now let's move into the bullets and numbering types. Or if I'm gonna now something, let's type, or if I'm gonna say, so let's types a shopping list. So let's say the apples, let's go with the bananas, or over here let's say the breads. Okay, so that's it. And now that we want to give here the bullets and numbering, so the thing is you need to do or highlight them and then click on the bullets, or like, and instantly they turns into the neat list. Okay, so switch the numbering and also change here the numbering, and it becomes like 1 2 3, like 1 apple, 2 bananas, and 3 is the breads. Okay, and that's it. And now let's move into the styles of consistency. Instead of instead of formatting manually is time, apply our styles. So like here, for example, click inside your heading text, like go to over here and select on the or heading 1, and that's it. Or this not only changes appearance but also helps us build an automatic tables of contents letters. Okay, so think of formatting as giving structures and personality to your words. So like here, this is comes up like this one as the headings. Okay, so and that's it. Now let's move into the page layout and documents formatting. Okay, so the first step is we're gonna do uh, formatting is not just about text, it's also about how your page looks overall. So the first one is go to the margin, go to the layout tabs and go choose or click on the margins and choose the normals and also the narrows or white or customs one. Okay, so for example, for college essays 1 inches like over here, or this 1 inch margins are standards in there. So like here we have like that, there's one, or you can go to the narrow. So if you want to use the difference one, or let's go with the normal one. Okay, and the orientations and the sizes. Okay, so still in layout choices the or chose the portrait, like this is the verticals or landscapes or the horizontals. Okay, so like examples, if you are making a flyer, landscapes often looks better in there. Also you can change paper size, like letter A4 size, A3, and etc. So let's move into the A4. It comes with the A4 size. Or if I'm gonna check this on legal, so it comes with the legals. Or before that, so let's make it the portrait. Okay, so and that's it with the paper size. Okay, or let's make it the letter. This is the standard one. Okay, and the another thing is the page breaks. When your documents gets long, do not keep your pressing enter to move next to the or new pages over here. So like here, if I'm gonna copy it and make it the more, or let's make it something like the long pages over here, and suppose and we want to use, or like we want to insert, or instead of insert the page break, so we can do, so let's make it one. I want to make it the page breaks with the 2 pages over here. So go to the over here and click on the or like you can go and make this one, and now it comes with the or it's break the pages. Okay, so this ensures the new sections always begins on a fresh pages. Now let's move into the headers, footers, and page number. So double click on the tabs like tops the pages, and for example, a school projects, add your names and also the in the headers, and you can do or name in the headers and automatic page numbers in the footers. And if I'm gonna say let's say the something my school, let's my school's name, uh, let's say the my school's something the secondary or something like, if I'm gonna say the secondary or like the these are my school secondary like the this one. Okay, now you can see it comes with the or every page looks professionals. Okay, so and that's it with the or headers, footers, and page numbers. Or if you want to show us the page numbers, we can do by double clicking over here and use the page numbers. Like where do you want to use the page number, top, bottoms, or where do you want to use it? So let's make it the plain number or numbers with no formatting or the accents. So and that's it. Now close the headers. So like here you have the headers and there is the page number in the each page. Okay, so and that's it in there. And here and now let's practice together at a simple example, or we can do so. Let's go to and create a new blank documents and type the titles. Say let's say the my, or let's go with the my favorite, or let's go with the favorite hobby, let's go with, and now let's center it, align and over here, and also let's go to and also let's use the or apply the heading one styles over here, and press enter to type a short paragraphs about your hobby. Okay, so like here my or hobby, or let's say the blah 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 blah, we can just say something blah 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 blah, blah there's or that's it. And also now set the fonts to the category. So here we can do category, or we have like that this one, and also let's make it the 12 sizes over here, and that's it. Or line spacing, so let's make it the or one or fives over here. So if I gonna now do have like the more or sentence like that this one, and that's it. And now it comes with, or if I gonna select it over here, and that's it with the 1.5. Okay, so now create a bullet lists for a list 3 reasons why you enjoy this hobby. So we can do like the first one, or we can do like the hobby, or we can just say the regions. This if I gonna say the regions, or like this one region 1, and regions like let's say 2, reasons or 3. Okay, so now we want to give here the, or we want to create the bullet points selecting, and let's go to the bullets points in there. Okay, and we want to insert the page number at the bottoms. So we can do by double clicking over here, go to the page number, select the page bottoms, and let's now select into the corners. Okay, and save your files. Like we can go to the over here, go to the file and save the files as like save as, and let's say go to the our pieces doctor like over here, and we're gonna want to say like the my favorite hobby, or we can say the hobby is a, so let's say if I'm gonna go to, and let's say the hobby is a. Okay, so like that, that's one. And you want to use the docs over here and also save as copy or also the PDF. So like if I'm gonna go to now save it and it's save. Now go to again and save as, and now let's save it as the PDFs. Like it can or it will be not or changes anything in there. So and that's it is saved in there. Okay, so this simple exercise covers everything we have learned so far: creating, saving, and formatting. So in these lessons, and we have covered how to create new documents from scratch or using templates, the importance of savings and different formats like docs and PDF, formatting basics like fonts, styles, alignments, spacings, bullets, and page labels, formattings like margins, orientations, headers, and footers, and a practical exercise to put it all together. Okay, so by practicing these steps, you will gain confidence in creating polished professionals documents. In the next lessons, we'll take things further and explore like working with images, tables, and other temp or elements to make your documents more visually engaging. So until then, keep practicing and remember, great documents aren't just about content but also about presentations. Hey there, and welcome back to our Word Mastery course in lessons 3. In these lessons, we'll focus on one of the most important aspects of documents creations, working with fonts, paragraphs, and also the styles. Okay, so whether you are writing a report, a CV, a research paper, or designing a flyer, formatting plays a huge role in making your contents look professional and easy to read. By the end of these lessons, you will know how to like change and customize fonts, format paragraphs for better readability, use alignments, spacings, and indentions, and apply and modify styles for consistency, and save and create your own custom styles sets. Okay, so let's dive right in and let's move into the or like with the documents. So here I have the simple text, like I have the text with something the paragraphs, like the heading is the features of remote work, and subheadings is like the adapting to digital transformation, like blah blah blah. We have the here the simple paragraphs. Okay, so and here the first part or this part we work with the fonts. So first one is the changing the fonts, and let's start with the fonts. In Word, the default fonts are usually like the Calibri or also the Times New Romans depending on your versions. Okay, so to change the fonts, select your text. Okay, so if I gonna now go to or let's select the text and go to the home tabs and select here, go to or find the font groups and pick a new fonts from a drop down list. Okay, so for example, and like we highlight the titles of our documents like that, there's one, and now change it like carefully to the Arial blacks. Like if I'm gonna go to and let's say we want to change this one is the Arial blacks. Okay, so notice how the feel of the text changes instantly. Arial blacks makes it bold and strong. Okay, and now you can also change the sizes. So titles often use larger size like 18 to 24, while like body text usually stay around the 11 to 12. So here it comes, or it's now the 11. So let's select our like this, or there's one, or these titles, and now let's make it the 18s over here. And also let's select our subtitles and change it something the or 16 points. Okay, so and that's it from there. Now let's move into the bold, italics and underline options or customization options. So these three are your basic text styles. So the first one is the bold. Okay, so like use the bold for the emphasis. So like here, if I gonna now go to, or let's select the this one and let's make it the bold, or if I gonna now use this one, and you can now use it as the bold. And for the italics, for books titles or highlights the terms. So if I'm gonna go to like that this one, or let's italics are over here, and underline the spellings usually for the hyperlinks. Okay, so if I'm gonna now do have something like, let's go to over here, and if I'm gonna now use something like the www dot or something like the examples or dot coms, and that's it. So now select it and make it the underline. Okay, so that's it. Or like in a CV, bold your job titles and italicize companies names, and leave body text normally for the balanced. Okay, and next one is the text colors and highlights. Okay, so text color helps difference here headings or important notes. Use it carefully to maintain readability. So like here, if I now highlight or select highlight the headings, here we want to change it into the blue. Okay, so and that's it over here, and use it carefully to maintain like the readability. Or then use the highlights tools mark, like we can do important dates in the yellow. So if I do have something like the this one, like the this date, I can make it the yellow like the, or let's undo it over here, or let's select it and let's make it the yellow colors in there. Okay, so or we can do with the another colors to highlight it, or before that, so let's highlight it again there, or let's using like the there's one. So and that's it for the now. And now let's, or if you want to change the another colors for the each titles, you can go to and change here the difference of here, like you can make it the another sections like with the different colors. So like here, and this is the another colors in there. Now let's move into the advanced font options. So click the small arrow in the font groups to open the or font box dialogs box. So here you can also add, or you can text effects like, or we can have the like we can have also the shadows or outlines text effects over there. Or if I gonna now, or let's say we gonna use the clickers over here, and if I gonna click over here, so here we have the difference one with the difference outlines over here. Let's say if I gonna select it over here, now go to over here, now you can see the changes in with the different styles. So useful for design heavy documents, and also change the character spacing. So if you're gonna want to use it, or let's say if I gonna select with the another one, or let's say we're gonna, or we can keep it with like the this one. Okay, so and that's it. Or you can apply apply small caps or all caps for the headings. So if I'm gonna now go to, or you can say with the another one all caps over here, if you're gonna want to use like the there's one. Okay, and turn headings into small caps for formal looks. Or if I'm gonna go to, and let's make it the sentence case like the there's one. Okay, so and that's it for now with the advanced fonts options. Or if I want to change here the another colors, so let's go to, and if I use it with over here to make it the different one, let's say we're gonna want to use like with these colors to add as the subheadings. Okay, so and that's it. Now let's move into and working with paragraphs. And also the first thing is go to the alignments. So paragraph alignments is essential for structure, and you have four options like the left alignment, and also the center alignment, and right alignment, and justify alignment. Okay, so with the left alignment, so this is the default for most text, and align content or align your content with the left margin. So it means left or left alignment is commonly used for body text and makes the documents easier to read. And for the like the center alignment, so this is used for titles or like invitations. So like here, centered alignments gives documents or a formal appearance and is often used for cover page, quotes, or sometimes headings. Okay, so and the right alignments is like this is for the useful for dates and letters. Okay, so now if I want to use the date, so let's go ahead, or let's move into the over here, let's use the date over here. So let's say the date something or like 1 and 25 or something like this one. Okay, so that's it for in the right alignment. And justify alignments, so this is common in newspapers and magazines for clean edges. So let's select it and let's make it the justify alignments. So and that's it. So here it comes with now the justify alignments. Okay, and also like let's delete it again and let's make it the default one. And centers, like if I gonna go to, and now let's go to the center alignments, like center our document titles with the center alignment, and justify for the body text, like we can go to with, let's say with the there's one, and let's make it the justifies one. Okay, and for and the right aligns the author's name. So if I gonna go to, or we can have the authors like the there's one, and we can give here this one. Okay, or let's go to over here, and if you do have the author's name, it comes with from the right ones. So like here if I gonna say the next one, let's say by, or we can just say the by the James, like, or the David, something like that, this one. And now let's select it, or we want to use now this one into the right alignment. Okay, so and the another thing is line spacing. Line spacings controls how much space appears between the lines. So with the single or spacings, like if I gonna go to, or before that, so let's make it with the left alignment. So this is the simple one, and this is the singles or single spacings like over here, and we don't have the like single spacings over, or this is single spacings. and this is the tight and good for the drafts. And for the 1.15 space, or if I'm gonna select it, and so this is this space, easier to read, common in the reports. Okay, so and that's it. And for the, or like this is for the, there's one, easier to read and common in the reports. And for the double spacings, so this often require in academics papers. Okay, so and now here we have changed our body text to the 1.15, and for the readabilities in there. Okay, so or before how it was, so let me show you. And there's is, or if I'm gonna go to over here, or let's undo it again, and it was like, or let's go with, or now it is like the normal. If I'm gonna make it the 1.15, now it comes with like this way. And for the paragraph spacings, like before and after, like you can also control the spacings before and after paragraphs. Instead of phrasings entire twice, adjust the paragraph spacings. Like if I'm gonna now, or let's delete it for now, and here we have the another space. Now what we can do, we can use like add or let's select it from here and add like the spacings at the after paragraphs. And so how it looks like, so when I add the after space, so it comes like this way. Or we can move into, or we can have the line spacing options over here. So there's it, like the spacings before and afters. So if I'm gonna go to, and let's say the after is paragraphs, so we can make it like the 12, and that's it. Now after these paragraphs, and we have the 12 pt space after paragraphs to create breathing rooms. Okay, and that's it. Now let's move into the indentions. Like indentions controls how far text starts from the margins. Okay, so like here the first line, like indent or indent equal to like the for or before. So let's go to over here and let's use it over here. So the first line indent, like the this one, so first only the first line the inward. Okay, so if I'm gonna now go to, or let's go it over here, or let's undo it again, and let's go with over here, and this is, or if I'm gonna show you over here, and the hanging or hanging indent, like if I'm gonna go to, or let's use the hanging indent. So this also first line stay at the margin, and also margin, and the rest of indent often used for the bibliographics. Okay, so like this one, and let's use this one, the hanging indent in there. Okay, and this is with the, there's one over there, and the left and right indent. Okay, so first the whole paragraphs in word. So if I'm gonna, this is the first indent hanging, and this is the left, or like the left indents over here. So it comes like this way. Or if I'm gonna do for the, there's one, and this is like left indents over here. Or for the, or like we can have the right or like the right indent, and also post the whole paragraphs in, or the inward. Okay, so and that's it. Or if I'm gonna now select it and use these indents over there. Okay, so and that's it for the examples. Now let's undo it for now, and now let's, or we can go to the indents with these sections, or hanging indent for a citations list. So like here, if I'm gonna go to, and let's use the hanging or the hanging indents, and now it comes like this way. And now let's move into the bullets and numbering. So if I gonna now or bullets, or let's improve the readability. So or if I gonna now go to something the unordered, or let's say the unordered list, and we number in is the sequence. So what we can do, or let's go to the, or you can go to like the this one. Okay, and now let's make it with the numbers, and let's use it over here, or let's undo it from here. And what can I do? So let's go with like the this one, or if I'm gonna select it, and let's make it with the over here. Or what can I do? So let's number as the sequence, or you can go with the bullet, or let's go with the this number. So and there's it over here. So now delete it the first one. Now we start from the over here. Okay, and if I gonna now go to, and that's it for the examples in there. Okay, so and here, and use also the multi-labels list for the outline. So if you want to use, so let's use this one as the multi-labels, like this is the first one, this is the second one. So go to and use the multi-labels from here, go to, and also you can hear the difference like the multi-labels in there. Okay, so and that's it. So this is the first labels of bullets and points, and also then here we have like the multi-labels over here. And the another thing is we can also create like in or this one, not only the number, we can create this one as the bullet points in there, like the that's one. Okay, so and that's it with over here. Now let's working with the styles. What are styles? Like styles are predefined sets of formatting instructions, and like instead of manually settings font sizes, color and spacings every time, you apply a styles in a one clicks. Okay, so simply we can just go to the let's say if I do have form like over here, and let's say, or if I go to the titles, and this is our titles. In titles, just click on the heading 1 and to your titles, and also and normal styles to the or the bold or like the body text, and this is the normal one, and this is also the normal one, and this is the headings one. Okay, so now it comes with the headings in there. Okay, and applying built-in styles. So in the style group on the home tab, and also you will see options like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and subtitles, and also the quotes or etc. So apply the heading 2 to your subheading like this one, and go to the heading 2, and notice how all subheadings now looks like the in or like uniforms. So this is the first one, and here if I'm gonna go to, let's delete it from here. So this is the first one, this is the second headings in there. Okay, so now modifying the styles. You can modify styles, like you can customize styles to match your brand or the documents. So right click, like if I want to modify like the this one, or go to, if I'm gonna say with the this title, right click styles, and go to the modify styles like over here, and change also the font sizes. So let's say, and this we call it the titles, and let's say we want to use like the Arials like over here, and also we want to change here the different fonts. So let's use the 24th over here, and paragraph spacings, let's say we can go to something with the difference one, or you can have the another paragraphs like spacings over there. Okay, so and So that's it with the simple examples. Now click on the new OK, and based on these templates. Okay, so if you want to save it for the future use. Okay, so and that's it. So now if I'm gonna click over, and now you can see with this our changes with the aerials, and modify with the this one, or we can before this will right click and modify. And let's say if I use this 20, and also bold and make it the different colors with the blue, you can go with, or go to the format, or you can have the text effects in there. Okay, so here we have the simple example just using for these tutorials. So then hit on the OK, and that's it. Now creating also the custom styles. Sometimes you need a unique styles, and for that we can do select a formatted text, or if I'm gonna go to, or like we can do, so let's go to over here, or we will find the new styles, or let's go to, or we can go over the new styles over here, or use the fly styles and give it also the different names, or you can go to the create a styles over here and give here the click the new styles, or give here the styles names. So or give here its name like the custom or not like that, that's one, and save it or reuse it at the any times, or let's modify it over here with the different colors, or we have the customs note, and let's say if I'm gonna times new romans, or let's go with the bold, and let's say we're gonna want to use something the 18. Okay, so and that's it we have over here. And now let's use the OK. So and that's it we have these styles like the custom note. Okay, so you can do create a custom styles for notes in green italics. And now using the styles panes and navigations, like the styles panes show all the active styles in a documents, so the navigation panes lets you jump between the heading quickly. Okay, so and here navigations over here, so apply heading styles to sections to a report, and also navigation panes or also lets you jump between the heading quickly, and we can like then we use the navigation pane to move instantly between them. Okay, and the next thing is style sets and themes. You can apply a whole sets of styles and colors with a single click using style sets the themes, and great for branding consistencies. So you can go to the like something, go to the designs over here, you can have these styles you can go with over here. Okay, so like here let's go ahead, and you can now see with the different of styles in there. Okay, so and this is the something the modern one or modern, and was the entire documents update instantly. And the so now that's it's your terms, and let's put it all together. And also you can do it like imaging you are creating a professional's report, you can add like the something, go to the like heading 1, or also the styles and Arial bold blue, and subtitles apply subtitle style size the 16th over here. And also the body text you can use the normal styles like you have, or we have the normal styles, and the spacings like 1.50 or 50 line spacings, and like go to and use the 12 ft. Okay, and for the more listers, or you can use the key or like the key findings like with the bullet points in there. So like here go to again, and let's make it the bulleted points. Okay, and add headings indent for the reference, and save custom styles as the company report templates by going to, and also let's use the save as, And now let's go to over here and save as the word templates. So if I'm gonna now say it, we have just say the company, let's say for the example, or if I'm gonna do, so let's go with the company, say the company report template. Okay, so let's say the template, and that's it. So this way every feature or future reports will follow the same professional format, and saving times and keeping everything consistency. So in these lessons we have covered like how to change the change and customizing fonts, how to format paragraphs with alignments, spacings and indentions, and how to apply, modify and create styles, and with like as or also sets, or how to use themes and style sets for consistency. And formatting may seem small, but it's what transformations a plain documents into a professional's one. In the next lessons, we'll explore working with tables and layouts to organize informations more effectively. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lessons. Welcome to lessons 4 of our Microsoft Word course. In these lessons, we'll explore one of the most important aspects of Word: how to insert tables, images, and shapes in Word into your documents. So, why is this important? Because plain text documents may be informative, but adding visual structures, tables, and creative shapes makes it far more engaging, professional, and easier to understand. So, by the end of these lessons, you will be able to like insert and customize tables to organize data, add and format images to make your content visually appealing, and use shapes to highlight informations or create diagrams. So let's get started. Okay, so let's start with opening up the Microsoft Word. And so like here, the first, let's go ahead inserting the tables. So tables are a great way to present structured informations, whether it's schedules, price list, or comparisons. Instead of long paragraphs of text, tables allows readers to quickly scan and understand informations. So let's move into inserts tables in Word. So go to the insert tabs on the ribbon and click on the tables, and you will see a grid appear. So move on the mouse across like rows and columns you want. For example, let's create a simple tables within the 3 columns and the 4 rows. Okay, so for a week class schedules. Okay, so and that's it. Or if I'm gonna, let's undo it again and let's go to the inserts. Let's go to and use the 3 columns and the 4 rows. Okay, so as you insert the tables, notice the Word automatically adjusts the layout to fit your like page. So try to type in the first cells. So let's say the Monday, let's go with the another one, and let's say the Tuesday. So let's go with, and let's say we're gonna want to use the or Wednesday. Okay, so and that's it. So this is how how you build structure contents. Okay, so and here now that our table is inserted, let's adjust it. And to resize to resize the tables, hover over the edge of or edges until you see a doubles, or like you can see the doubles arrow cursors, then drag to resize it. So you can go over here, or you can go to or resize it like this way. Okay, so and that's it. And to adjust a single columns, place your mouse on the columns border and drag left or right in there. And for example, if Monday looks correct, so drag them in the like the columns widers, or you can easily do it like this one, or let's undo it from here. Our first one is, let's use it, and now you can see it comes like this way. Okay, and also under the table tools layout, and here you can change the row height, and also like the, or you can increase or change the or column width more precisely. So let's say if I'm gonna go to and we or increase this one, the width is comes with like the or height over here, or width, you can see the changes in there. Okay, so and that's it. Now tables don't have to look friends or word offers, built-in styles to make them professionals. Okay, so select your tables and go to the table design, and from here pick a style such as we have like the grid or grid lights or grid lines over here, so whatever you deserve. So let's say the grid tables over here, or we have like the difference one or brand, or if I'm gonna go to, let's say we can go over here, and let's say if I'm gonna select with the difference one in there. Okay, so and that's it. And also for example, let's choose or also the blue headers, or let's say if I'm gonna go to the or like the there's one, and that's it. And also this for our class schedule. Now Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday stands out the clearly. Okay, and you can also setting to cells to highlight the important data, and also apply the border like or border or remove them for a cleaner looks. Like if I'm gonna go to, and now that here we have these borders over here, and merge the cells. For example, merge the cells tops rows to create like the weekly, or if I'm gonna say like select it, and we can do so, go to the layout and now use the merge cells. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's say we're gonna want to use the weekly like the this one, and let's say the schedules like let's do with over here like the there's one. Okay, now let's move it and make it into the center, and now we can just say the Monday, or we can just go to like let's say the Monday and Tuesday, or we're gonna say the Tuesday, or we're gonna say the Wednesday. Okay, so that's it for the examples. Okay, and this gives your tables a polished professionals appearance. And also or let's go to that another one, or let's do a real examples. Like imagine you're preparing a price list for a product catalogs. So let's go to the inserts. Now let's say and 4x3, or if I'm gonna go to over here, and let's go ahead and let's say the 4x3. Okay, so now let's say, and we're gonna use the column 1, let's say the product name, and column 2, let's say the descriptions, and go with over here, and product or columns 3, let's say the price, and columns 4, let's say the stock. Okay, and also here fill the simple data. Let's say go with the notebook over here, and descriptions like let's say the 20 or 2000s, and let's or we're gonna use the 2000 page like that, this or go with, and let's say the price, and if I'm gonna use this one the 3.5 dollars over here, and let's go the stocks in stock. Okay, so and that's it. With a tables like this, your catalogs looks organized and easy to scan. You can even add alternatively row colors to improve the readability. So like here, let's select it, and if I'm gonna go to, and let's make it the another styles over there. Okay, so for example, and that's it, we have these styles. And now let's move into the another part, and these parts we call the inserting the inserting images. Okay, so images bring documents to life, whether it's company logo, a photo in a reports, or illustrations in an assignments. Images add professionalisms and improve communications. Okay, so to insert an image, go to the insert tabs and click on the pictures, and choose like this device to insert from your computer, or to choose the online pictures to search for the web. So for example, let's insert a company logo saved on or in my logo. So let's go to this device, and now let's try to let's make it little bit bigger over here. And if I gonna do have like, let's go with like, if I do have the company's logo like that, this one, and or if I gonna go to like the over here, and that's it. And now let's insert it. Like once inserted, the image may appears too large, so don't worry, we can resize it. And to resize this image, click the image and drag it from the corner handles, and to make it larger to a smaller over here, and always resize from the corners to maintain the proportions in there. Okay, so and that's it. And to move the image, click on and drag it, or like, or use the layout options, like you can just select it, or you can or appears beside the image, or let's go to the layout options, click over here, and now choose like, if I'm gonna go to the types, and now you can move it like this way. Okay, for example, we have used like the square, or if I'm gonna go to the square wrappings to place the logos neatly and in the corners of the page with text below the arounds. Okay, so and that's it over here, or let's say we have like the these ones in there. Okay, so and that's it in there. And also what gives us like many formatting tools, so use the pictures formats like over here to add borders, and also the shadows, and also our effects. Okay, so for example, let's go with like the there's one, and let's make it a little bit zoomy in, and apply style such as, if I gonna go to, or we can go to the page, or like over here, or let's go to the pictures styles, or to the shadows or drop shadows. You can have like the different one, let's go with, and if I gonna go to, and now you can see we have the drop shadows over here, or rectangles, or the modern one, or if I gonna, or let's go to the or styles, like if I gonna go to like the another styles, or if I gonna say, let's go with something as like the difference one, or let's go with these styles. Okay, and adjust the brightness and contrast if image looks too dark. Like for example, let's insert pictures of the another one, or pictures of flowers, and also or apply a circular crop. So let's go to pictures, this device, and let's say we have the pictures of our this one, and let's insert it, right click and use the squares, and there's it's over here, these pictures in there, let's resize it in there. Okay, so and there's it over here, or we can do so. Let's go to the circulars, or if I'm gonna go to the another one, and here we have these styles in there. Okay, so and there's it in there, and also now it becomes a stylish professionals element. Okay, and imaging, you are creating a resumes, adding your photo at the tops and make it more personal. So you can follow these steps, like go to the inserts and go to the pictures and just use these devices and select your image and use these pictures styles and resize it small in there. Okay, and when you work like this way, or your resumes will looks professionals and stands out. Now let's move into with the inserting shape. Okay, so inserting shapes, let's say the inserting shapes. So why use shapes? Like shapes are not just for decorations, they can highlight important informations, create flowcharts, or make diagrams right inside word. Okay, so to insert the shapes, simply go to the inserts again and click on the shapes and choose from like the rectangles and circles and also like arrows or stars and also the more. So for example, let's use rectangles to highlight key points in documents, and now let's select it, and we can now select it over here and drag and draw into our over here. Okay, so and there's it, and shapes can be fully customized, like change the full colors, maybe a light blue if I'm gonna make it, and let's use it with the this or like simple this blue, and also adjust the outline colors, like you can have like the different outline and also the thickness, like if I'm gonna make it this thickness over here, or add the text inside inside the shapes by simply typing your like the insertings, or like for say create the yellow circles with the text, or if I'm gonna go to like go with the this one, and let's say we want to use the text like important something like the this one, or important, or let's say, or before that we want to change here these font styles or text fonts with the different colors. So let's say if I'm gonna go to like the this one, and let's say the important, now you can just rate out this one like important, and inside it over here and place it in near deadlines in your documents to grab the attentions. Okay, so and there's it over here, and we have like the this one, or let's go to the outlines and make it little bit the more outlines like that this way, or let's change here the another colors to highlight it. Okay, so and that's it for now. Okay, so and that's it, and now you can also combine shapes to make diagrams. For instance, insert rectangles or like rectangles for process steps. So let's go to and use the rectangles over here and like that this one, and now we want to now or we want to copy it by using the control key and make it the same one, or like that, that's one, or that's it for now, or I have like the this one. Okay, so and here now connect them with the arrow. So go to the inserts and go to the shapes, and now let's go to with the arrow. Okay, so like that, that's one, and now let's connect with the arrows over here, and that's it. So now let's make it with the, or make it the copy with the hold the alter key and for the duplicate one. Okay, and that's it for the examples. Okay, so and here, and this way you can design a simple flowcharts right inside Word without needing extra software. Okay, so and that's it for the simple example. Or let's say, or imagine you are making a posters, adding a star shapes. So by going to the shapes, and let's say if I gonna now choose the stars something, like let's go it over here, and let's go it over here, and also now write something like the 50% off over here, and let's go with and inside, and also like fill it with the bright red colors. So let's go to, and we can go to the save over here, and like the this one, and also and the bold text we can make it the text with the bold. So let's go to and make it the bold over here, and also and or we can make it or increase like the this one, let's go with over here. Okay, so let's use the 30%, or let's say, or let's go with, or let's a little bit make it something the 34, or like that, there's one, and that's it. So now your poster instantly grabs the attention. So, and great job, you have just learned how to insert tables, images and shapes in the Word. Okay, so and we have covered how to create, resize and format tables for organizing data, and how to insert style image to make documents visually appealing, and how to use shapes to highlight or design creative elements. Okay, so these tools will help you transform plain documents into professionals, engaging and easy to read materials. So in the next lessons, we'll dive deep into or even more advanced formatting techniques to make your documents shine. Welcome to lessons 5 of our Microsoft Word course. In these lessons, we'll focus on 4 essential formatting features that can elevate your documents, like headers, footers, page numbers, and templates. By the end of these sessions, you will not only understand how to use these tools, but also how to customize them to create professionals and consistent documents. Whether you are preparing business report, schools assignments, or a company proposals, these features will save you times and give your documents an polished look. Okay, so let's start with the headers, and for that, so let's open up or we have these some pages in the Word, and here we want to work with the headers. And like a header is the sections of the page that appears at the very tops and also over here and above the main body of your documents. So headers are useful for adding documents titles, chapters names, or even brandings like a logo. Okay, so let's go to or step by steps. So imagine you are preparing like the or few pages or like 50-page research report, and instead of manually typing the titles at the top every page, pages or the headers features ensures consistency across all page instantly. Okay, so like here, to add or insert a headers, simply go to the insert tabs and also click on the headers. In the headers and footers group, just click on the over here. And now also what will show you several builds in header designs, such as the blank and blank 3 columns, or also the or banded, and also facets or fashions or page, and also or 3 columns or the more. So let's choose a simple one for now. Okay, so for now let's go to like the types here and types in your desired text. For example, let's say we're gonna want to use the annual, like let's say the annual, or like sales. Let's go with sales report and say the 2025. Okay, so notice how this text automatically appears on every pages. Okay, so here we have the few pages and you can now see it moves or it appears in the all pages in your documents. Okay, and you can insert image in the headers too. For example, so let's add a company logo on the left, or like here before that. So let's move this one into the centers and we want to add here the logos. So like go to, or we can go to the inserts over here. Let's go to the pictures. Let's select this device. Okay, and now let's choose the simple logos. Like if I gonna do have over here, and let's say let's go with, or I'm gonna use like my company's logos over here, or let's go with like there's one, like we have like this logos over here, and then just insert it. Okay, so now let's click on the squares as the editing options. Now select it, or now let's into the over here, or before that, so let's resize it, and that's it over here. Okay, and here, and before that, so let's add here the another logos like we have worked with, like annual, or like say the reports or sales reports, or like this one, and let's say the report of this is the 2025 over here. So now let's move into the center. So and that's it. So now that when I click over here, now you can see it comes with all the pages like over here. So and that is the simple way. And you can set different headers for the first page or odd pages and even pages. So for instance, like if I'm gonna go to, or let's go with, or like you can do, or instance in a book, you might want to book titles on the left page headers and chapter titles on the right page headers. Okay, so like here we have like the different first pages or different odd or the odd or also the even pages over here. So now you can see it changes with the there's one. Okay, so and there's it with the simple examples in there. So and now let's close it, and now it appears in the odd or even pages in there. Okay, and next let's look at footers. Footers is the sections at bottoms of the pages, and also this is commonly used for adding references, confidentiality or like notice or copyright informations. So think of a company internal policy, so the handbook, and every page might include a small line at the bottom and saying. So for that, so let's go to the inserts and go to the footers and now choose a design. So let's select a simple footers in the line styles over here, or let's go to over here. And now if I gonna type some things like, let's say the confident, or like say the confidentially or confidential. So like there's one, or confidentials, and like say the for internal, let's go with the internal use only. Okay, so and that's it for over here. So now let's move this one into, like, let's go to the right corners over here. And also now when I close it or go to again the headers and footers, close it, and that's it. We have now the confidential for X or internal use only. You can find there's one over there. Or before that, so let's go to, and let's go to the, or we can do, so let's click over here and go to the difference, or change this one, like check or uncheck with difference on odd even page. Okay, so let's close it. And now that's here we have the footers and or headers, and we have the footers like we have just added in there. Okay, and footers makes this easy to apply across the document. You can also add filter or fields like dates or authors names. So for that, let's go to over here, and like here, for example, adding an automatics last update on. So like cover this one, and if you gonna want to use something, or let's go to like over, or like this ones, or let's say we gonna or use the date, and let's say we have like update automatically like this one, and then just apply it over here. Or I can do like these ones to be over here. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's move into, or we can do it over here, and that's it with the, or this our dates over there. And also in the footers, ensures readers always see the most recent versions over here. Or you can go to the over here, you can see the there's one. Okay, and also documents or info, like you can go to or documents property over there, like the publish dates, or also the different one, or document titles, file fate, and file name, or also the author. Okay, so and that's it. Or let's go to insert the names of the authors. So and that's it for now. Okay, and now let's close it over here. And now let's move on to, or like onto one of the most frequently used features, like the page numbers. So whether it's an academic essays, or a business reports, or a book, page numbers are crucial for navigations. So like imaging or submitting like page like 25 or universities papers without page number. If pages get mixed up, it would be a, or like or next or nightmare. And with page numbers, order or reference are maintained. Okay, so to add it, simply go to the inserts and go to the page number. So like here you will find the page number, and also here you can select or see, or you'll see options for like top of pages or bottom of pages, and even the margins. Okay, so let's say, or you can choose, or like something like the, if I'm gonna say the bottom of the pages over here, like you can go with like plain numbers, or like there's one, or let's say we're gonna want to use like the plain number, and that's it. Now we have the 1 3 2, or we have the 1 pages, it's inserted over here. You can choose or Roman numbers or numerals, like, or if I'm gonna go to let's say like the one, or like the this one, or let's say if I'm gonna go to the Romans one, let's say we're gonna want to use like over here like the Roman numbers, or let's delete it for now. And what we can do, so let's go to again the page numbers and use here like let's say, and we have the format page numbers over here. So number of formats like the that's one, okay, and also and that's it. And before that what we can do, so let's close it again, go to the inserts, go to the page numbers, and let's go to and use over here like the page numbers, or let's go with like the there's one. And now let's go to over here and format the page numbers, and we have also selected the Roman one like 1 2 3 something like this way, and that's it, and hit on the OK. So now we have the Roman numbers like 1 and 2 or something like the 3 and also the 4, okay. So and that is the simple way you can edit it or edit it, or for introductions or folders, and switch to standard numbers like 1 2 3 for the main contents by using like the format, and use it like the 1 2 3 4 like this way, okay. So and that's it like 2, or we have the 3 as well, okay. And so you need to do always go to the page numbers and use the format page numbers and select the numbering styles you prefer. And you can also start numbering from a specific pages. For instance, many reports begins numberings after the title page and the table of content. So you can do, so let's go to, and you, if you're gonna go to like from here the current positions like the these ones, or let's say if I'm gonna go to over here and let's go to and format the positions and continue from previous section, start at like the 2 over here, and also the that's one, okay. So and that's it, you start from the 2 in there, okay. So if your documents has different sections like chapters, and you can restart page numbering for each sections. This is especially useful in books or large research papers. And so that's it for with our pro tips. Now let's move into the templates in Word, okay. So before that, so let's close it the headers and footers, and finally let's talk about like the templates. Templates are pre-designed documents in Word that gives you a head start, and instead of building our documents from scratch, you can choose from Word library of the templates, okay. So like here, when you open or what, you'll see a gallery of like templates, or like the more templates over here, like you will find the business card, flyers, letters, educations, resumes, and more, okay. So let's pick projects or proposals templates. So if I'm gonna go to over here like the business, and if I'm gonna or try to find out something the project proposal, so let's try to find out, and let's say the project, and let's say the propose, or we're gonna do like the proposals over here. And now let's try to find out the projects proposals like that these ones. So now let's select it, and now let's create it, okay. So notice how Word automatically provides like the heading and placeholder for like the text, and for text and design elements like the tables and also the images, okay. So this is the simple example. And suppose you need to create a professional's resumes instead of designing one manually, so just you can do go to again, and you can just try to find out from here. And if you're gonna now try to find out, search the resumes over here and in the what templates, and now here we have over here, so pick a design and fill in your details. So like if I'm gonna go to with the simple design, let's say we can go ahead over here, and let's say the our cubist resumes over here, and now let's create it. Okay, so and that's it, we have the templates over here, and this can save hours of formatting work. Okay, so like here you can change here the names like over here, and educations, like you can go ahead, or you can change the photos in templates. So templates are fully customizable. You can change colors and also the page layouts, or to match your styles or company branding. For examples, so if you are making like with your own brand, like let's say you can go to, and let's go with our like the this one, or let's say we have like the that's why. So we can do by going to the save format, you can change here the another colors over there. Okay, so like here, and that's it in there. Okay, so this is the table designs. You can now see we have the different table designs over here, and let's say if I'm gonna go to with here the another table designs, and here you will get like these options. Okay, so and that's it over here, and update the colors like the plates to match your brand, and edit the text flags or placeholders. So and you can also save your own customized documents as templates. If you create a standard invoice or ledger format that you use repeatedly, save it as the templates to save times in future projects. So like here, if I'm gonna go with the another styles, and let's go to over here, and let's say or if I'm gonna let's go with over here, and let's say table designs and also the layouts over here, and let's say if I'm gonna go to with the another colors, or let's say we can keep it with the another one, and that's it over here with the this, or let's undo it for now, or you can do one by one like these colors, and you can have your the own styles in there. Okay, so like here if I'm gonna go to, and that's it with our these styles in there. So and that's it with our customizations template. So when you are edited your like you want to use these templates in the futures, go to the file, use the save as, and select your documents, or like where do you want to save it, your locations, and save it as the word templates. Okay, so and that's it, and just hit on the save. Okay, so for now let's cancel it in there. So let's recap what we have covered in these lessons. Like we have covered how to insert and customize headers and display titles or logos on every pages, and how to use like footer notes over here, and also and confidentiality tags or copyright lines, and how to add like format and page numbers, including customs numbering, styles and sections. And finally we have or like how to use and customize templates for professionals documents with minimal efforts. So these tools are essential for creating documents that are not only functional but also polished and professionals. In the next lessons, we'll continue building on these skills with advanced formatting features. So great job completing lessons 5. Take some time to approach or practice adding headers, footers and page numbers, and experiment with templates in your own documents. The more you practice, the faster and more confident you will become. Welcome to Lesson 6, Introductions to Microsoft Excel Interface. In these lessons, we'll explore the Excel workspace step by step. By the end, you will know how to navigate the interface, understand the ribbon, use tabs and groups, work with worksheet and customize your Excel environment. If Excel feels overwhelming at first, don't worry. Today, we'll break everything down into clear, simple parts with practical example. Okay? So, when you open when you first open Excel, you'll see the start screens. Okay, so this screens gives you quick options. So like the first one is the blank workbook. Like this often are new empty spreadsheets, and here the recent files. So here quick or access to your recent work, and the another one is the templates. So this is pre-designed sheets, like or you can find the budget or like calendars, invoice and reports. Okay, so for example, like imagine you are or like you want to create a monthly budget, and instead of buildings from scratch you can choose budget templates right here. So like go to our personal monthly budgets like this one, and now let's click over here and now create it, and this is the personal budget is customized one. So that saves times and gives you a professional layout instantly. Okay, so and that's it over there. Or for now let's close it, or let's go to and let's start with the blank workbook to you see the interface clearly. Okay, so and now here we are in the our new workbook, and once the workbook opens, let's look at the main parts of the Excel window. Okay, so the first one is the title bar. So here and at the very top, and it shows the file names like book 1, and it also has buttons to minimize and also the maximize or and close it. Like you can find it over here, like this is the or minimize or maximize, and also the close it over here. And next one is the or quick access toolbar. Okay, so here usually in the top left, and it holds shortcuts key like the save and also the undo and redo. So for example, if you accidentally delete a number, the undo buttons here saves you instantly. So like here if I gonna say something like let's say the 12 13, let's say the 15, now I want to remove or undo it. So by using the undo, now it comes with like this way. Next one is the ribbon. Okay, so the ribbon here and the white brand with tabs such as the home, inserts and draw page layout, formulas and more. So this is where most commands live. And the next one is the formula bar. Okay, so here just below the ribbon, and this shows the contents of or formula inside the selected cells. Okay, so for example, let's say if I type in here, like if I gonna type like sum, and let's try to find out something like these ones like F4 to F5 and close it, and the results might be like or like here we have find the 25, but the formula bars in there will display the formula itself. Okay, so here the difference of them here 25, but click over here and shows up this here the formula itself. Okay, and the number 5, there is the worksheet area. So the grid of rows and columns where we import the data. So you can type something, the serial number, you can type it, you can use something here, the, or let's say the this one word, or let's say 1 2 3 4 etc and so more. This is the or worksheet. And the next one is the sheet tab. Okay, so here and at the like bottoms to switch between multiple sheets in one workbook. Like here, this is the sheet 1. If I do have the another sheets like sheet 1 and sheet 2, you can easily switch in there. Okay, and the next one is the status bar. So the status bar you can see in there, and at the bottoms of Excel it shows like shows details like average, count, or sum of selected number. So let's say if I select like that this one, you can now see it shows up the average, counts the totals number, and this is the adds up all the number. Okay, so this layout may seems like a lot, but with practice you will naturally know where everything is. Okay, and now let's move into the ribbon, tabs, and groups. Okay, or like let's explore the ribbon more deeply. So each tabs contain groups of related commands. So like here in the home tab, your most frequently used command, and in here you will find the clipboard with the copy or cut, paste, and format painters. And the next one is the font. It's contain like the bold, italicize, and also the colors and more. And into the alignment, so this is the center, like center alignment or alignment left, alignment centers, and also the here you'll find also the merge centers and wrap text with these options. And the number with or number formatting like currency and percentage, and also the editings like you'll find here tools like shorts and filters. Okay, so suppose you are making a sales report. Okay, so you can bold the column headers. So let's say before that, so let's select it and let's undo it over here, and let's delete it for now, or press the delete to delete all like that. That's one. And now let's little bit make it the zoom in, and let's say or we can now give here the serial number, let's say the product, or let's go with the product name, and let's say it will be the prices. Okay, so and here we have this one. Now you can bold the column headers, like if I'm gonna select all of them and just click on the bold with the fonts group. Okay, and format sales number into the currency. So like here if I do have the product's name, let's say the X, we're gonna say the Y, and let's say the or like Y, and let's say the G. Okay, so now let's say the price is the 15, so let's say the 14, and let's say the 16. So now we want to convert this one into the currency. So like here let's select and change this one with the currency, like we can go to and use the this currency, and that is comes with the currency. And also in or in here you will also align everything's neatly or neatly without leaving the home tabs. Okay, so we are here, if I'm gonna now select it and align into the center alignment. Okay, and the next one, like next steps, is the inserts. So let's you add charts and also the tables, image, or also the shapes. Okay, so if you highlight sales data, and also if or let's go with that before that, so let's go to like let's say and you can highlight this data and also sales data and click on the inserts, and now click on the column charts. So let's say we're gonna want to use something the column charts over here, and Excel creates a visual instantly. So and that's it. Okay, and the next one is like we'll find the page layout tabs. Like here controls the like the margins and also the orientations and also the themes. Okay, so or like in over here there we have the different themes and examples. Like before printing a budget report, you can switch the layout to landscapes so it fits nicely on a page. Like here if I'm gonna go to and let's say the or print, or let's go with the print area. So let's say use the print area, and or if I do have like the landscapes, so it will comes in the there over here. Okay, and that's it. Now let's move into the formula. Like the formula tabs are powerful sections for our calculations. So for like here we have the auto sums and also the insert functions and named range. And the next one is like if you need average test score, or if you now try to find out the average of this price, so you use the average functions here. Like if I'm gonna say let's go with the average, and let's go with and let's try to do with the average functions, and that's it. So here got it the average of these prices. Okay, and next tab is the data tabs. So great for sortings, filterings and importing data. So imagine you have like the 500 rows of customers data. With one click you can filter out only the customers from the New York cities, or like over here. So or like if I do have, or if I want to filter out, so just easily click over here and we can easily filter out from there. Okay, and the next word is the review. So include like spell checks, comments and also the protections. And the next one is the view, like changes the or how you looks at your sheets, like zoom and also the freeze pens and grid lines are here. Okay, so like here if I go to, and now it comes like this way. So if I gonna now try to use it, and that's it. Here you can print it like the there's one. So and that's it. And now understanding the ribbon is like learning the dashboard of a car. Once you know where things are, you can drive Excel with confidence. And now let's focus on the grid itself, the heart of Excel. So the first one is column, like these are labeled with letters like A, B, C, D, E, F, or like the blah blah blah. Okay, and rows are numbered with the or number like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and like each boxes is or each box is a cell. Okay, so like there's one, and like or identify by its addresses. For example, or if I click over like the E3, so it means columns is like E and row is 3. Okay, so here row is 3 and column is the E. Okay, and like if you type something into like let's say the name into the A1 and age, let's say gonna do with the age over here. So you are or you have already started a simple database. Okay, so cells can hold like the text and numbers or formulas with and also formatting, and you can make your data stands out. Okay, so and that's it with the simple examples. And and at the bottom you'll see the sheets tabs like sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. You can add new sheets with the plus icons. Like if I want to you or want another sheets, just click on the plus icon to add the or the new sheets over here. And also rename sheets by double clicking its tabs, like changing or just say the sheet 1 into the budget. Let's go with. And also you can use this one, the like we can just say the data, something like the there's one. Okay, you can also move, delete or color code sheets. So for like we can do for examples, or let's go with an examples. Like in a SQL database you can or you might have one sheets for students and another sheets like for teachers. And like if I gonna click or let's go with, and let's say so this is let's go with, this is for the students or students data like the this one. And we can rename it by double clicking, and we can give here the teachers over here like the this one. And another sheets, if I say this is the attendance. Okay, so let's go with and say the attendance. So keeping data organized across sheets makes your file structured. So and now if I want to change these colors, like I can do right clicking over here, go to the tab colors. So let's say I'm gonna want to use these colors. And for the teachers, so let's say the another colors, let's say we want to use these colors. And for the attendance, so let's say we can give here the another colors and that's it. And for the budget, let's say we'll keep it as the red colors. Okay, so and that's it. Or if I want to delete like the this budget one, just right clicking over here and click on the delete, and now it's deleted to confirm it by for the delete. Okay, so and that's it. And now customizing Excel interface. So Excel lets you personalize your workspace. So add shortcuts to the quick access toolbars, or by like if you working or small screens, collapsing the ribbons gives you more room for data like before that. So let's add it with the or now let's or customize, and let's we have the new or new options to quick access toolbars, or takes out for like the appends, or let's say we want to check out for the emails and that's it. Or we want to or keep like something like the another one, print and preview. So and that's it. And now the collapse the ribbons to get more screen space. So you can do like we can go to over here, or let's use it and collapse the ribbons, and that's it. And we will get or we have now the more space over here. Or right click, or I can do so just click over and takes out or checks out the collapse the ribbon. Okay, so and that's it. And also you can change the theme color or switch between the normals over there. And also we have the page layout, or like page layouts with like we can find the page layouts over here, and this is the normal one. Or you can find the page layout with something, or you gonna do with the page or page break preview. Okay, so and that's it. We have the page break preview. I can easily increase like the this one, or if I do have something like the over here, and that's it. We have like the that's one. Or let's move into the normal views. Okay, so let's apply everything we have learned with small demo. So the first step is, so let's open the blank workbook by clicking the blank workbook. And now in cell, so let's type something. Let's go with it, right here the item, and B1 type quantity. So let's go to, and in C1 type the price. Okay, and now fill the same row or some row like apple, or we're gonna do like here, let's say the apple like this one, and let's say the 10, and let's say the 2. Okay, and the another one, let's say the banana, for let's go with the banana, and say the 15, and let's say the 1.5. Okay, and the another one, let's say the orange, and that's it. Or I can do 20, and let's say the 3. Okay, so now we can do highlight the or headers row, and also and bold it, and let's make it the bold, and let's align it into the center text. Okay, so and that's it. Now format the price columns to the currency by selecting, and we can now use this one as the currencies over here, or let's go to and use this one as the currency. And now insert a formula like the D2, or over here let's say the D2, and let's say the equal, then let's say the B, or like here B, or multiplications by the or C2, and to calculate the total, and then press the enter. Now copy down for the others row, so like that, there's one, and that's it. And insert a charts like we can do by highlighting or highlight the items and the totals like over here, or go to like that, that's one. And also, or we have like, or we can do, so this is the totals, or let's say we can call it the total. And now highlights with the control key like items and totals. Now go to the insert tabs and click on the column charts. Okay, so let's go to, and we have the column charts. So in just a few minutes you have created a mini sales report with formatting, formulas, and charts. So today we explored the Microsoft Excel interface in details. We covered the start screens and blank workbook, and also the Excel Windows layout like the title bar, and also the ribbon before that. So let's make it, or if I'm gonna go to, and let's, or we have like the, there's one, and we have the ribbons, and also the formula bar and status bars in there, and tabs and groups in the ribbon, and rows, and also the columns, and also the cells. Okay, and worksheets, and also sheets management, and customize the interface. And finally practical examples, so tying everything together. So these foundations will make the rest of your Excel journey smoother. In our next lessons we will dive into basics, Excel formulas and functions, the true power of Excel. Thanks for joining me in these lessons. Keep practicing, and see you in the next lessons. Welcome to lesson 7 of our course. In these sessions, we are going to dive into basics, formula and functions in spreadsheets. And formulas and functions are the heart of Excel or Google Sheets. They are what transforms a sheet full of blends numbers into something powerful, smart, and automated. Today, we will cover three of the most common and useful functions like sum, and which adds up the values, and average, like which finds the mean of numbers, and count, which counts how many entires are in a range. So by the end of these lessons, you will not only know how to use these functions but also uh, how to apply them into real world tasks like budgeting and analyzing sheets and tracking data. Okay, so open up your spreadsheet and let's get started. And here we have to open up the Excel worksheet. And before we jump into the specifics functions, so let's clarify two important terms like formulas and functions. So let's start with the formula. So the formula, like formula is any equations you create in a spreadsheet. So it's always begins with an equal sign. And also, and for example, let's say we can do like equal 10 plus 15, and this is formulas that adds 10 or 5. Okay, so and there here you got it, their result. And the another one, let's go to the functions. Okay, so and here our functions on the other hand is a built-in command that does a or predefined calculations, and functions saves times and reduce like mistakes. So for example, so let's say let's go with start with the equal, then let's say the sum, let's you use the parenthesis, let's say the 10 comma then 5, and this uses the sum functions to add 10 and 5. Okay, so and there we have it. So and here, or if I'm gonna go to, and here we have like the this one, or let's say if I'm gonna say the 5, so here you got it the same result. So think of it's the way like formula or like sentence you write yourself, and also the functions is like ready-made tools you pick from a like toolbox. So throughout these lessons we will see how functions can make your work faster and smarter. So let's start with the sum functions. Okay, so we're gonna start with the sum functions. And like the let's start with what is the sum functions. So the sum functions is the most basics and most used functions in Excel. So it adds numbers together. So the sentence is simple, like let's go to the equal and then let's type here the sum, and there is like the number 1, number 2, and also the more, or like you can use a range. Okay, so where like number 1 and number 2 and individuals numbers are cells, and range is a group of cells, like you can something like let's say the, or let's go with the A1 and to the A10. Okay, so here it's now selected the this range. Okay, so that's it with here, and press the enter, and now you can get the result. So for example, so let's try with an quick examples, and in a blank cells let's type or with the equal, let's say the sum, and let's use the parenthesis, then let's say the 10 comma 20 and also the 30, and close it and press the enter. The result is 60. Easy, right? Okay, so by typing numbers directly is not very practical, but what we usually want is to add values stored in our cells. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to go with the examples. Like imagine you have a sales data for 5 days. So like here in cell or column A, so let's say this is the day one. Let's go to the day one. Let's say this is the day two, and let's say, or I can just type here again the day three, use the day or four, and let's say another last one the day five. Okay, and also we have the sales data, and we can say over here like let's go with the 120, let's say the 150, and let's use another number, and if I'm gonna say the 130, and the last one is let's say the 200. Okay, so now, and also you want to total sales for all like 5 days. So like click on the or be further, so let's move all over here, or now click on the B7, and now and type with the equal, then let's say the sum, and let's type or select the range, or you can type like the B2 by like let's go with and to the B6 over here, like the this one, and that's it. Or you can do by using the select this range and close it with the parenthesis. So this means adds everything from like cell B to B6. So when you press enter, the total is 700. So that's much faster than typings. Like you can do one by one. If I type here again equal, then let's say the B2 like plus B3 plus B4 plus B5 plus and B6. Okay, so and it's takes the times to type it like this one. So here we got it the same result, but it takes the most more times. Okay, and now you can add values from different range. So for example, let's say if I'm gonna use something like let's go to something like from here, and if I'm gonna say the equal, then let's say the sum, let's say the B2 B6 or B6 over here, let's use the comma, let's say the D2 D6 and close the enter, and here I got it the results. So here this will add total sales from column B and also the column D together. Okay, so like here if I gonna now have the another sales data, let's say the, or if I'm gonna go with like this one, and let's say, and if I'm gonna write, like you can now see we have the there's one, or let's say like this one, and that's it. Okay, so here we got it the result, and it's also like it's or adds up all the cells from like B or B columns and also the D columns together. So this is useful for, or useful if you have two product categories and you want to calculate the grand totals across both. Okay, so remember, sum is your go-to tools for adding things up, and it works for like numbers or single cells, range, and even multiple range. Okay, and now let's move into the, or we're gonna use the average functions. Okay, so let's one, and we're gonna want to use the average functions for that. So let's start with the new sheet, and we want to work with the average functions. So let's say the average functions over here, or let's spell it like this one, and let's start with the questions like what is the average functions? So the average is a simple the total sums divided by the number of values. The function saves you from doing this manually. So the sentence of the average functions is simple as like start with the equal and let's type here the average, and the first one is like the number one, number two, and also the more, or you can find also the range. Okay, so like if you're gonna, or you can use also the range for here. And for example, and in say or in here, if I'm gonna go to, or let's go to with the equal, then let's say the average like that, that's one. And let's say we're gonna want to use 10, 20, and let's say the 30, and close it and press the enter. The result is the 20, because if we do like, let's go with like let's say the 10, 20, and 30 and divided by the 3, we can get the 60, or we can get the 20. So let's say if I'm gonna go to like here, and if I say, so let's use the parentheses, let's say the 10 plus 20 plus 30, and let's say the divided by the 3 and press the enter. So and that's it, here I got the same result. Okay, so let's go to with the sales data range or sales data average with this one, or we can go with the same data, or like here if you want the average daily sales, click on the sales, like if I'm gonna say the B over here or before that, so this is the sum, and let's make it the bold, control B for bold, and let's say we want to use the average like that, that's one, let's make it the bold, and here in the B8, so let's type the equal and let's say the average like that, that's one, and let's say the B2, B6, or I can just select it and then close it with the parenthesis, and the result is 140. So that tells you on average your sales were like 140 per day. Okay, so and that's it with the average functions. And now, and if I go to the another examples like ignoring blank cells. Okay, so and one nice things about the average functions is that it ignores blank cells automatically. So if they or 3 cells were missing, like if I do like the B or B4 was empty, like let's delete it for now, the formula here or like average, this one or could be or would still calculate the correct average using the remaining numbers. Okay, so that saves you times and reduce the error. So remember, average helps you quickly find the middle ground, the typical values in your data sets, and it's perfect for fixed financial reports, students, grades, or performance tracking. Okay, and the next one is we will use the count functions. Okay, so the count functions, and let's make it the bold, or before that, so let's make it the another colors with, or to highlight it, let's go with, and this is our code with the another colors, and let's say we can do with the there's colors. Okay, so now we want to move in the count functions. So the count functions is a little different, so it doesn't add or average numbers. Instead, it tells you how many numbers are in a range. So the sentence is, if I type here, let's say the count functions, like let's say the count functions, the like value 1, value 2, and more, or you can use as usual the count and also the range. Okay, so and this the important, like count only counts numbers, not the text. So for let's go to the examples, and in here if I gonna type with the another example, and let's say if I gonna type here the or equal, and let's say the count, let's go with, and now let's say the 10, 20, 30, and close it with the parenthesis, and the result is 3 because there are 3 numbers. Okay, so and that's it. So now counting rows in sales data, we have this data or before that, so let's say we can give here like this is our the number, or let's say so we have like the this one, and now we can using our sales tables again and type here the count functions, and let's say, and this times the we want to use or select this one like b2 b6, close it, and the press the enter. The result is 5 because there are 5 numerics entires. So if one cell was blank, count would ignores it, give or it and give the 4. So like here if I now delete it like the day 3, and now if I delete it, now you can see it comes with the 4. Okay, and now sometimes like people's confused about also like or confuse count with and count a. So for that, or we gonna go to, or let's say with the count a also the count. Okay, so like here if I gonna use the count, so this is the one and this is the like the difference one. So count only counts only the number, and counts a counts all non-blank cells including the text. So if or if columns a has like the day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, etc., the formula will like with the count a, let's say the count and say the count a, and now if I gonna go to a to a6 and close it with a parenthesis, and would be returns like the 5, even though those are words, not the numbers. So that's important, or this an important distinctions. Okay, so remember count is for numbers, count a is for anything that is blank, and if you are checking how many students submitted assignment, like count works if you are counting grades, while count a works if you are just counting the submissions. Okay, so now let's go to with the practicals example, or let's do a quick practicals together. So imagine like we have the another data sets, or if I gonna go to with over here, and let's let it for like all this data, and let's say we have the data set with the name, and if I do have the scores, so let's say and like over here, and now let's go with something the Maria over here, let's say the John, and if I gonna go to over here, and let's say the Sarah, and over here, and let's say the Ali, or and let's say we have the David. Okay, over here, and also now let's give here the scores, and before that, so let's make it the bold, and let's give here the another colors to highlight as the scores over here, and now Let's put it the grade, like let's say the 85, and let's say this is the 90, and this is the 78, and let's say this is the 92 or something like this one. Okay, or we have over here, and we don't have this one in there. So here are like your tax, like use the sum to calculate the total scores of all students. So like the formula we can use, like here, this is the total of the students. So let's say, and you can use the formula with the sum functions. So let's go with and write here the sum, and let's say the b2 like b5 or b6 over here. Let's let it again and close it with the parenthesis, and that's it. And use the average to find class average. So we can do with the equal, and let's say the formula, and let's go with the average functions. And now what we can do, we can also now write here the average functions with the same range over here, close it and hit on the OK. And now use the count to check how many students actually have scores. So the formula would be, so like here the count functions, and now let's go it and check it again, and let's say we can do it the count, and let's say with over here, and that's it, and press the enter. And also here, and this tells like the 4 because debit score is missing. Okay, and here we got the count a or count in there. Okay, so see how these three functions gives you a complete pictures in just seconds. So great job. In these lessons we explore the three most essential spreadsheets functions, like the sum functions, and also like the sum, average, and count functions. Like the sum functions adds the values quickly and accurately, and the average functions find the middle ground of your numbers, and count tells you how many values exist in your data. So these functions may seem basics, but they are the building blocks for almost everything you will do in Excel or Google Sheets. Next time we'll expand into two advanced functions like min, max, if, and more. But for now, practice using like the sum, average, count with different data sets. Okay, so the more you practice, the more naturals they will become. Welcome back to our Excel course in lessons 8. In these lessons, we are going to dive deep into formatting cells, rows, and columns in Excel. Why does formatting matter? Well, imagine receiving a report where everything looks plain, crowded, and hard to read. So now compare that with our like a sheets where important settings are bold, number are aligned, and also the neatly, and data is highlighted with colors. So formatting is what makes your data not only presentable but also easier to understand and analyze. Okay, by the end of this lesson you will be confident in adjusting the look and feel of your Excel sheets. We'll cover cells formatting, row and column adjustment, alignments, and numbers formats, border settings, and conditional formatting, and more. And of course, we'll practice with real examples along the way. Okay, so let's start with opening up the of the Excel, and here we are in the Excel. So now let's start with the blank workbook. Okay, and let's start with the basics of formatting cells. So, and first one is the font adjustment. So like here, select a cells of or a group of cells. Like if I gonna, let's little bit make it the bigger over here, and now select over here, and on the home tab you'll see options like for font and also font and styles and size, bold, italics, and also the underline, and also you'll find the color. So imagine you have titles in cell 1. Let's say if I do have like the monthly and sales report. Okay, and let's say we have the sales report over here, and that's it. Now we need to do highlight that cells and increase font size to like 16. Here is now the 11. Let's click on the 16, and that's it. Now let's make it as the bold, like by clicking over the bold, or here symbolized with the B, or click on the Ctrl plus B. Okay, and now change the color to the, let's make it and make it the dark blue, and or if I'm gonna go with, like we have the dark blue colors in there, and already the heading stand out. Okay, so and that's it. Next, let's apply background color. So click on the, like the paint buckets icons, like highlight the row 1, like where you keep the column headers. Like if I gonna select until the D over here, and now give it a light gray feel. So if I gonna go to, and let's say, or we can go with the, like let's go with something like that, that's one, and that's it over here. And this visually appears or separates your headers from the data. Okay, so like here, this is the monthly sales report, and this is the heading. Or if I gonna select the, or not the this one, so let's or center and merge it, and this is the, there's one, and that's it. It comes with like over here. And if I gonna now go to, let's say the month, something like the this one, or over here, and the next one is the sales. Okay, so like this one, and now, or if I gonna click on the sales 2, let's say the sales 2, and let's say let's right here the sales 3, and if I gonna say, so this is the sales 1. Okay, so now let's highlight all of them, and let's make it like the 12, and let's make it the bold, and let's change here the different colors. So let's say we can, or we can go with the, or like let's say with the black colors, and that's it. And let's select all of them, and let's change here the headers with the another colors. So let's say we can give here something as like, let's go ahead and let's make it with the that's color. Okay, so and that's it. And the next one is, like here, this visually separates your headers from the data below. And next one is the borders. So use the border tools to outline, like our here the outlines cells. You can choose bottoms, or like your bottoms borders, top borders, or left borders, or also the right borders, so whatever, or you can use the all borders. Okay, so for example, highlight your data tables from, let's say the A to D10s, like that, that's one, and apply like something like the all borders. Okay, so and instantly your tables looks structured like a report. Okay, so and that's it. And so there's the tips: don't overdo colors and border, so keep your formatting clean, professionals. Okay, so now let's move into the aligning data. So formatting is not only about colors and fonts. Aligns plays a big role too. Okay, so like the first one is the horizontal alignment. You can align like text or left, or also the left or right or center, or also the, like you will find the align right in over. So numbers are usually right aligned by default, while text is is aligned in the left. Okay, so like here imaging, we are using the monthly sales report, and like here in the columns, or align your column headers like that. Or if I gonna go to the another one, or let's say you are making a budget, so like let's say we have the categories with, or let's go with the category like the this one, and let's say we can make it the amount. And if I gonna go to the amount, and let's say this is the notes, and also, and that's it. So now we can make it the center alignment. Okay, and so looks the uniforms over here. Okay, and also for the, or before that, so let's make it the notes. And for here you can name here the difference one, like the category. You can use something like, let's say the, like we can just say the marketing, like that, that's one. And let's say the amount, and this is in the, like you will find the left align. And if I gonna say the, let's say the $1,000, so here it comes with the right alignment. Okay, so and that's it. Or here with the text, it will comes with the left alignment. And verticals alignments, like if rows are taller, and you can align text at the top, or also the middle, or bottoms, also the, or bottom of the cells. And the text orientations, you can rotate text diagonals or verticals. So like here, or in a table, if I gonna show you, like this is the, or like if I do have like the this one, or we have the months across the columns. So let's say the January, and let's go with, and say this is the Feb or February, let's go with. And if I gonna now, let's make it the autofill, and that's it with over here. And now you can rotate the months names vertically to save the space. Okay, so and you can do it, or like here you can go with the difference of this one, like you can wrap it, like how do you want to use it from here. Or let's text out, and now when I go with, and it comes like this way. Or and that's it with the, or text orientations. Okay, and the next one is the wrap text. So when a cell has long text, instead of it spelling or spelling into the next cells, click on the wrap text. Okay, so like here if I gonna go to, and if I type here something like that, this one, or let's go to and use the wrap text. So here it comes like this way. Okay, so and that's it. Now it comes with the wrap text over here. Or let's say, or let's undo it from here, and let's auto fits for now. And if I gonna now, let's go with something like that, this one, and we want to use, so let's use the wrap text. So it comes with like this way. Or like in cells, or we can say here something as like in cells or J3, let's say the total or sales for the first, and let's go to the first quarter and of 2025. Okay, and we want to apply the wrap text, and also like here, and Excel will adjust the text into multiple line inside the same cells. Okay, so and that's it. So like over here, and before that, so let's use this into the tops or top aligned in there. Okay, so always use wrap text for clean reports where descriptions are like the lengthy. Now let's move into the adjusting row and columns. Like now let's learn how to resize and adjust rows and columns. So the first one is the changing column width. Okay, so like here we have this one, and hover over your cursors between two columns, like header if I gonna go to, or like the A and B, then drag the adjust like this way, and you can adjust it like over here, or like if I gonna use the F and between F and G, so it comes like this way. Okay, so if you're like here, if your or text like total sales for the first quarter of 2025 doesn't fit, just widen the columns like the that's one. So and now that it fits in there. Okay, so or if I gonna click over, and that's it. So and over here, and the another one is the auto fit. So like here, and you can use or double click on the boundary between the two clips like over here, and also Excel will automatically resize it to fit the longest entry. Okay, so like here if I gonna click over, it comes like this way, or if I gonna just double click over here, and that's it. So now if I gonna use the whole data or the months, so now let's use the auto fits, and now it's fitted automatically. And changing the row heights, similarly the hover over or hover between rows numbers and drags. So like here if I gonna do for like this one, and that's it with like the or changing row height. And the another one is hiding and unhiding row and columns. So right click on the rows or columns headers and select the height. And like for example, you may want to hide a notes columns like where or when presenting just a number. So later right click again and choose or the height for now, or we want to unhide like that, there's one, and let's say right click and select the unhide, and that's it with the hiding and unhiding rows and columns. And similarly we can do for the columns, like if I want to just show subs or only the or like or skip this month, right click and use the hide is hided like January, February and September's and until the December's. Or if I want to unhide the row, just I can select between these rows, right click and use the unhide. Okay, now inserts and delete rows and columns. So right click on the columns, and so or columns letter or like this one, and now or then select the inserts or delete. Okay, so for example, if you forget to include like the travel expenses in your budget or like over here, so what can you do? Or like if you do have the another one, like if you or uses or you can want to use something or insert into the there, so right click over here or right click and use the insert. So and that's it, we have insert the another or columns in there. And same way we can do for the row. So we can do so. And for here, for the row, same way we can do, like if I want to add the another rows over here, just right clicking and use the inserts. Okay. And now the similarly we can delete like the row or columns. So simply select the row and right click and delete the row. And like if I want to delete the columns, just right click over the columns and then just delete it. So, and that's it with the deleting or inserting the row and columns. Okay. So, and now data is often numericals, so formatting numbers correctly is crucial. And general versus the specifics number formats by default, like or Excel use like generals, but you can format or as like the number or currency or accounting or short date and long date, times, percentage, fractions, scientifics, text, and also the more. Okay. And like here the currency, like select your cells and like figure out and click the, or you can click on the like the currency symbols. So for example, like the thousands, this is now the general. By clicking over the currency, so it comes with the $1,000. Okay. And the another thing is the percentage. Okay. Or before that you can increase the or decrease also the decimals. So like if I don't want to or the decimals, just I can decrease over here, or to add it like the decimals. So like here we have the 2 decimals with this amount. Okay. Now let's move into the percentage. So like here, if I gonna do have like the, this is the thousands, and we want to make it the percentage, like select the cells with or before that. So if I gonna do have like the 0.25s over here, and that's it, we have this one, and we can make it with the percentage. So if I gonna go to, let's go with the this percentage. So now it comes with the 25%. Okay. And the another thing is date and time formats. So let's say if I gonna do have like the date, and let's say the date and time formats, and let's say if I do have something like the 19, or let's say the 2000s, or like 25th, like this way, and then format it display as like we can use the 19 August or 2025, or we can use this one like or like Tuesday August and 19 or something, or 25th. So for that, right click or go to the date and use the more number format, and here you can use something. So how do you want to use, like we can go with like the 19 August over here, or like the this one, and that's it, we have the difference format. Or let's go to again and write the more number format, and now let's choose it with the day or the times, and also like the day. So let's go with, and now you have the day and also the or months and also the their years. Okay. And customs format, you can design your own. So or you might you might want phone numbers to display, like if I gonna say with something like the 1 2 3, and let's say or 4 5 6, and use like the 7 8 9 0, and that's it over here. And also with customs formatting you can do this. Okay. Or sometimes you might want to use, or like you can go with the more that formats, and you can use the customs and there. So this is our the simple examples in there. Okay. or if I gonna go or do have something like, let's go with, and this is comes with this one. Okay, and the next thing is short conditionals formatting. So, and one of Excel most powerful features in conditionals formatting, it follows formatting to change automatically based on data values. Okay, so for example, let's say I have the simple data sets. So with this data I want to work with, like before that, so let's make it the bold over here. And the first one is highlight cells rules. So go to the or like the home tabs and use the conditionals formatting. Okay, so before that, like select your cells or like the cells columns, and also now go to the conditionals formatting and highlight cells rules over here, or over you can or you want to use, and then we gonna want to use the greater than with over here. Let's say the greater than, and let's say if I gonna use like the or 5000, and that's it. So with a green fill, let's go with like the green fill with dark like that, that's one. Okay, so instantly its a high or high sales stands out. Okay, so and that's it with the conditionals formatting, or and that's it, or before that, so let's or undo it this one, and let's select it from here. Let's conditionals formatting and highlight sales rules and greater than, and then change it this one like the green fields, and let's say we're gonna want to use the 5000, and here you got it the result. Now top to or top or bottom rules. Okay, so this is highlight the top tens value or bottom tens value. Okay, so and for example, let's use or we gonna want to use the profit for this top or like the top product, and we can do like over here. So like we need to do highlight the or over here or highlight in with the this one. And now let's go to the conditionals formatting top bottom rules, and we want to use the top 10 items like over here. And let's say we're gonna want to use something with the customs format, and let's make it with the bold, and that's it with only the bold, and then just hit on the OK, and that's it. Or we're gonna want to use the top 5 items to bold it. So and that's it, we have the top or like top 5 items, and it's now bold, and this is the profit. And also the next one is data bar. Okay, so adds or like the adds a value or adds a visuals bar inside the cells based on the number. Higher numbers have longer bar. Okay, so like if I gonna go to and select over here, and let's go to the conditionals formatting, let's go to the data bar, and now you can see we have the difference data bar. Or if I say let's go with like the simple one, and this is the green data bar, it's the top profit is or fill ups like this way. And next one is the color scales. Okay, so set sale or sales from red to green or depending on a value. Okay, so for example, let's also apply this to the like profit columns, and now we can go to and use the color scales over here. So now you can see we have like the green, white, red or colors, so something like this way. So now if I select something with the this one like green, yellow or red colors, here its higher numbers have the longer bars in there. Okay, so this is the data or over here. And the next one is the color scales. Okay, or we can do, so let's if I gonna go to, or this is the data bars over here, or for the color scales if I gonna select and we have like the this one, it sets cells from the red green depending on the value in there, and you can immediately spot which months prefer or perform like the better. And the next one is the icon sets. So use arrow or also the traffic and lights to stars. So in a project status or like status sheets, so you can use like the something like the icon sets or checks for complete, yellow or exclamations for pending, or red cross for the overdue. Okay, or if I'm gonna select like that this one, and let's say condition, or let's say the icon sets, and now you can see the top or this or highlighted with the that's one, or this is the or two or like three traffic lights over there. Okay, so like, and if I'm gonna go to, and this is the top is like something like this one, or indicators like over here. And also if I'm gonna go to, and this is for the examples, and this is the top, and this is the downs in there. So conditional formatting makes data analysis much faster and more visuals. And now let's combine everything we have learned into creating a clean and professional's worksheet. Okay, so and before that, so let's takes out all or clear all the conditions by, or we can do like, if I gonna go to over here, and let's go to and clear all rules from the selectors, and that's it, we don't have like the this one. So now we want to work with like this worksheet, so we can do, so let's make it the bold, and we have already make it the bold, and let's make it little bit the or font sizes, and we can make it in the centers alignments in there. And the data, so uniform fonts or is consistent number formatting. So like here, if I'm gonna make it with the currency, let's say we're gonna use this one as the currency, or decrease the over here, and say if I'm gonna use this one again the currency, and that's it, and let's decrease the decimals. Okay, and the next one is the border and settings. So we can do select the data range, and we can use the sparingly to structure data with the all borders, and that's it. Or before that, so let's make it the another colors to show up as the data sheets, and that's it over there. And the highlights important cells. Okay, so like here, or before that, so let's make it the auto fits over here like that, that's one. And the next thing is, so let's use the top sales product with over here. So for that, let's select it, use the conditional formatting, top bottoms or top 10 items we can say. So let's say we're gonna want to use the 5 or cells over here, and that's it with the red colors. Okay, so and that's it. And the another one is the crazy pants. So keep your readers visuals while scrolling like this way. So we can do select it and go to the, or we can go to the view over here and use the frizzy pants, and frizzy pants with the for top row, and that's it. Now it comes with like this way. Okay, so and that's it, and we have like with the frizzy pants. So let's recap or also what we have learned. Like we have learned with, so how to create or formatting the cells with the, like we have columns and also the rows in there, and this is, so now your or your table is not only functionals but also looks like a polished business reports. So great work. In these lessons we have covered like basic cells formattings like fonts, colors and borders, and align text and numbers, and adjusting the like row and heights and columns with or width, and applying number formats including like currency, and also the dates and percentage, and use the conditions formatting to make data dynamics and visuals. So creating professional polished worksheets. So formatting may seem or cosmetics, but it's actually essential for communications. A well format sheets makes your work stands out and ensure your data tells a clear story. So in our next lessons, we'll move on to even more advanced Excel features. But before that, take a few minutes to practice formattings on your own datasets and try formattings a budget and attendance sheets or a sales report. Welcome to Lessons 9 of our Excel course, Creating Charts and Graphics in Excel. Data is powerful, but raw numbers are often difficult to interpret. This is where charts and graphs becomes essentials. With the right visualizations, you can transform a simple datasets into a clear story that highlights patterns, trends, and insight. In these lessons, we will cover the fundamentals of creating charts, explore different charts types, customize them for clarity, and learn how to present data visually for maximum impact. By the end, you will be able to build and format charts in Excel with confidence. Okay, so uh, first let's understand what a chart is. Okay, so like a chart is a visual representations of data. Instead of reading through hundreds of numbers in a table, charts helps summarize them at a glance. So in Excel, you can create like column charts, and this is for the comparisons, and for the line charts. So this is for trends over time, and pie charts for preparations, and bar charts is for horizontal comparisons. So this is like you can compare, this is similar as the columns, and the area charts like scatter plots and many more. Okay, so for example, like imagine you have monthly sales data for a small business. Instead of looking at the raw sales tables, line charts immediately shows whether sales are increasing, decreasing, or seasonals, and you can go to with these data sets and create the charts. Okay, so first one is like the preparing data for charts. So like before creating any charts, your data must be organized. Like here, make sure your data has the clear headers, and like here a month in the column A, or like sales in the column B, and always avoid blank rows or merged cells in your data sets. Okay, so and ensure numbers are formatted like the properly, like you can use the currency, percentage, and also the etc. And like here, let's say you have these tables like column A with the months like January to December, and column B is monthly sales value. So this data is perfectly structured for charts. And now let's create your first charts. And like you need to do, and like select your data range. So for example, let's select the A1 to B or 13s, like, or we can just select it like the B13, and go to the insert tabs on the ribbon, and under the charts group, so you will find and choose the charts group over here, or let's go to the charts group. And here you have also the recommended charts, and from the all charts choose the insert charts and use the insert columns and also the bar chart. Okay, so here we have the column charts like cluster column, stack columns, and different chart styles with the column charts. So, and like here, let's say, or we gonna want to use the cluster column charts. So here Excel instantly generate a chart. So when you click over, at this point you can move or resize charts anywhere on your worksheet. So when you click on the OK, and now you can move like how do you want to use it. So, and that's it over here. So now here we have used like the sales data, and we inserted a column charts in here, and you can immediately see which month perform best and which performs the worst. So like here in the August month or August month, so here or like the December month, so here is performance is to the high. Okay, so and that's it with the column charts. And now let's move into exploring different chart types. So for that, so let's make it little bit, or let's resize it, and I can keep it like this one, and let's say, or let's use it like that's one, and that's it. So this is we can call, so this is the column charts. Okay, so let's go with, and let's say we're gonna go to with the column chart. So let's say the column chart. Okay, and that's it. And now our Excel offers many chart types, or is serving a unique purpose. So let's explore the most useful one. So here like you can go, or we have like this one. So like the column charts, and this is best for the comparing categories, like compare sales by product category like electronics, clothing, and the home go, or also the home goods. Okay, and the line charts is best for showing data trends over the times. So if I gonna now let's use the line charts, or if I gonna now select this one with the hold the or control key and selecting the profit. Now go to the insert tabs and click on the all charts, and now select here, this is the recommended one. You can go through with the line charts, or let's go through with over here, and that's it. So here we have now or create line charts with this data. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's little bit zoom or zoom out from here, or I can go to, or let's undo it for now, and let's resize it, and that's it. We have the simple styles, just create with the there's one with the column or with here the or line charts in there. Okay, or what can I do? So let's select like the one, and or go to like over here, and let's select it, or go to again the inserts, use the line charts, or let's go to, or we have the these line charts, and that's it. So now delete it for like that's one, and that's it. We have like the that's charts. Okay, and now the pie charts. So these pie charts best for showing parts of the whole. Okay, so like here you can compare with the there's one, like you can also market share of different smartphone brands. You can go to or use the simple example. So let's say we're gonna want to use compare with like let's say the few months with the sales over here. Go to the inserts. Now let's select the pie charts, and that's it. We have the pie charts over there. Okay, so and that's it. We have the pie charts, and the another one is the scatter plots. Okay, so scatter plots best for showing relationships between two variables, like plotting study like hour or hours or verse or examples, like if you want to use, or let's say we want to compare like the scatter charts with the sales and profits. So let's select until the July, go to the inserts, and this times let's select it, or we can now find it with the difference one. So like this is the simple one, you can see, or this is our the compare one, or this is the recommended charts, or go to the all charts and select from the scatter like the XY, and here we got it like that. That's one. So let's say if I gonna go to and let's select like that, that's one, or you can see like there this one, and then just hit on the OK. Okay, so and here we got it with the like with the scatter plots. And now let's uh, move it over, and here we have the scatter or plots. So now let's go to the area charts. So best for or cumulative data over times. Like if I gonna go to with this data, let's say with the over here, let's go to the inserts and go to the area charts. Let's go to all charts. So here we have the recommended one also. So go to over here, and let's say if I gonna go to with the area charts, and that's it with the area chart or stacked area, and here we got these charts. Okay, so each times you pick charts, and you can also ask yourselves, what story do I want my data to tell? Okay, so choose from the best one or the best charts you want to use, or you can go to the insert tabs and use the or recommended charts to work with. Okay, so once like a charts is created, like customizations makes it professionals and easier to understand. So here are the key customizations tools. The first one is, so let's little bit zoom in over here, the chart titles. So like you can or like rename it clearly. Examples, so let's say we can go ahead and let's say the monthly sales, or instead of the sales we can say the monthly, say the sales in 2025 in there. And also let's zoom in little bit again, and axis titles. So label your X and Y axis. So example, so let's go to or let's click over here, and we want to use the axis titles over here, and there's it, or use here the axis titles like over here. And let's say, so this is the month, or month on the horizontal or axis, and sales, or like here the, or we can say this is, or we can go with over here, and let's say we're gonna use the month, and here let's say the or axis over here, and let's say, so again, so this is called the sales. So let's say the sales and use the UST like the this one. Okay, and the next one is the axis titles. We can say here, and let's say this is the month on the verticals. Okay, so and that's it with the name. And another thing is, so let's use the legends. So legends moves or hide legends for the clarity. So if I gonna now click on the tabs and use over here and go to the legends, so now you can see we use the legends over here. Or if I do have like the another charts like the this one, and we want to use like the legends, and now that here we have these legends, like the is or names or symbolized with the different colors. Okay, next one is the or colors. So use the consistent and professionals color, and avoid unnecessary rainbows colors. Okay, and the next one is the data labels. Okay, so here if I gonna go to and let's click on the data labels, so add exact values to each columns or the point. And the another star or another one is the style chart or chart style. By selecting use the chart design, use built-in style under the chart chart designs. So let's say if I gonna use these chart styles, or let's go with the there's one and over here, or let's select like the there's one, and now that we can have the different styles in there. Okay, so and that's it. Or you can do over here, and we have changed here the monthly sales in 2000s or 20 or 5, or we can do, so let's change here the 2025 sales performance. So let's say here and let's say the performance, and let's say we have over here, and we have add the axis labels and change the bar colors to consist the blue plates over here, and this transforms a plain charts into a polished presentations ready graphic. Okay, so now Excel also include advanced charting features, like there's also the combo charts. So combine two charts types. So example, let's or sales or shows like sales as columns and profit margin. So if I gonna select like until like that, that's one, go to the inserts, and now go to the over here, and like the charts types, here we have the difference one. If I gonna go to, and this is, let's go to and use the combo charts. Okay, so here if I use like that, that's one, the sales is or use the cluster, and profit is comes with the line charts. Okay, and also the secondary axis like useful when comparing datasets with different scales. Like if I gonna click over, and now you can see the secondary axis is checked with, and like solar or sales in dollar versus number in the unit sold, like you can do. Or let's go to the another one, or if I gonna go to the unit sold, or we can keep it like the sales versus the profit like that, there's one, and then just use it over here, and that's it. Okay, and also now let's change here the there's one, or let's say the or sales performance, or let's do 2025 sales. If I gonna use the sales performance, and that's it. Okay, and also the another thing is the trends line. So over here, go to, and also this adds a line that shows the overall directions of data. So we can go to the sales, and that's it. So like here we have the trends line, and also highlight upward sales growth. Okay, and another thing is the spark line, and 10 charts within a single cells useful for dashboard. So if I gonna now go to the like, let's go to and use the inserts, and you'll find the sparks lines over here. If you do have like, let's let it, let's use the spark line, and that's it. Or let's use it the set locations over here, or let's go with over here, and now that's it. We have the sparks lines over here. Or if I gonna go to, or if I select like, or let's select it over here, and now go to again the inserts, use the spark line, and let's say we're gonna use the locations over here, and that's it with the sparks line in there. Okay, and this we have take the sales and profit, or also we can go to the sales, profit, and unit or sold or unit sold. So by creating a combo charts in there, so with columns for sales and lines for like the profit, and with columns for like here or with the margin, we can analyze both together. Okay, so and that's it. Now creating chart is not only about Excel like the mechanic, but also about like our communications. So here are the best practice. Like the first one is keep it simple and avoid the clutter and to my many charts elements like this way, and use the right charts. So don't use pie charts for too many categories. So like here I have the only the few categories I use it. But if I change here, let's go to the chart designs. If I go to and let's select the more like the this one, so how it will comes I'll show you. So you cannot see in there very easily. So remember, keep it like the or keep it simples in there. Okay, and also highlight the insight, like emphasize the key takeaway with colors or like annoto or like annotated or annotations. And the another one is be consist. So if you're showing multiple charts, use similar colors and styles over here. And also tell a story. Every chart should answers a questions or support a points. Okay, so and that's it. Now let's recap what we learned in these lessons. The first one is like chart turn raw numbers into the visual stories, and data preparations is critical before creating charts. And Excel offers many chart types like the column charts and also the line charts. We find here also like the bar charts, scatter charts, and more. And customizations improves reliability and the professionalisms. And advanced features like the combo charts or trends lines and spark lines makes your charts more powerful. And always follow design based practice to ensure clarity. So now that you have mastered charts and graphs, and you will be able to present your data in way that are engaging and insightful. In the next lessons, we'll dive into like, or we can go to the pivot tables or data analysis tools, which will build on these visualization skills. Welcome to lessons 10 of our Excel course. In these sessions, we'll be diving into one of the most powerful features in Excel, pivot tables. Pivot tables allows you to quickly summarize, analyze, and explore large data sets without writing complex formulas. Okay, so by the end of these lessons, you will be able to like create pivot tables from rows data, summarize and filter informations dynamically, perform quick aggregations like totals, average, and counts, and create pivot charts for visualizations, and apply basics data analysis techniques using pivot tables. So let's get started with our datasets and work step by steps. And before we build pivot tables, so let's take a look at the datasets with the Excel, and we'll use in these lessons. Okay, so like imagine we are analyzing sales data for an e-commerce company, and our dataset has the following columns like order ID, date, customer, regions, category, product, quantity, unit price, and also the total sales. Okay, so and here we have there's one, and here we will use these data sets throughout the lessons to build pivot tables and perform the analysis. So you can use your own data sets and go with me with creating the pivot tables. So let's start with like the questions. What is a pivot table? Like pivot table is like a smart summary table. It lets you take a large amount of raw data and recognize it into meaningful summaries. So instead of scrolling through thousands of rows, you can answer questions like which products had the highest sales, and also how many orders comes from the each regions, and what is the average sales per customers in there. So let's create our first pivot table together. So let's start with creating a pivot tables. So the first step is select your datasets or click anywhere inside the datasets, then go to the top menu or top ribbons and top menu and click on the inserts, and from there choose the pivot tables. Okay, and also we can create this one as the tables. Okay, so let's create click on the Ctrl plus T, and that's it, we have these tables, and then just or use it. So now that it comes with these tables, we can now choose here's the names. So let's say we can give here this one, or like this is our the company, like e-commerce company sales data. So let's say we're gonna use this one, the sales, or let's say the sales data. These are tables names, and also the data is name. Now the step 2 is choose the locations for the pivot tables, or before that go to again the inserts and click on the pivot tables, or we can do so let's select it from here, go to the pivot tables, and now that here it's selected our table or range, here we have named it like sales data, this are tables name, and choose where you want the pivot table to be placed. Okay, so Excel will ask every time if you want to place the pivot table on a new worksheet or the existing worksheet. For clarity, so let's select the new worksheet and now click on the OK. So, and now that here we are in the blank pivot tables, and now the steps 3 is build the pivot tables. So on the right hand side you'll see the pivot tables field list. So here you can drag and drop fields into the different area. So like here we have the areas like the filters, columns, rows and values. So for example, let's see the total sales by the regions, or we need to do so drag the regions into the rows area, and now drag the total sales to the values area. So now Excel instantly shows us tables where each region's sales are summarized. Okay, so for instance like East, it has the or like the 3400, and for the West it is the 600, and for the North it is now total sums or sum of the total sales is the 200. So and before that, so let's make it with the name, and let's go with, and let's say that this is the regions. Okay, so this means each regions like generated the highest sales in our data set so far. Okay, and if I'm gonna now go to, and it's very hurtful to find out so how many or highest or sales value if you have the long data set. Okay, and the also Pivot table are not just about the total, they can calculate like counts, average, and more. So now average sales for the per order. So for this, so let's drag the customer's name into the rows area, and that's it. And now drag the total sales into the values areas over here, and we have already used over here, and that's it. And also by default Excel shows the sum. Okay, so like here this is the total sums, or let's text out for like the this one, we can do remove the field. Okay, and now click the drop down, or we can just do drop down or over here and say the value field settings, and from there let's just here something, and if I'm gonna go to, let's say, the average, and then just hit on the OK. So now or we can see the average sales amounts for the per customers. So and that's it in there. So now you can compare with from here. Okay, and now also next go to the another examples, and let's say if I use the quantity of product sold by the categories, and for that if I gonna now remove the fields like the all fields for now, and now let's do, or we gonna drag the category to the rows area and drag the quantity into the values area. So this will display total quantities sold in each categories. So like here we have the clothing, sum of the quantity is like the 10, and before that, so let's change here the name. Let's say this is the category, and let's go with the categories in there. Okay, so within seconds we have answers to questions like which category sells the most units, and if I'm gonna go to the main sectors, so here you need to do one by one, like plus it or at it, like here for electronics, so if it is the 5 and furniture is 5 and clothing is the 10s, so here we have like the that's one. Okay, now let's move into the filtering and sorting pivot tables. Pivot tables allows us to filter and focus on specific data. So for example, filtering by the regions. Okay, so now drag the filters area or the regions into the filters areas, and now you will see the drop down above or a drop down above the tables where we can select like the east, west, or north and west, or also the etc. So this also are or allows us to isolate cells for a single regions. Okay, so here if I'm gonna now let's select something, the select multiples, or let's say the only the east. So here we have only the east or east data with the electronics. If I'm gonna now go to the north and east, so just check with and hit on the OK. So now that here we have like the these two data according to the regions, but if I'm gonna now go to only the E or north and west, and that's it, here we have the different data. Okay, so and that is or that is over here, or now let's also select all of them, and that's it, here we have these numbers. And also you can shorts, or you can also right click on the columns and just like if I'm gonna go to, and you can find the here like largest to smallest. So if I'm gonna go to, or we can shorts out from here like go to, or what can I do, so let's go to, and here with the short options in there, or what can I do, so if I'm gonna go to the sales over here, and that's it in there. Okay, so Now, and that's it. So we have worked over here. Let's go to the design tabs, and that's here we have the option, or like we have the this one, like sum of the total sales we have added into the values. Okay, or to quickly find the top performing categories or the customs by using or use the short things out. So for example, so let's go to and use the short J or G to A, and that's it, or like here the G to A or A to G. So and that's it, we have changed or find like the that's one. And the another thing is grouping data in pivot tables. So grouping is powerful when working with dates or also the range. So now let's go to the examples like sales by the month. So drag the date into the rows areas, and now our Excel's list individuals dates, but we can group them. So we can just do it, or we can just right clicking over here and use the or choose the choose or like the group over here. And now let's select the month, and now that we can just select it over here the month, and also now the pivot or pivot table summarize sales by month instead of the day, like here the January and also the January. Okay, or what can I do? So let's move into the categories into the rows area, and that's it from here, or and that's it. So this is very useful for trend analysis. Okay, so or if I'm gonna select the product into the or the rows, and that's it, we have the rows or we have the product into the column. Okay, so now let's move into the pivot charts. Like numbers are powerful, but charts makes analysis more visuals. Okay, so before that, so let's take out something like remove over here, or if I gonna remove for like the that's one. So now or with your pivot table select and go to the, or you can go to the inserts and use the pivot charts. Okay, so click over here, or let's create a column chart showing sales by the category, and go to the pivot charts, and that's it. So or here if I'm gonna select the column charts, and that's it. So these charts automatically update if your filters or rearrange the pivot tables. So pivot charts gives you interactive dashboard instantly. Like if I'm gonna now select the or filter out like furniture and electronics, and their seats is now instantly changed over here. Or if I'm gonna now select only the furniture and clothing, and their seats with the furniture and clothings in there. Okay, so and that's it. Or now let's or select it all of them, and that's it here with our examples. Or let's say we want to use the east and north, and here when we changed we got the different result with the charts. Okay, so for now let's select the all and then or use it, and that's it, we have this result. Okay, and pivot tables can also help us with the simple business insights. So for example, so which regions contribute the most of the revenue? So we can do use the regions into the, or we can use to the rows area, and totals sales into the values areas over here. Okay, so which category has the highest average, like the unit prices? So for this use categories in rows, and also here an unit price. So let's go to an unit price into the values, and That's it. So now let's make it the value field settings, and now this time we want to use for the average. Okay, so and that's it with this result. So average of unit price in for the each product. Okay, and also which customers are top buyers. So we can do customers into the or like let's move into the or like the rows areas over here, and also total sales into the values area, then shorts like the descending, and also the or if I gonna make it or let's go with or we gonna want to use shorts by like A to G, and that's it with our here. Okay, so and that's it. By answering such questions you can turn raw data into insights in minutes. Okay, so and let's move into the hands-on mini project. So or like let's do many projects together. So the first one is or which product or the analyze these data sets to answer three questions. Like first one is which product category generate the most total sales, or for that so that takes out like the customers, and that sits with the regions and also categories, or which region showed the highest number of the product. Okay, so and that's it. Or what is the average sales amounts per order in the January. For that you need to add it into the like the rows area, and that sits in there. Okay, and so for that so here we have the solutions. Like the electronics had the highest sales, like you can find into the there, and east regions, so like here, and this is the sold most unit, so this is the unit price and sold out, like you can compare over here, and this is the highest one, and the average sales amounts per order in like the January, it was you can find, so like that one or $1,200, or like we can use like the this one, and this is the 120. So these demonstrations or this demonstrates how pivot tables can quickly answer important business questions. Okay, so great working or great work completing in lessons 10. Today you learn like how to create pivot tables from raw data, summarize using totals, average and also the counts, and apply the filters, sortings and groupings, and visualize result with the pivot charts, and perform basics data analysis or analysis with real business insightfuls. Okay, so in the next lessons we built in this by exploring advanced data analysis tools in Excel like sliders, conditional formatting and dashboard. So keep practicing and pivot tables with different data sets, because the more you see or more you use them, the faster you will uncover insights.
Lecture 3.3: Accountability in Autonomous Warfare, Exploring Legal and Moral Gaps in Responsibility. Here we are going to examine challenges and responsibility in modern conflict. Welcome. Let's dive into it. This lecture examines the complex issues surrounding accountability in autonomous warfare. We will explore the challenges posed by autonomous weapons, legal and ethical gaps, and the evolving responsibility landscape in modern conflict. Here is a quick glance at our agenda. Our discussion will cover the introduction to autonomous warfare and its accountability challenges, layers of accountability among stakeholders, legal gaps in current frameworks, ethical and moral considerations, and proposals for rethinking accountability in future conflicts. Introduction. Understanding autonomous warfare requires defining autonomous weapons and their capabilities. We will also assess the complexities of accountability and the chain of responsibility involved in deploying these systems. Let's do a bit of revision before we move on. Defining autonomous weapons and their capabilities. Autonomous weapons are systems that can select and engage targets without human intervention. Their capabilities vary from limited automation to fully independent decision-making, raising significant accountability questions. We covered these in our previous lectures. Overview of accountability complexities. Accountability in autonomous warfare is complicated by the diffusion of responsibility across developers, commanders, and political leaders, as well as the unpredictable behavior of artificial intelligence systems. Let's look at the chain of responsibility in autonomous systems. The chain of responsibility examines who is accountable at various stages, from design and programming to deployment and operational decisions made by autonomous systems. You will find that there are layers of accountability in autonomous weapon deployment. Accountability involves multiple actors, including developers, military commanders, and political leaders. Each has distinct roles that contribute to oversight and responsibility in autonomous weapon usage. Let's start with the role and responsibility of developers and engineers. Developers and engineers are responsible for ensuring that autonomous systems operate reliably and ethically, including embedding safeguards and minimizing risks of malfunction or misuse. And then we have military commanders, oversight and decision making. Military commanders bear responsibility for operational decisions involving autonomous systems, including deployment choices, rules of engagement, and accountability for outcomes. As mentioned briefly in an earlier lecture, there are legal gaps in current legal frameworks. Current international and domestic legal frameworks face limitations in addressing autonomous warfare, resulting in potential gaps in assigning clear legal accountability. And what are the limitations of existing international and domestic laws? Existing laws were not designed for artificial intelligence and autonomous systems, leading to challenges in enforcement, interpretation, and applicability in autonomous warfare scenarios. This then brings us to the concept of a responsibility vacuum. The responsibility vacuum describes a situation where no individual or entity can be clearly held accountable due to the autonomous nature of weapon systems and the complexity of their operation. So, we come to the idea of potential for legal personhood of artificial intelligence systems. Some scholars propose granting automatic systems and artificial intelligence systems a form of legal personhood to address accountability gaps, raising complex questions about rights, obligations, and liability. Ethical and moral considerations. Ethical dilemmas arise when assigning responsibility in autonomous warfare, especially regarding unintended harm, justice, deterrence, and the broader societal impact of autonomous decision making. There are moral dilemmas in assigning responsibility. Determining moral responsibility is difficult when autonomous systems act unpredictably or outside human control, complicating notions of accountability and blame. One serious concern is the impact of unintended harm on justice and deterrence. Unintended harm caused by autonomous weapons challenges traditional justice frameworks and raises concerns about their deterrence effectiveness and ethical use in warfare. And what are the societal implications of autonomous decision making? The integration of autonomous systems in warfare prompts reflection on societal values, trust in technology, and the future role of humans in life or death decisions. We have to ponder this. Here is to rethinking accountability, weapons, tools, or agents. Let's look at debates on whether artificial intelligence systems should be considered mere weapons, tools, or autonomous agents, and explore proposals for legal reform to ensure effective accountability in future conflicts. So here is the tough debate: AI systems as weapons, tools, or agents. The classification of AI systems influences how responsibility is assigned. Viewing them as agents acknowledges autonomy but complicates accountability, while seeing them as tools emphasizes human control. Proposal for comprehensive legal reform. Experts suggest updating international law to address AI-specific challenges, including clearer accountability standards, regulatory frameworks, and mechanisms for oversight and enforcement. Ensuring effective accountability in future warfare. Combining technological safeguards, legal reform, and ethical guidelines is essential to maintain accountability, uphold justice, and prevent misuse of autonomous weapons in the future. Conclusion: autonomous warfare raises significant legal and moral challenges in accountability. Addressing these requires a multifaceted approach involving legal innovation, ethical consideration, and clear responsibility across all actors. This marks the end of Lecture 3.3. Up next is Lecture 3.1.
And if you switch to outline view,
Rhythmic targeting. It is surely an interesting but serious topic of discussion. Let's meet and engage with it. Until then, best wishes.
content flow before focusing on visuals. So, and that's it or there. Okay. So now let's move into the normal view. And below the main slides you'll find the note pens. Okay, so notes pen, and this is where you can add speaker notes, so helpful for when you are presenting slides or recording narrations. So like here, for example, if a slide has only a charts like that, this one, you can type something. So let's say the explain, let's say the explain that sales increased by let's say by 20%, if I'm gonna say for the example, and due to like say that due to holiday promotions. Okay, so like there's ones, and this notes does or don't appears to your audience but serves as your or as your talking guide. Okay, so and that's it. And next one is the status bar, and the view controls like at the bottoms of the PowerPoint you'll see the status bar like at the bottoms over here. So here you'll find like the slide numbers in there, and also you find here the design themes informations and quick access to language and zoom options in there. So like here you can go to over here, this is over like this one, and here you can like these options, or go to, or you can find the no spelling errors in there, or you can use the zoom in or zoom out sliders in there. Okay, and also on the right you'll see the like view controls, or you can toggles between normal and also the slide shutters and also the reading view in there. So like here if I'm gonna use the slide shutters, it comes like this way. Let's go to the views, and like this is the reading views over there. Okay, so or slideshow, and this is the reading view. You can find like the there's one. And like for example, if you want to check the flow of your slide quickly, switch to the slide shutters view, and you see all slides in thumbnails format for easy recordings. Okay, so and that's it for now. Now let's move into the normal view, and if we're gonna go to, and let's go to with the normal view, and there's it with the normal view. So and another one is the backstage view, and this is the finally, or this is the final one. So let's look at the backstage view. Okay, so click on the file tabs on the left top corner, and here you see enter a different workspace. So this is where you like create a new project or new presentations, and open also the existing one and save, and also like you can use the save, print and export your files over here. So like if I'm gonna go to over here and access presentations properties and options. So for example, if I want to create a new one, just simply click on the from here. You can choose your pre-designed one, or go or start from the scratch or blank presentations. So let's say if I'm gonna go to the from here pre-designed templates, so let's say the scientific discovery, or let's just click over here, and here we moved in there. So and that's it in there. And the another one is like for example, if you want to save your presentations as a PDF, you will do that there or here under the export. So let's go to our file, and let's say the export, and from there, so let's choose like create PDF or XPS documents. Okay, so let's say there's one, or let's go to the create PDF, and there's it, and here you can give here the name. So let's say the scientific discovery and publish it. Okay, so and that's it with the simple examples with the PDF. And now let's move into the like we can now move into the practice activities. So however we are also discussing about our different interface. So now let's do a quick practice. So we can do open a new blank and presentations, and try to following this, like go to over here, and also add 3 new slides from the home tabs by right clicking, use the new slide, or click on the new slides, and you can go to the blank one. Same way, and now that we have the 3 blanks or slides, so insert a charts
by using the insert tabs and go to the charts. And now let's use the another charts like pie charts and then open it. So now let's modify as the little bit. So this is the first quarters, second quarters, third quarters, or we can say the sales, like let's say the 9, and let's say if I'm gonna go to the or like the 7, something like that. This one, let's say the 6, and if I'm gonna go to, so this is the 4. Okay, so and that's it. We have these charts over here, and the another one is, let's change the themes for from the design tabs by going to, or before that, so let's close it like that. That's one. Let's say we're gonna want to use another, or let's say if I'm gonna go to the another themes, like let's go ahead to make it the more appealing for our presentations, and that's it for now. Okay, now let's add a note under of your slide. So simply we can do, so let's go to the notes over here, and also you can add here. So this is the graph of, or let's say the graph of our sales, or like let's say the last month sales. Okay, so and that's it. So here, so these small steps will help you feel comfortable moving around the interface. Okay, so and that's it with the simple examples and with the interface. And to recap, so let's move what we have learned in today's lessons. So you learn about the main PowerPoint workspace, and you export the ribbon, quick access toolbar, or like also the slides panes, note panes, and also the status bar. And also you discover how backstage view works in there, and you practice moving around the interface with hands-on examples. So in our next lessons, we'll move from exploring the interface into designing effective slides, where you'll start building visuals engaging presentations. So great work today, and I will see you in the next lessons.
Welcome to Lessons 12, working with slides, layouts, and themes in PowerPoint. In these lessons, we are going to explore how to create visually appealing, professionals looking presentations by mastering three essential elements like slides, layouts, and themes. So by the end of these lessons, you will be able to like insert and manage slides efficiently, and choose the customized layouts for your content, and create visually appealing well structured presentations, or like apply the modified themes to give your presentations a consistent and polished look. So let's dive right in. So, and now let's move into the PowerPoint, and now let's start with the slides. So let's go to the blank presentations to go ahead. And slides are the building blocks of PowerPoint presentations. So let's start with the basics. So the first one is inserting the new slides. You can insert a slide by right clicking or clicking on the slide on or the ribbon under the home tabs, and also, and now here you will notice PowerPoints offer different slides layout when you are or add a new slides like the title slides, title and content, section header, to content, and also the comparisons, title only, content with captions, and picture with captions, and also the blank one. So for example, if you are making a presentations on a digital marketing, your first slide might be like the title slide. So like let's click over here, and this is the first one. So let's say, or before that, so let's delete it the first one, and let's say the title, if I gonna write here and say the introductions to digital marketing. Okay, so let's go with and say the digital marketing, let's say. And the second slide could be the titles and the contents layout, or like, or the, or if I'm gonna go to right click and use the new slide. So here you can use like where layout, or like where you list bullet points about marketing channels in the second slide. Okay, so and there you can use it in there. Okay, so and now like, or you can easily duplicate the slide. So right click on the slide thumbnails like that, there's one, and also in the left hand panes to reorder, or you can just select it and also select the duplicate slide. Okay, so this is useful when you want to keep the same design but change the text. Okay, so like here, if I gonna now, let's right click over here, or if I gonna now change here the different styles, so let's make it the another font points, like let's go with let's say the Arial black. Now same font I want to use in the second slide. So for that we, or I can easily duplicate it by right clicking and select the duplicate slide. So now you can change here the second slides, or you can change here the text. So like here, so this is the second slide. For the example, I'm using the simple text over there. And the another thing, so let's make it the another slides for, or like this is the third slide for, let's go with over here. And so now you can drag and drop slides thumbnails in the left hand, depends on the reorder them by easily like use this one. So this helps you refine the flow of your presentations. Okay, so like that, that's one. So how do you want to use, just easily select it and move you like how do you want. And also you can delete the slide. So if you want to delete the slide, like if I want to delete the third slide, simply like right clicking over here and select the delete slide, or just press the delete on your keyboard like here, and we have deleted. Or let's undo it again with the Ctrl+G, and now right click and select the delete slide, and now it's deleted. So always keep your slide concise. A single slide should focus on one key idea, so overloading slides makes them harder for your audience or follow. Okay, so and here we are working with the slide, and now that we understand how slides work, let's look at slides layout. So first, what is a slide layout? Like a layout determines how text, images, charts, or other objects are arranged on a slide. So for example, if I'm gonna go to or use the new slide, and it comes over here, or let's go to the new slide, and here you can see like our titles and like the content layout gives you a little box at the top and large content box below. So click over here. Now you can see that there's one, or I can change this slide as the difference layout by selecting and give here, or we can just right clicking over here and go to the layout, or you can use the titles and contents, or you can go to the home tabs and select the layout, and you can change also these options. Okay, so here you can now see we have the little box, or let's go to over here go to the this one, this is the title slides, and this is the title and content slides. Okay, so here we have the title box at the top and large content box and the below. So now let's move into the applying layouts. So right click on a slide and let's choose the layout and choose the design that best fits your content. So the first one is like the title slide. This is for like the project name, and also the right click and let's go to the layout, and for the comparisons layout to show before and also after result, you can select like over here, so whatever it was. And the next one is, if I say the to contents layout, so this is for side by side visuals. Okay, so that's it. Or you might, or you can manually adjust placeholders by dragging, or also the resizings like and or adding the new text boxes over here. So like here I have like the this one, so if I gonna now resize like the this way, so and that's it. So now I can do, so let's make it the another one, so I can easily, or let's make it the another, or make it the duplicate this one by holding the Alt key, and that's it. Or we can just make it the duplicate it, and here we have like the difference or the another text boxes in there. Okay, so here, and also or we have like the this one, so this is the text over here, or like if I'm gonna say the text, and that's it. So now let's use the another one and hold the Control key, and that's it. We have the another text with the these options. You can insert image, shapes and icons to support your contents. So for example, let's insert a simple stock images from our PowerPoint presentations. So from here, let's choose, and if I'm gonna go to like, let's say we're gonna want to use the outdoors like this one, and let's say we can just select it like the this one, and now that's here we have added the this one. Or if I'm gonna use the another, or like if I want to use the another, or like the this or contents, I can do by using the inserting options over here. So let's go to the inserts, and let's go to the pictures, stock images, and now let's say I can use the another one and just select it, or I can do, so let's go ahead and select like the this one and just insert it. Okay, so now it's inserting image into our PowerPoint. So now that here we have resize it and keep it, so where do, or where I can use it for the PowerPoint. Okay, so that's it. And also best practices for the layout. So we can use consistent layouts throughout your presentations to avoid visual confusions, and also always use, or let's try with the blank layout like the this one. If I'm gonna go to when you want full creative control, and keep in our mind that different layouts serve different purpose. So like here the title slide with over here, so this capture attentions, and also the content slide. So if you go to, and this is the content slide, so here to content, so this is, or these slides deliver informations. And also the section header, if I'm gonna go to, let's say the section header, so these headers are divided topics. So and also you can now create 5 slide presentations about your favorite hobby. Use list 3 different layout, like you can say. So if I'm gonna go to the new slide over here, so now first one is we can use the title slide first, or let's make it the another, or like if I gonna select it, let's make it the duplicate one. First one is, so let's go with the title slide, and the next one is we can go to the content slides over here, and the another one, so let's make it with the comprehensions slide. Okay, so now you can see we have the different layouts over here, so you can go ahead and use something about your favorite hobbies, like here you can add here. So let's say if I'm gonna go to like the favorite hobby, so let's go with the favorite hobby with these titles, and now you can as like the my hobby, like something, let's say, and let's go with the stock images. So I can go to the stock images over here. So let's say the play or reading book, so let's say the reading books over here. So now let's go to and select something like the there's one. So this is your the first contents over here, and the next one is there is the two, like the two slide or for the comprehensions. You can select one by one or yet the different pictures in there. Okay, so once your slides and layouts are ready, now the next step is applying themes. Okay, so like what is a themes? A themes is a set of colors, fonts, effects and backgrounds that create a unified design for your presentations. And PowerPoint comes with many built-in themes like lawn and also the retrospect and organics. So go to the design tabs and explore the gallery of the themes. So like here, once you take your cursors, is automatically or like instantly apply in your like in your canvas in the slides over here. So like here, if I gonna or if you are presenting a financial report, a clean and modern themes like lion, or if I gonna go to, let's say, if I say let's go with something from here, and let's say, so like the lawn gives a professional stance, but if you're making a presentations for a school project, you might choose a colorful playful themes, like you can say the whips. So if you're gonna go to something as the colorfuls, you can go ahead or use like the there's one for the school project. Okay, so and that's it. So you have the simple theme. So when I applied, now you can see it's apply to the all your slide instantly. Okay, so and that's it with the themes in there. And now also the customizing a theme. So click on the variant and to change colors and also the fonts effects within the theme. For example, you can also use blue tones, like if I'm gonna go to, or let's go to the variant over here, let's go with, and if you go to the blue tones over here for a corporate feel of warm tones for a creative presentations. So like here, if you're gonna go back and now you can see we have the different one. So let's say if I select the blue one and that's it, or like here this is the blue one, this blue variant, or if I'm gonna go to the another colors like the blue worm, so it comes like this way. Okay, so you can also change the font pairing like using the Calibri, and also or like you can say the Calibri are also the different one, or for body text and the or gorgeous for titles. So like here if I'm gonna go to and use the or this slide or this font, so it comes with, or again let's say if I say the another one, so let's say the Arials. So and that's it, we have the Arials font styles with over here. Okay, so and here now after or before that, you can also or after customizing, save your themes by clicking on the saved current themes over here. Or if I'm gonna go to and use the save current themes, or before that, so let's use the another colors. And if I'm gonna make it with over here, let's say, or I can go with like from here, let's go with over here, let's say, or so that's it here with the difference one. So now I want to change here the another font style, so let's go to and let's change here the another font style. So let's say we're gonna use the Arial rounded empty bold like over here. Now let's go with and let's say like the 60 font sizes. And now I want to save these themes by going to the slide or going to the over the designs, and now go to the here the themes and say go to and save current themes. Okay, so and this lets you reuse it future presentations to maintain brand and consistency. Okay, so let's say, so this is our this one, so let's say theme 1, let's say it, so this is the themes 2. Okay, so now let's go to the another blank presentations. Now let's go to the designs, and now I can easily use my theme, like I have just worked with like the theme 2, that's one. So now that here we have applied the or we have just work in there. Okay, so and so the best practices is sticks to one themes for consistency, and make sure the themes match your audience and also your purpose, and avoid overlay decorative themes for professionals or business presentations. Okay, so like there is the active suggestions for the learners, like take a plain presentations and apply to different themes. So like here, if I'm gonna go to the another themes, or let's say we can just go it over here, and let's change here the another color style. So let's say if I'm gonna go back, or you can go to the colors of here, you can easily customize from here. Or let's say if I'm gonna go to and that's it with the another themes over here. So and or also apply two different themes and observe how to or how the message and tones change. So ask yourself which themes better support your contents. Okay, so and there's this, or before you can change here the different font styles with the variant. So let's say we can change here the like let's use the this one or Arials, and let's go to the effects. You can have the different effects over here. So this is the or OFI or effects with the like the that's one, and that's it. Or let's go to and use the background styles. So now you can see we have the different background styles. By formatting background, you can have the different backgrounds in there. So like here, let's go with the these theme colors over here, or let's use the hide backgrounds, and that's it with the simple styles in there. So like if I'm gonna go to and that's it, or let's say the another one. Okay, so and that's it, and apply to all. And now that here we have added like the that's one. So and that's it. Now that you know how to use slides, layouts, and also themes, and now let's combine them effectively. So for that, so let's go to the new one, new blank presentations. So now let's start with the titles or title slides over here, or title slides like introducing your topics. Okay, so we can do so like here the PowerPoint presentation. So this is the topic, and let's say here we have like these topics over here, or like the this one presentations over here, or let's use the PowerPoint. This is our the topics, and the second slide, or this is the or we can use the layout to organize contents with over here, and logically like you can use the second slide by right clicking, use the new slide. So now here you can go to and organize to contents logically, bullets point for the lists, comparisons, slide for like analysis, and image focused layout for visuals. Okay, so if I'm gonna say the point number 1, something like that, this one, and this is the point 2, and you can add over here, let's use the point or 3. Okay, so like this is the example. So if I'm gonna use here the bullet points for or point for let's say the lists, for the example there's it's over here. Okay, so apply a themes that align with your purpose and professionals, educationals, or creatives. So like here, imagine you are preparing a business piece for a new apps. So now here we can go to and use the or like here, let's say the if I gonna go to the another effects, or let's go to the another themes. So let's say let's go with the over here, you can choose from there, or let's say with the there's one, and that's it. So now you can change the different variants, and if I'm gonna go to and let's use over here, so his variant you want to use. So for example, let's go to and select the simple variants over here. Okay, so that's it with here bullet point for this list, and we have the different or like the variants in there. And also the thing is we can do go to the here and go to the fonts. You can here make it like when I change over, now you can see it changes instantly over here. So like here if I'm gonna go to and now that if I'm gonna go to the Arial black, and that's it with the Arial blacks. Okay, so this way you can create and use your own styles over there. So this structure approach ensures clarity and professionalism. Okay, so that's it. Or before that you can change here the another or like the themes. So like you can try or play with the another theme, so which is the appropriate for you. Or let's say if I'm gonna go to with the there's one, and now that here we have the different theme or different theme styles just we have used in there. Okay, or like here we have the presentations, or let's say the presentations over here, and that's it. And also to wrap up, so you can slide our like foundations of your presentations, like you can do inserting duplicates and rearrange and delete theme or delete them as needed. And layouts determine how your content is arranged, and color and the right one match the informations your presentations. Okay, so if I'm gonna go to with the different colors, and let's say we can have like the this one, or let's go with, or let's say with the red violent experts or whatever. So let's say I can just go with the or the red or also the red orange. Okay, so that's it. So by combining these three slides, layouts, and themes, you can create engaging, visually appealing presentations that capture attentions and communicate ideas effectively. So in our next lessons, we'll explore animations and transitions to bring your slides to life. So great work today, and I encourage you to practice by creating a short presentations with at least 3 different layouts and 1 custom theme. See you in the next lessons. Welcome back to our PowerPoint Mastery course. In today's lesson 13, we'll dive into one of the most creatives and powerful parts of presentations: design, inserting images, shapes, and charts and media. Okay, so by the end of these lessons, and you will know how to insert and edit images from maximum visual effect, use shapes to highlight key ideas or design custom layouts, create charts to visualize data effectively, and add videos, audios, and other media to make your presentations interactive and engaging. So this lessons is practicals and hands-on. So open your PowerPoints and follow along with me as we build examples together. Okay, so to start it, these are like practicals. So let's move into the PowerPoint. So now that here we are in the PowerPoint, and let's start with the images. So and we can do, so let's start with the images over here. So images are one of the most important way to make your presentations visually engaging. And like to add a image, simply go to the insert tabs, or you can do simply when you do have the another layout. So let's go to the home tabs and click on the layout, use the titles and content. So now that here you can add the titles, and you can just, or you have the options to import the images. Like here we have the options like click over here and you can insert from your devices, or I can do, so let's delete it for this one. Now go to the insert tabs and click on the pictures. Okay, so our drop downs menu appears, and also like here you can just select or choose whether you want to insert from this device, stock images, online pictures. Okay, so for example, let's say I'm creating presentations about digital marketing. So, or I will insert an image of social media icons from my computers. So for that, let's go to this device, and let's say if I do have the social media icons, let's try to find out the social media icons like there's one I want to use, and then just hit on the inserts. Okay, so now once the image is on the slide, notice how PowerPoint gives you a new menu called the picture format. Okay, so here you can like resize is by dragging the corners, or hold down the control key, or like you can use the shift key to the better proportions over here. And also now let's move into, or we can just easily resize it over here. And now go to the crop. Okay, so to crop it or to focus on specific details, so like here, so this is crop your pictures to remove unwanted areas. So check out the drop down for more options such as cropping to a specific shapes or aspect ratios. Okay, so like here we have the crop or crop to shapes or aspect ratios. So you can select over here, or use the fill or use the fit. So let's say the fit, and now you can easily select it with the that's one, and then drag, or before let's undo it over here. And what can I do? I can just easily crop it with the unwanted parts, and then when everything is done, so click on the outside. So that's it, we have this, or like with this cropped, and we have our pictures. So now let's move into the pictures format, and under there you'll find the picture styles. So at picture styles, like you can find the shadows and frame or reflections. Okay, so like here you can see, so this is the reflect over here, and there you can see. Or if I'm gonna go to, or let's select the something, let's say if I'm gonna select from here the reflected rounded, or let's say the another one, or let's say go ahead with the that's one, and that's it. So now that here we have used with these styles, and so always use high quality images, avoid stretchings or pixelated images, as they can reduce professionalisms. Okay, so and that's it over here. So now let's resize it, and let's put in or keep it into the top or right corners. So now let's try practical examples, and we can do. So insert a stock images of an office workspace. By clicking over the inserts, go to the pictures and select the stock images. So like here, if I gonna go to, and let's say the office, the work, something, the workspace, or I'm gonna just try to find out this office workspace over here. So now let's say if I gonna go to select like that, there's one, and then just insert it. Okay, so now it's downloaded over here, and that's it. So now let's little bit round or resize it over here, and then apply a rounded corner. So if I'm gonna go to, and let's, you can see this is the compound frame, or what can I do? So if I'm gonna go to the rounded one, or this is the metal oval, or let's say if I'm gonna go to the soft, or let's say the rounded rectangles, or let's say the reflected, or if I'm gonna go to the centers rectangles, or this is the simple one, this is, or let's say the metal frame, or drop shadows rectangles, or let's say the rounded rectangles. Okay, so and that's it over here. So or you can use like this is the soft shadows over here. Okay, this instantly makes the slides looked polished. Okay, so and that's it over there. So this way you can make it, or you give here the difference effect. So if you gonna want to use, so like here if you're gonna go to our text, or like the that's one, or whatever you deserve, or let's say the soft edge rectangles, and that's it with these styles. So and that's it with the pictures. Now let's move into the inserting shapes. So shapes are incredibly or versatile in PowerPoint, or let's make it the another new slide, and let's say we want to use the shapes over here. So you can use them for design, for highlighting content, or even for creating custom diagrams. Okay, so to insert our shapes, simply we can do like go to the insert tabs again, and now click on the shapes, and also you will see the categories like the line, rectangles, basic shapes, block arrow, flowcharts, stars and banners, and also the actions buttons. Okay, so and they are the different symbols. So let's say we are making a slides about a process flow. Okay, so and for that I will insert the three rectangles and also place arrows between them. So if I'm gonna select like the rectangle first, let's use it over here, or before that, so let's delete these text boxes over here, and now I can do, so let's or make it the duplicate with the hold down the control key, and that's it. Or I can do, so let's move it over here, or let's go ahead, or let's use the another one. Okay, so and that's it. Or now let's move it to like the this one, or this is our these styles over here, or what can I do? So let's move it little bit over here. Okay, so now we can do, so let's or each rectangles present as steps, like we can say this is the research, let's say, or this is the research, and this is, or we can just say the create, and this is the publish. Okay, so notice that, so it's simple, it looks like the simple text boxes, but we want to make it the flowcharts. Or before that, so let's select all of them, and let's increase the font points to highlight it more. So like, let's go with the 40s, and that's it. So now, we can also go to or add the arrows by going to the inserts, go to the shapes, and let's add the arrow. Okay, so like here, arrow right, let's use it over here, or let's resize it, and that's it over here. I can make it the copy with the shift and make it, or let's what we can do, so let's make it with the hold the control key, and we can make it the duplicate one. Okay, so and that's it. So now, under the shapes format, also we can change the fill color to something branded like the blue, and we have the blue over here, and adjust the outline to make it stands out. So if I'm gonna make it the different stands or like over here, and that's it over here, or I can do at the same times all of them by selecting, and let's give here the same outlines over here, or I can increase the outline. So let's say, if I'm gonna go to, or let's go with like that, that's one, and same way I can do for like the these ones over here, or let's say we can do with the these styles, and that's it with the same styles. Okay, so now, or what we can do, or we can add a shapes effects like the shadows or the glow for all of them. So select of them, go to the shape and use the shape effects, and let's say we can make it the different effects from here, say reflections, or you can use the glow, or use the sharp edge or bevels. So let's say we're gonna use the another bevel styles over here, let's say, or go with the that's one. Okay, so, and use consistent colors for shapes to match your themes. So if I gonna now, let us make it little bits into the over here, and that's it. Or before, what we can do, we can select all of them, and let's change here the another fill colors to highlight it, or let's say we can make it with the more colors fields, and let's say if I gonna go to over here, let's go with like the this one, and that's it with these styles over here. Now select these arrows, and now let's change here the different fill colors. Okay, so let's say we can make it these fill colors, go to the shapes outline, and let's say if I'm gonna make it with the these bevels, and that's it with these outlines. Okay, so, and like if your brand's color is blue, keep shapes in the shades of blue and with the white text for the readability. Okay, so and that's it with our this one. Or you can select it all of them and make it the group, so you can move it at the same time by selecting Ctrl plus G group. So now you can move at the same times over here, or resize it as or at a once. Okay, so and that's it like these styles. Okay, so or to make it little bit like this way and over here, or to ungroup it, select it, right click and use the group, and let's select the ungroup. Okay, so here we have added the there's one with the group and with the shapes. Okay, so with the shapes you can insert or before that, so let's select it, select all, and let's make it a Ctrl plus G and move it over here. Okay, so if you want to add the another one like before, so let's select it over here, or what can I do, let's use the Ctrl or right click, use the group and ungroup it. So let's make it the another one, so let's make or hold the Ctrl key to like use it over here, and that's it. So now I can do, so let's hold the control key, and if I'm gonna select it, or let's go with over here, and that's it, or and that's it over here. So now make it the shift and use it over here, and that's it. So now we can make it like this way. Okay, so and that's it over here. So this is the flowcharts you are now using like this way. Or another one is, so let's make it the these ones, or I can do, so let's reflect it or use it like this way. Okay, so and that's it with these flowcharts, and with making or making or match with the shapes. Okay, so and now let's talk about the charts. So charts allows you to present numbers and data visually, which makes them much easier to understand. So before that, so let's move into the new slide, and let's say it could be like the chart over here. So similarly, you can go to the inserts and select the charts, or by clicking over the sections, so like by clicking over the charts. Okay, so it will pop up with the insert chart options in there, or when I click on the chart, so it will pop up with or appears the same dialogs box. Okay, so like insert chart. So now select the charts of types or chart types like column, line, and pie, bar, and also the etc. So for example, let's say I want to use with the column charts, and then just open it or hit on the OK, and that's it. So now when you are open the charts, and PowerPoint will open an Excel sheet for you to input the data. So let's resize like the these ones, or if I'm gonna go to, or let's go with over here. So now, or for example, let's imagine we are showing websites traffic data for 3 months. So for that we can do, so this is the month, and let's say if I'm gonna say, so this is the January, or let's go with January, and let's say this is the February, or over here let's say the March, and if I'm gonna go to, and also the if I'm gonna say that this is the April. Okay, so let's, or what can I do, so let's say the April over there. Okay, and here, so now if I'm gonna delete it all of them, right click and delete this one, and let's say we can give here the names, so like here the or like traffic or website traffic, and that's it. So now we can do, so let's go to, let's say the 1000, let's say we can do with the 1500 February, let's say the 2000, and let's say if it is the, or let's say the 25th or 100. Okay, so and that's it. So once I enter this data, PowerPoint automatically or instantly creates a column charts in there. So and here, or from here, or here, or we can, so this is the website traffics over here. You can now see this comes with this one. From here you can change the chart types. For example, let's switch from column to the line charts by selecting our chart designs and change the chart types. So let's say the line charts over here, and that makes it as the line charts with the that's one. Or if I'm gonna edit the data, so let's edit the data over here, or let's say if it is comes with the or 2300 over here, and that's it's like we have like these styles, or let's say if it is something, or let's go with like if I gonna say the 1700, like the this ones, and that's it with the line charts. Or we can use the another one chart, or change chart types, use the pie or the column. You can see over there the changes in there. So let's go with the column charts, and that's it over there. Okay, so use the chart design tabs to quickly apply the professional styles. So let's see here. If I gonna go to, and let's say we can make it the another styles over here. And if I gonna go to, let's say we can now select, like we have the simple styles like the that's one, and format the individual elements, like we can change the colors of single bar to emphasize merge growth. Like if I gonna select it and now go to over here and fill, let's say if I gonna go to the another one, so let's say, and now that here we have the different fill colors, or I can do for like the there's one over here, double clicking, and let's say I can go with the another colors in like the there's one. Or if I gonna select like the April with the another colors. Okay, so and that's it, we have like the January, February, March and April. So this is the website traffic. So choose your charts type based on the story you want to tell. And for the percentage, we can use pie charts for percentage. So for that, so let's move it to, or if I gonna go to the or select these charts, then go to the chart design, change the chart types. Let's use the our pie charts and then just open it. So and that's it, we have the pie charts. Now you can also, or like, or we have so like the this one, or this is for the, or you can make it the another one. So let's use the pie charts, use something the column charts for the comparisons, and line charts for the trend over. Okay, so like here this is the bar charts or line charts if you want. So this also helps you for the trends over times. So now, or let's use these pie charts that also shows social media traffic's distributions, and there like you have like the this one, or before that, so let's go to the charts element, and you can show up with the data labels. Okay, so like here, so this is the OSF traffics for the difference one, like you can say this is the or Facebook, or you can use the Instagrams or Twitters in the different website traffics. Okay, so and that's it, we have with the charts. So now let's move into the new slide, and this times we are gonna want to use the inserting, or like the media. So let's say the media. So finally, let's bring our presentations to life with the media. So this includes videos and audios. So to add the videos, simply you can click on the video files over here, insert the video, and choose the videos you want to use for there. Or you can do as like we have done in before, like going to the X or inserts and just select the video. So if I'm gonna click on this video, so it will pop up with the same dialogs box. Or you can insert the video from the stock videos, or also these devices are not the online videos. So for example, I will insert a short stocks video of team working together. So let's go to stock videos over here, and let's say the team, or let's say the working. And also we can do like over here, or let's say we can go with the another one. Let's go with, or let's go with the this one, and then just insert it. Okay, so and once it's added the playback, like go to the playback tabs allows us to like trim and also trim the video show only the best parts plays. Okay, so if I gonna play it, so it comes like this way, or I can do, so let's trim it with up with the trim videos. And now that, so how long you want, or you can trim it, so this is the styles, you can trim it like from the these seconds to these seconds, then just or hit on the OK. Okay, so and that's it. And also choose the start automatically or the on clicks, so like here, and when clicked on over here. And also add like fade in or fade out effects, like you can go to the fade in and let's use the fade outs from there. Okay, so like here, and keep video shots under 1 minute and make sure they directly support your message. So let's try to play it. So now you can see it comes like this way. And the another thing is adding the audio. So you can do like, if you don't have the audio, so you can do by or before that, so let's play it over here. So go to the insert tabs again and select the audio. Okay, so select from your devices or device or record your own or the narrations. So let's insert a background music file in the or audio on my pages over here. And let's say if I do have the simple area, or I can just go ahead, or let's say the narrations over here, then just hit on the OK, and that's it over here. And let's insert the background or like our, this is our the audios over here. So now let's try to play it, and we can do, so now let's try to play it.
Sometimes the best stories aren't written in books.
Okay, so and that's it, we have like the that's one. Or you can add the another videos or like the audios to setups like the backgrounds musics. Okay, so set it to play across the slide. We can go to the over here, or like you can just let it with over here, or when click over here. So and that's it. Or what can I do, so let's or use it into the over here, or let's click it over here. Okay, or you can use the play across the slides like the there's one, and lower the volume so it doesn't overpower the narrations by play in background sounds over here. And that's it. Or you can go to over here. So now let's try to play it.
They're found in the roads we take, the food we taste, and the people we meet. Place,
Okay,
it's more than just a desk.
that's it. So use subtitles and copyright free musics from professionalisms. Avoid distracting or overly loud tracks. Okay, so and that's it, we have just added the videos over here. So let's now put everything together with a mini project. So here, and I have already done with the images, with the shapes, with the charts, and with the this is the videos and also the audios. Okay, so follow along with me step by steps, and you can go like add title slides, insert a full screen stock images, or let's make it right click, or we can do, so let's use it in the full screens over here, right click and send it little bit the back over here, and that's it from there. Okay, or I can resize it from there. So and that's it. And also in the other, or like in the other charts, you can add the or create a bar charts comparing the three projects like the sales number. Okay, and on the closing or the closings over here, so let's use the another slide by using and use the new slide. And now you can say, or let's say the thank you, let's say the thank you, on the tops in there. Okay, so select it. So now let's move into the centers alignment, and over here let's go to and with the different chart styles in there. Okay, so let's say and let's use it or increase the font points over there. So let's say if I'm gonna go to and that's it. So this exercise helps you practice all the tools, images, shapes, charts and media in one cohesive presentations. So great job. In these lessons you learn how to like insert and format image to create strong visuals, use shapes for design and structure, and presentations or present information clear with the charts and videos and audios to bring your slides to life. So remember, PowerPoint is not just about text, it's about combining visuals and media to tell a powerful story. So in our next lessons, we'll take this even further and explore slide transitions and animations to make your presentations dynamic and engaging. So thank you or thanks for following along, and I will see you in the next lessons. Welcome back to our PowerPoint Mastery course. In this lessons 14, we are diving into one of the most creative and engaging parts of presentations design, like animations, transitions, and slide timing in PowerPoint. Animations and transitions, when used effectively, you can make your presentations more engaging, highlights key informations, and guide your audience focus. But when overused, they can distract or even confuse your viewers. So in these lessons, we'll cover the differences between animations and transitions, type of animations in PowerPoint and how to use them. Okay, and the next one is working with animations, effects, durations and delay, and applying and customizing transitions between slides, using slide timings for real sales and automated presentations, and best practices, do's and don't with real world example. So by the end of these lessons, you will know how to control the pace and flow of our or your slides so that your audience stayed focused on your message. So let's move into the PowerPoint. And here we are in the simple PowerPoint, and I have using like the examples like crypto investings and trendings like this way. I have like the introductions and charts and also the quarterly global currencies marketers and quarterlies over here. So let's begin with common questions like what the difference between animations and transitions. Okay, so the first one is animations. So animations are effects applied to object on a slide like text, image or shapes. For example, like having bullet points fade in one by one. So like here I have like that there's one, or I will show you later on. And the other hand, the transitions are visual effects that occurs when you move from one slide to the next, and for example like sliding, fading or morphing into the next slide. So think of it this way, like animations happen within a slide and transitions happen between slides. Okay, so here are the example. Like imagine you are presenting like the quarterly sales data, and you might animate the chart so each quarter results appears on at a times. So like if I gonna select, like go to simple one, and now let's preview it so it comes like this way. Or like if I gonna go to, and that's it with the simple example, just we have used with the simple animations. Then when you move into the next slide with your marketer strategies, so here like you can find, or you can go to the transitions. Like if I gonna go to over here, so now let's go with, and now let's see it comes like this way. Okay, so use a smooth, or if I gonna go to with the fade, so fade transitions to guide your audience. So now let's move into the, or let's dive deeper into the animations. So in the PowerPoint, animations fall into four main category. Like if I gonna go to the animations, and now you will see like the animations with here the insurance. So here this is how objects appears, like fade in or fly in, and also the zoom and the emphasize. So highlight object already on the slide, like with the plus, teachers or spin, grow, and also the things, also the different one. And the another one is the exit. Okay, so how object leave the slide, like with the fade out and fly out or disappears. And the another one is the motion speed. Okay, so moving object along a set path, a line, and also the arcs, turns, shapes, loops, and custom path. Okay, so let's add an animations. So for that, so select the text boxes, or let's say let's go with this, or I want to add the animations over here. Then go to the animations, animation steps, and choose like something the fade, or let's go to the over here, and you can use the fade in from the entire group. Okay, so now you will see or also small numbers appears next to your object. So this is the animations order marker. You can layer multiple animations on the single object. So for example, let's use the another one, or you can add it, or let's the add animations over here. So let's add first the, or fade in the shapes, or we can use, so this is the, or add in. Now let's go to, or select over here, and let's emphasize the spin. So let's go with the, there's one. And finally we want to add the, or exit or fade out. So let's go to and use the fade out, like the, there's one. Okay, so but remember, less is more. Don't overdo your slide with too many effects. So now let's try to find out. It comes like this way, then spin it, then is the, now the fade, or like fade out. Okay, and another use, or like to control animations more precisely, we use the animations pen. So open it by going to the animation steps and click the animations pen, and here you will see a list of all the animations on your current slide. So you can reorder them by dragging and dropping over here, or you can start with the start options by clicking over here. Like let's go to, or if I gonna go to over here, we have the start options over here. Or before that, so let's add the another animations over here. So let's go with the shape, or if I gonna use the split it, like let's go to the float in, and that's it. So now go to the animations, and if I gonna go to the animation spin, or this is for our the first one, this is for the second slide. Okay, so now go to the animation spans over here, and that's it here. And now you can adjust or like start options over here, or if I'm gonna go to from the here, and let's say we can go to, or let's go to the start options like on click. So this is play when you click, or with previous, so play at the same times as another animations, and the another one is the after previous. So this is placed immediately after another. So for example, let's say if you're reviewing like the bullet points, like, or if I'm gonna go to over here, and there's is with the there's one, and also at one you can go to or use all of them. So like here, if I'm gonna go to and let's use the or click over and use the with previous, like the this one, or like if you want your titles and subtitles to appear together, set them with the with previous. Okay, so and you can also adjust the durations, so how long the animations last. So let's go to, and if I'm gonna say the durations and make it like more, like the there's one, and the delay, how long before the animation starts. So you can go to like something like the 25th. So this is the perfect for like processing or pacing your slides. So for examples, we add here with the content and with the these bullet points, and also the, or if I'm gonna go to and with a few seconds for dramatic effects. So now let's go to the slideshow, and if I'm gonna use the from current slides, so let's play it, and now it comes like with the same times, and that's it with the few delay in there. Okay, so and that's it with the simple example just used in there. So now let's move into the our main or our slides. Okay, so this is the animations, and you can go to like if you gonna go to with the this one, and let's add the animations or before that. So let's go to over here and let's add the animations into like let's say the zoom in, and let's say, and before we can select on like the with previous, let's use the durations and increase, or let's use, or we want to zero delay, and here let's say we gonna want to use like something like the shape, and we want to use this one with the previous. So now let's move into the slides again, or you can go to like you can go with over here or start with the previous. So from the current slide, so it comes like this way. So that is the animations basics. So now let's move into the transitions between slides. Okay, so and also explore, we want to explore the transitions. So to apply the transitions, like select the like the or slides, now go to the transitions on the ribbon and choose from the effects like fade, and also the pause and waves, and also the morph. Okay, you can apply transitions to one slide or to the all slide. So here we have the options to work with apply to the all slides. So for example, so for professionals corporate decks, use the or simple transitions for like the fit. And if I'm gonna now try to play it or apply to all, now let's go ahead and it comes like this way. Okay, and for a creative or educational project, you might use the morph or to seamlessly animate object between the slides. Okay, so if I'm gonna now click or let's go to the apply to all, and now let's try to view the slides, and let's go to the from beginnings, and here we have the animations. Then after that we comes with the morphs. So this is the morphs over here, this is the transitions, and this is the morph. Okay, so and that's it, you can see the morphs in with this or over there. Okay, so and that's it with the morphs or also the difference transitions. And you can also adjust the or like also the durations and sounds effects, and also use the like the or the difference one or on mark or on mouse click. Okay, so the durations of the transitions you can adjust it, like if you're gonna go to and use the transitions over here. And also sound effect, though I recommend use this sparingly, and you can select from there. And also whether the slide advance on mouse on click or also the like after set timers. Okay, so like you can go ahead and use the set timers. So let's say if I'm gonna go to again the slides from the beginnings, so let's say this is our the transitions, and here we found the these ones. Okay, so and that's it with the transitions over here. And so now let's move into for like over here. And if I'm gonna use, or I have already used the transitions over here, so now let's show you. Or if I'm gonna use something with the another transitions, so let's say use over here, let's use the another transitions like the there's one, or let's do like one by one, and I'll show you so how it will come. So like over here, so now let's go through the slide or from current slides, and it comes like this way. And this is our the transitions that just we have used in there. Okay, so now this is, and you can now see, and that's it with the different transitions in there. Okay, so and that's it. And also now the, or if I'm gonna go to again and let's go to the transitions, so check with the different settings in there, and we have the effects options like with the object, with the word, and with the characters. So if I'm gonna select with the or the word, so let's say, so how it will come, so it will comes like this way. And if I'm gonna select the characters, so let's show up, and let's show or show you the preview, so it comes like this way. Okay, so the choose the best one, so whatever you want. Okay, so let's move into the slideshow, and from the slideshow from current slideshow, and this is, and if I'm gonna now move into the another or like the another slide, so it comes like these transitions as the or the animations. Okay, and now let's move into the slide timings and the rehearsals. So now let's talk about like the slide or like the slide timings. So slide timings are crucial if like you are recording self runnings presentations, and you want your slides to change automatically during a live event. So to set the timings, simply go to the slideshow and tabs and click on the rehearse timings. Okay, so PowerPoint enters rehearse modes like where you practice speaking while advancing slides. So like here when I'm talking, like this is the crypto investings and tradings. And now let's move into the another one, like another slide, and this is the content like the introductions and investing and trendings, like portfolio built up, years of the focus, and also the summary. Okay, so this is our the practice just when I'm presenting, and I can just show up this one. Like, so when I presenting this one, you can now see in the top left corner, it's also going with the timing, or this is the rehearse timings. So like here, if I saying like a crypto log is, we are empower investors to maximize their portfolios to help them meet their like financials goals responsibles by offering customized and also sophisticated strategies. We help clients portfolio grow organically and fosters our trusted consumers consult relationships. Okay, so when you are done, you will have a complete timing sequence that can run your presentations automatically by clicking. Or let's move into, or now here it say the total times for your slideshow, like 1 minute 23 seconds. So do you want to save the new slide timings? If I say, or I can just use the save it. Okay, so now it's saved. So this is also helpful for making sure your presentations files or fits within a set time frame, like 10 minutes pitch. Okay, so over here, and you can go to, or you can say the record, or like here we have the record like that. This is the, or if I'm gonna go to, or let's go to, or if I'm gonna go to with the no, and here you can see over here the recorded slide is over here. Okay, so and that's it. So the another thing is, so best practices and the common mistakes, like animations and transitions are powerful, but only when used the thoughtfully. So like keep it consistent, like use the same styles of animations throughout your deck. So like if I use like from here the same styles, so I can just easily go to the animations, and let's say if I gonna do have like this one, or I have like the there's one, so I can use the same transitions over here or same animations. So like here if I gonna say the random burst, so it comes like this is the first, this is the second. So now let's play it. So it comes like this way, but I can move or reorder into the tops. So now it comes like this way. So like here we save it this one as a random burst, and this is the, or like contents play, or we can use this on the circles. So click over here, this is the shapes, and this is the random. Okay, so let's go to over here, and let's say we want to use the random burst according to the this slide, so it can be shows up or match with your over here. So what can I do? So now we can do or with the shapes in there. So now let's try to play it from the beginnings. Okay, so and that's it from here, and here we have like the transitions over here. And also the another one is use the subtles effects. So stick of fades and simple motions for professionals presentations, and also avoid distractions, and like don't use too many flashy effects like random spins or booms unless they fit your theme. Test your timings, always rehearse to make sure animations align with your speech. So think of animations as or seasoning in cooking. A little enhance the flavor, but too much ruins the dish. Okay, so there's it with the animation transition tips. So now let's move into the practice activities. Okay, so the first one is, and before we wrap up, so here's a quick activity, like we need to open up a simple presentations with 5 slides. So for this, so let's go to the file, and let's go to the pre-designed template. So I can go with or I want to work with over here. So let's say, and if I gonna now select a simple styles like the educations, and I will also create with the transitions and also the animations. So let's choose like the students or certificates like that, there's one. And now let's open it, and we want to work with there. Okay, so now it takes the several time to download like that, there's one, so we can work with in there. So and that's it, we have like the few of here like the 3, or like we have the 3 or slides over here. So now we want to add the animations, like if I try to play it from the beginning, so it don't have any animation and transitions over there. So what I'm gonna do, so let's add here the animations like over here. Go to and let's select. So let's use the appears, and here if I gonna go to with the flat in, and let's say we gonna want to use like the shapes, and that's it. And here, or if I gonna go to let's say with the randoms, and if I gonna now, or this is our the simple examples, or if I gonna go to with the, or like let's say the fate and use, or like the after previous like that, that's one. Same way, let's go to and use the appears, and let's use this one with the previous, and this is, or let's make it something like that, that's one. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's try to play it. So how it will comes, you can now see it comes like this way. Okay, so this is, we have just added the animations in there. So now on the another slide, we want to add like the, or if I gonna now let's undo it over here. So now let's select it over here again there, and the same animations I want to use, like go to the animations and use the animation span. So here I have animate with, like if I gonna show, so this is the appears. So same way I can go to over here, let's select it and go to the appears, so it can be used over here. Or I can do use here the, like you can use like here the animations painters like that, these ones, and let's go to over here and let's use the animations painters. Same way I can do for like the these ones, let's use the animations painters, and let's say we can just go with like the that's one. Okay, so that's, or over here, or I can go with all of the animations painters, select it, or I can do, so let's go ahead and use the animations painter. Let's go to the over here and let's use it. So this is the simple example. Okay, so now that, let's move into the adding the transitions in this or over here. So let's go to the transitions and use the morph transitions between like slide 1 or also the, or slide or 1 and 2s over here. And here we're gonna use the another transitions like the fade. Okay, so and that's it. So now we can do, so let's use the rehearse timings to practice it. So go to the or slide and use the rehearse timings. Okay, so here it comes like this way, and now let's try to play it with the clicks. And now that here is comes with like the these animations, and that's it. And the another one is, so let's move into the with the transitions, and that's it with the these animations we have applied in there. And now this is our the morph transitions. Okay, so this exercise will help you apply everything we have learned today, and here it's working with the transitions. Okay, so now like I can just go back or use the pause it, and or I can do, so let's use or close it for now. I can just close it for now, and now I want to save it. Okay, so and that's it, it's now saved. Okay, so great work, you have learned, mastered animations, transitions, and slide timings in PowerPoint. In these lessons, we explored like the difference between animations and transitions, and how to apply and customize animations, controlling animations timing and sequence, and using transitions to create smooth slide changes, and also setting up slide timing for rehearsals or or automated shows, and most importantly, best practice for keeping your presentations professional and engaging. In the next lessons, we'll move on to like the another topics, and where we'll continue to build on your PowerPoint skills. So thanks for following along, and I will see you in the next sessions. Welcome to Lessons 15 of our PowerPoint course, Preparing Presentations for Delivery and Export. Up until now, we have focused on buildings, designing, and polishing slides, but an equally important step is preparing your presentations for delivery, whether that's presenting live, sharing with colleagues, or exporting for online uses. In these lessons, we will cover like setting up slideshow options for smooth delivery, practicing with presenter view, and embeddings, fonts, and media to avoid capability issues, and compressing media for smaller file sizes, and exporting presentations in different formats like video, PDF, and PowerPoint show. And the last one is sharing presentations by OneDrive and collaborations tools. So by the end of these sessions, you will be fully equipped to deliver professionals presentations in any context. Okay, so let's begin with preparing your slides for actual delivery. So for that, I have create a simple presentations like I have showed up with these presentations with examples. So here I want to work with this one. Okay, so go to the slideshow, or here I have like before I want to show you. So here I have the simple transitions and also the animations in there, or before that. So let's click it or make it the animations like that this one, or let's say if I gonna go to like that's one, and that's it. So let's go with, and if I gonna go to with the that's one. Okay, so and that's it. So here we have added the simple time or like animations in there. And now go to the slideshow, tabs in the PowerPoint ribbon, and here you see options like the setup slideshow and rehearse times or timings and record slideshow. Okay, so under the setups or slideshow, you can choose like how many or how your slides will run. So for example, if you are presenting live, select presented by a speakers like or presented by speakers the full screens. And if you are presenting or presentations will run on a coix or the loop automatically at events. So the or like or you can use or choose browse at the cois, so like the full screen. So this is ensure it loops without manual input. Okay, so and here, so for example, imagine or like we are preparing slides for like trendings with the cryptos, and also you want to or you want them to play automatically without anyone clicking. So by selecting the Kayux options in there and settings automatically slide, or you can do like slide the automatic slide timings, and your slide loops like the endlessly perfect for unnetted display. Okay, so like here let's say if I gonna select it and let's open or close it or hit the okay. So now let's go to the from there. So now, and when I do not or I didn't click any slides over here, or I'm not using any keywords in there, so it's automatically working and showing your presentation. So here we have the showing up like the there's one. So now let's explore the presenter view, one of the most powerful delivery tools in PowerPoint. So like here, if I gonna now go to again the setup slides over here, and also we have like the different one, like you can see the presenters views over here, or there we have the options. So like presenters by speakers over here, and that's it. We can go ahead and also select, and like presenter view lets you your current slides and also the upcoming slides, like use the presenter's view, and your speaker notes, okay, timers and navigations tools. So this makes it easy to stay on tracks without flipping through printed notes. Okay, so suppose you are pitching the to a clients with the presenter's view, or like you can use, or like you can glance at your private notes while your audience only see the slides. Okay, so this keeps your confidence and avoid awkward pauses. And to enable it, so you can do so, go to the go to the or slideshow and use the, here you'll see the use the presenter's view, or use the custom slides over here, or you can see there you'll see the or presenter view by using the setup slideshow, and set here the use, like let's go to and use the use presenter view. You can even preview how it looks like with just your laptops by simulating dual monitors under display settings, like you will use the multiple settings like primary over here, and you can use like the that's one. Okay, so this is your, like you can go to, and if you can use also the automatics if you want to use in there. Okay, so that's it. And now that's it, we are setups up or with this one. Just you can click on the OK, and when you slide use this one, so it can be shows up so according to your settings. Okay, so now ensuring capability, fonts and media. So let's make sure your presentations looks the same everywhere. So like your fonts, so if you use a custom fonts that is not installed onto the another computers, your design may break. To avoid this, embed fonts, so go to the like the file, and now use the options into the bottoms, and use now or use the save over here, and now from there use the embed font in these files. Okay, so here choose like the or embed all characters, and if you want others to edit, or embed only the characters used or in the presentations, like this is best for reducing the file size. Okay, and that's it over here. And for the media file, like video and audio can sometimes go missing if you not embed. So PowerPoint like 2016 and later embed them automatically, but it's still good to double check. Okay, so you can go to and check here with the embed fonts in the file. So like here, imagine you have designed slides with the custom fonts. Like if I gonna go to, and let's say if I gonna go to the monsters, or let's say let's try to find out something, and let's say the monstrate, or how over here let's say the monserrate, or like the this one. So now we can use like the it's not here, and now you can see we have used in there. So and also if you send the file to the client without embedding it, they might see the Times New Romans instead. Okay, so that's ruins the design, and by embedding, you ensure the consistency. So make sure your setup is like, go to the file, select the options, and check with the, or go to the shapes and check with the embed fonts in the files, and embeds all characters, and this is best for editing by others people. Then just hit on the okay, so and that's it. And now large presentations can be tricky to share via email or tablet. So luckily, like the presentations or PowerPoint has a built-in compress media tool. So go to the file tabs and click on the info. Okay, and from there just click on the compress media. Okay, so and if I'm gonna go to, or let's say we want to compress the medias from there, or you can choose something like, if I'm gonna go to, or you can have the options to go ahead over here, or you can choose quality labels like the uh, full HD or HD or standards. Like if you use like the this one, or and for example, like 200 MB presentations with several video clips can shrink to like 40 MB with compressings or compressions, while still look good. That makes it much easier to email to your teams. Okay, so now let's move into the export, or let's look at exporting presentations for different purpose. Okay, so like here I have the simple presentations. So first one is export as the video. So for that, simply go to the top right or top left corner and click on the file, and now click on the export. Okay, so here simply create a video and also choose the resolutions like full HD or the 4K over here. So and if I'm gonna go to like the full HD 1080 pixels, and also choose the timing and set timings and narrations if recorded, or like over here. So use recorded timings and narrations in that's one, and PowerPoint will render a video file you can upload to YouTube's or social media. So for example, a teacher can export slide as video with the narrations and making it ready to share online lectures. Okay, so for that you can just click over here, and you can now see it, or you can just create the video. Now it's exporting, or before that you need to select the names, or let's say if I'm gonna go to with my simple over here, or let's say I'm gonna want to use and just save it. For now it's now creating video like crypto names, and it's now creating. Okay, so and that's it with the exporting as the video. And now or let's move into the export as the PDF. So useful for handouts or email attachment. So for that, let's go to again into the file tabs and click on the export, and now choose the create as the PDF or XPS document, and choose whether it's good notes or like the, let's create the this one, or also you could choose like whether to include notes or just slides. So like you can use for like a business consultant might send client as the PDF deck so they can quickly reference key points without opening the PowerPoint. Okay, so when you use it, just hit on the publish it. Now it's now or save is, or is now processing, is now or working, or is now save it as the like PDF file. You can just easily see it. Okay, so and that's it. And now let's export as the PowerPoint show or the PPSX. So this format launches directly into slideshow mode when opened. So this is great for automated presentations or clients pitches where you don't want them editing the slide. So for example, like sending a product demo decks to investor as a PowerPoint show makes sure they see the slide as intent, not in edit mode. Okay, so you can go to the here, export it, and from there you can use like these options in there. So or you can create the hand or hands out of here and change the file types if you gonna want to use. So here we have the options to save it with these options. Okay, so and like here PowerPoint shows in there, so this is options. We are just talking in there, or this is the PowerPoint or presentations, and this is the open document presentations, and this is the PowerPoint like 97 and to the 1000 or 2003 presentations, and this is the template, and this is the PowerPoint pictures presentations. Okay, and now finally let's discuss the sharing. So PowerPoint integrates with OneDrive and share points for real-time collaborations. So click on the share in the top right corner and upload or save or this one into your like the OneDrive accounts. So let's go to over here, and now it's now savings, and this is for the examples. Now we are saving like this one, and also now when I save it, now it's connecting to share with the others peoples. Okay, so and that's it, or because it doesn't seems to be OneDrive, so you or you need to or share it or save it into the OneDrives over there. So this allows multiple peoples to edit the same text seamlessly, just like Google Slide. So like here, our marketing teams can collaborate on a campaign pitch decks in real time, so with changes synchronizing instantly across everyone devices. And first you need to select this one into or save it, like if I gonna go to and save like the, or let's go to the over here save as, and make sure it saves into the OneDrives in there. Okay, so and that's it. So now we can just easily work over here. So and that's it. And now so let's wrap up. So to recap, and we have covered like, and here slideshow setups and or like the presenter view for live delivers, and embeddings fonts and media to ensure capabilities, and compressing file to make sharing easier, and exporting in different format like videos, PDFs, and PowerPoint shows, and using OneDrive for sharing and collaborations. So mastering these skills ensure that no matter where or how you deliver your presentations, it always looks professional, consistent, and polished. So, and in the next lessons, we'll move into advanced tips for interactive presentations and integrating external tools. Welcome to lesson 16, Introductions to ChatGPT and AI tools. In these sessions, we are diving into the world of artificial intelligence and understand how tools like ChatGPT are transforming the way we work, learn, and create. Whether you are a content creator, a student, a freelancer, or a business professional, AI can help you save time, boost creativity, and even open new career opportunity. So by the end of these lessons, you will have a clear understanding of what ChatGPT is, how it works, practical use cases, and a hands-on workthrough of using AI tools effectively. Okay, so let's start with the basics, like what exactly is artificial intelligence or AI. Okay, so AI refers to computer systems designed to mimic human intelligence. These systems can process information, recognize patterns, make predictions, and even hold conversations. Like a simple example, we can say when you use Google Maps, AI predicts the fastest route based on traffic. Okay, or when Netflix recommends movies, that's AI analyzing your preferences. So ChatGPT falls under a specific branch of AI called natural language processing, or you can say the NLP, which focus on understanding and generating human languages. So let's go through the another questions. The what is ChatGPT? Okay, so the ChatGPT is an AI language model developed by OpenAI, and think of it as a super smart assistant that can like answer questions, write content, generate ideas, summarize information, and even act as a coding partner. Okay, so let's go to the a simple example, and for that, so let's move into the browsers. And first, let's create or start with the chat gpt over here. And now, for example, you could ask the chat gpt like something, right? If I'm gonna say the right professionals, let's say the like the this one, or let's say the professionals email to a client, let's say about project update. Okay, so like the this one, or let's say the project update. Okay, so and just press the enter, and within a seconds you will have a polished draft ready. So like here you can find like the or here we have like our name, like project update and project name, and dear clients, and I hope this message finds you well. So like this way, so here we have the full structure. Okay, so it's not about replacing humans, but about assisting the enhancing productivity. Okay, so this is the simple example. Now you might wonder, how does ChatGPT actually work? So in simple term, ChatGPT was trained on massive amount of text from books, websites, articles, and more. It learned patterns of language, grammar, and meaning. Okay, so when you type like promote, ChatGPT doesn't know facts the way humans do, but instead predicts the most relevant response based on patterns it has learned. Okay, so for example, and if you types like say the once, or like let's say the once upon a time, something like this way, or if I'm gonna go to from the start, so let's say the new chats, and then let's go with like here the once and upon, let's say a time. And now you can see it's also ChatGPT predicts the story continuations is most likely, um, or like here, and generate it accordingly. So here the quick demo, or if I'm gonna say like let's say give me something like 3 YouTube video, let's say the YouTube video, let's go with and say the YouTube ideas for fitness. Okay, so let's go with fitness beginners. So let's say, and like over here, and now press the enter. And also ChatGPT here gives us the ideas, like it responds with like something like number one, 7-day beginners workout through or workout challenge, like no equipment needed. Like the first one is a simple at home routines with body weight exercise like squats, push-ups, planks and jumping jacks, and also the more. And number two, like 10 common mistakes beginners makes it or in fitness, like and how to fix them. Number three could be like beginners guide to healthy fitness habits. Okay, so and that's it, like the simple example. And notice how practical and instantly usable these outputs or outputs are. Okay, so if you don't or found your like what do you want, so you can just go to and try the against, and you will also or ChatGPT will again respond this one, like here now the difference one, like 10 minutes full body workout for absolute beginners, the number one. Number two is like beginners guide to gym, like how to use equipment safely. Number three could be like 7-day fitness challenge for beginners, so like here lose weight and build energy. So and that's it. Now let's explore some real world applications where like the ChatGPT and AI tools can be game changer. So like the first one is the content creations, like bloggers, YouTubers and social media managers use it to like brainstorms and script and edit faster. So for example, so let's say if I gonna go to and let's go with the generate captions, let's say the captions for Instagram. So let's go with and let's say the Instagram post in different, let's say the different tones, like funny, or we can do the professions or professionals, let's say like the this one or the inspiration, or like this one the inspirations. So let's say over here, and that's it. Okay, so now let's press the enter. And now here are Instagram captions examples in different tones you can use for fitness or beginners, like over here, like we have the funny tones, professional tones and inspirations tones of there. Okay, and for the educational or educations, students can use it to explain like talk or concept in or simpler terms. So like example, a students stuck on physics can ask, like if I gonna go to with the new one, let's say if I say the explain something like the explain the Newton, if I gonna go to let's say the explain Newton or Newton's like the third law or law with a real life example. Okay, so like here the example, and now and we will get the here the new third or Newton's third law of motion states, like over here, and there is the main or this is the or we have the law, and there is the real life example. So what you and the students can use this chat GPT. Okay, and for the business communications, like professionals draft proposals, meeting notes or clients emails. Okay, so for example you can say write a pilot or follow-up emails to be or to a client who hasn't response, or for the programming or and the text, so developers ask for code snippets or debugging help or learning new languages. Okay, so for example, let's say the show me a Python. If I'm gonna say the let's say the Python and functions, let's go to and let's say the function, let's say the functions to calculate, or let's say the calculate or compound interest. Okay, and let's say the like the this one, and that's it. So now it says the like here is the simple Python functions to calculate the compound interest in there. You can use this one like the copy it and paste it, so where do you want to use it. Okay, and for the personal productivity, you can ask like plan routine, brainstorm goals, and also even generate the diet plans. So like here you can create or you can give here something, let's say the create weekly, let's say meal plan for vegetarian or athlete. So let's say the let's go with the vegetarian uh, athlete. Okay, so like the this one let's say the vegetarian, let's go ahead and say the here let's use. Okay, so and that's it for the examples. And now here ChatGPT is promote for us like the vegetarian athletes weekly meals plans like breakfast snacks, lunch snacks, and dinners, and also the post work or workouts like if applicable. So and as you can see, ChatGPT adapt to multiple industries and use cases. Okay, so and that's it with the ChatGPT. Now let's move into the introductions to other AI tools. So while like the ChatGPT is powerful, it's only one of many AI tools available today. So let's explore a few categories. Like the first one is for the design AI. So canvas with like AI tools, like you can find the uh, Dell E. So like here you can use like the Dell E this or this one, and also for and this is for the generate graphics, illustrations, and marketing assets. Or you can also use like the Mid Journey. So like here you can say the Mid Journey AI. If you can go or you can go ahead over here with the Mid Journey. And for the video or video AI, CapCut, you can see CapCut or Runway M or MI, and Pika Labs helps create and edit video with AI powered effects. So you can say if I'm gonna say the run or runway, like you can say over here the runway and L or like the this one, and say the M or like the this one. Now you can see try to create AI tools, generate and edit image in there. And the another one is the automations. So automations AI. So Jeepers and Notions like AI assist in workflow or management, automating repetitive tasks. Okay, so like let's say go or for the examples. So imagine running an online business, you could use ChatGPT like to write product descriptions and into the Canva AI to design promotional banner, or you can use the canva.coms like with the AI tools, and CapCut AI. So you can use the CapCut AI to edit products demo videos all with the minimal efforts. Okay, so that's the power of combining AI tools. So let's do a simple walkthrough of ChatGPT in actions. So for that, in our first we need to open up the ChatGPT as we work, and now let's type or let's type your promo like create. If I'm gonna say the 3-day travel, let's say the travel, or we can just say the itinerary for, let's say, or let's say the here, or they use it and say for the Paris, like the on a budget say of, if I want to say the $500. Okay, so and that's it. Or you can use open, or let's try to find out over here. Okay, so and that's it. So here we have like the this one, and review the output and refine by asking, so make it more family friendly with kid activities. So if I'm gonna ask again, the make, or let's say the make it more family and friendly, let's say the with kid, or let's say the with kid activities. Okay, so let's go with the activities over here. So let's say, and so now notice how you can converse with the AI and fine tune the result, just like working with a human assistant. So here you can see we have like this one family over here, icons morning. So what you can do and how much you can or spend it in there. Okay, and to get the best result, keep these tips in mind. Okay, so the first one is be specific. Like instead of writing a blog, you can say write a 500 words or word blocks about 5 productivity tips for freelancer, and iterate, like treat it as a conversations, like refine or out fast by saying make it the shorter and add more humor. And also check the accuracy, so always fact check outdates or incorrect info. And the ethical uses. Okay, so avoid or plagiarisms or using AI or to spread also the misinformations. Use it as the tool, not a replacement for thinking. So think of ChatGPT as a co-pilot. The clear your instructions, the better the flight. Okay, so or there is the limitations of ChatGPT and the AI. Like the it's important to also recognize the limitations of ChatGPT and AI. Okay, so like here it doesn't always provide a real times or update data. It may generate based on incorrect answers, or it hacks, or it has lacks personal judgment, emotions, or true creativity. Okay, so for example, if you ask ChatGPT for today's stock prices, so it won't give you like accurate real times data. Instead, you need to combine it with your external tools or live sources. Okay, so understanding these limitations helps you uses AI responsibly and effectively. So to wrap up, today we learned like what is AI and ChatGPT are, and how ChatGPT works, and real world applications and other powerful AI tools and best practicals or practice and limitations. So AI is not just a or frustrate idea. So it's here shaping industries and empowering individuals. The key is learning how to or harness it effectively. Okay, so in our next lessons, we will dive deeper into using AI tools for creative projects, contents, marketing, and workflow automations. Thank you for joining lesson 16, like introductions to ChatGPT and AI tools. Remember, AI is your assistant. Your creativity and critical thinkings are what make it truly powerful. Welcome to lesson 17. using ChatGPT for content generations, summarize, and emails. In today's lessons, we are going to explore how AI, especially ChatGPT, can save you time, boost your creativity, and help you communicate more effectively. Whether you are a student, professional, or content creator, this tool can transform the way you work with text. By the end of these lessons, you will know how to use ChatGPT to draft blog posts, summarize long documents, and compose professional emails efficiently. So let's get started. So let's open up the ChatGPT, and here I have logged in with my account, and with this ChatGPT I want to show you so how to work with. Okay, so first let's look at content generations. Content can help you brainstorm idea, so write articles or even create social media post. So like step 1, idea generations. Like suppose you are running a travels blog and want to write about like Paris, you could type something like with the give me, and let's say the 5 blog post ideas. Let's go with the first, and let's say the ideas like the this one and about budget. So let's say, and let's say the travel in Paris. Okay, so and ChatGPT will or like will generate suggested. So like let's press the enter. Now ChatGPT is gives you like here are 5 blog post ideas about budget travels in Paris. Like first one is it could be like Paris on the shoestrings, how to see the cities of lights of under like the $50 a day. So there's you can find the 5 or like the this one, or you can see the or like 10 free or almost free things to do in the Paris, and where to eat in Paris on budget, like best or boulangeries, street food and local secrets, and also the there the more. Okay, so that's it. And also here, and the step 2 is drafting the content. Once you selected an idea, you can ask ChatGPT to expand it. So, for example, so let's say we can use here like if I'm gonna say like something like a 10 free or like that. There's one. So we want to write here, and for say you can ask ChatGPT to expand it. For example, let's say the right uh like the 500 word blog post about let's say the about and visiting and free attractions or like in Paris. Okay, so like here let's say like that this one, and now the AI will generate a full draft. You can then refine it and add image or adjust the tones. Okay, so here you have the for 500 words blog post, you can use your blog or visiting free attractions in Paris. Okay, so and that's it with this one. And now let's move into the step 3. Like you can also specific the tone. For instance, ask like something like the rewrite, let's say the rewrite or we gonna you or rewrite this blog post, let's say the blog post in a friendly or and the conversational tones. So let's say tone and this one, and also ChatGPT can adjust the styles to match your brand or also the consist or your audience and saving your hours of rewritings. Okay, so here you can see the and here got it, and I will rewrite your blog post friendly, and here this is the discoveries for free, and that's it with the that's one. Okay, so always review and fact check AI generate the content and use ChatGPT as a co-writer, not a final authority. Okay, and next, let's move into or let's talk about summarize. ChatGPT is excellent for or condensing informations, whether it's a long articles, meeting notes, or research papers. Okay, so let's go to and we can copy and paste the long text. So like here, if I do have like the long text, and suppose I have this long text over here like about the climate changes, and also here we can just copy and paste over here and then type something like with, let's say, the summarize, or let's say the summarize this in three key, let's say the three key points. Okay, so that's it. And also ChatGPT will quickly gives you the essence of the content, saving you from the reading line by line. Okay, so here the text summarized into three key points like according to this one, like causes of impact, global response, individuals roles. Okay, and now the step 2 is different types of summarize. You can request different styles like bullets, points, concise paragraph, or even execute summarize. So for example, we can do like if you do have the long or like the long number pages, the report, you can just say like summarize, or let's go with the summarize like this. If there is the 10 page, so let's say the 10-page report, and let's say the report or for, let's say the for my manager, and like that, that's one, and in the 5 sentence. Okay, so and when you ask like this way, and chat gpt or the AI adapts to your needs. Okay, so like that's one. And the next step is step 3, the note or takings and study aid. If you are a student, you can paste your lecture notes and types something like, you can just say the, or if I do have something like with the this one, like if I do have this one, so let's say the create a summary for, let's say the for exams and revisions, and if I gonna say the revisions, and also ChatGPT will highlight the main concepts, making study sessions for efficient. Okay, so here are clear and concise exams revisions summary of the text. Okay, so always cross-check summarize to ensure no critical details are lost. And now let's explore using ChatGPT to write professionals emails. So this is especially useful when you struggle with or wording or want to save times. So let's go with the new chat, and like step 1 is drafting a professional's email. Suppose you need to request a project update from a client, you can type something like, let's say, the right or polite. So let's say, and if I'm gonna go to the polite or email to or email asking a client, let's say the client for a project, or like say the project status update. Okay, so like that, this one. And ChatGPT will or like produce some things like you can find over here. So there's also the subject is given here, or here's the professionals yet polite email draft you can use, like subject project status update dear, and there is the client's names, and like I hope this message find you well. I just wanted to kindly check in regarding the status of our project, and you need to include here the project names, and could you please provide me with an update on current progress and if there are any next steps or additional requirements needed from the or from my side. So this will help me stay aligned with your timelines and ensure everything is moving smoothly. So looking forward to your update, and here you need to add here your names. Okay, so and that's it. Now the step 2 is adjusting the tones. You can specify tones and purpose. For examples, so we can say again the rewrite, let's say the rewrite this like this email to sound or more friendly, and say the and casuals. Okay, so let's say the casual, and also or you can say the make it more or pressures or the deck or the another one, or let's say we're gonna go to over here. And now that here we have or there's a or friend layers and more casual versions of the email, like subject is now changed or like checks or quick check in on project. So hi clients names, hope you're doing well, just wanted to check in and see how things are going with the projects or with the project name. So no rust at all, just curious about where things stands out and if there's anything you'd like me to jump in on text. Okay, so always happy to help keep things moving smoothly. So feel free to let me know what needed. So looking forward to hearing from you. So best your names should be there. So here an AI gives here, or the AI will adjust the phrasings to fit the context or context. And the step 3 is reply assistance. So ChatGPT can also help you respond quickly. So like you can just copy an incoming email and type. So if I gonna now do have like the this email, and I want to just copy or paste over here, and now what we can do, we can just say the draft professionals, let's say the, or if I'm gonna say the professional replay, and also let's say like the this one, and then here it will give you a ready to send response that you can tweak needed. So like here quick check, or here we have the professional warm replay you client cloud send back to your draft. So thanks for checking in, the project is progressing so well, like we have completed, and like brief update on current status, like in the initial review, design phase, or first round of edits. So right now we are working on like the projects, like gathering feedback, finalizing details, or waiting on approvals. Okay, so and expect to have an update for you by specific date and time frames. Okay, so here I will definitely let you know if there's anything I need from your side in the meantimes, but for now everything is on tracks. So appreciate your supports and I'll keep you posted best regard. Okay, so here and always personalize AI generate emails and add names and also the references or specific details to maintain the authenticities. Okay, so and that's it. And to maximize efficiency, integrate ChatGPT into your workflow. For example, you can say the generate blog outlines in the morning, summarize report during meetings, and draft emails in the afternoon. You can even combine tasks like summarize a long email thread and then draft a response directly. Remember, ChatGPT is a productivity assistant, so it speeds up routines, writings, and idea generations, letting you focus on strategy and creativity. So, to wrap up, in these lessons, we learned how to ChatGPT can generate ideas and draft contents and summarize long text for easy and also easy comparisons and write a professionals and customizable emails and adapt tones and styles for different audience and improve productivity for automating repetitive writing tasks. Okay, so with these skills you can save times, enhance your writings, and make a AI powerful part of your daily workflow. So practice using ChatGPT for at least one content summary and email tasks today to get comfortable. Thank you for joining these lectures, and I will see you in the next one. Welcome to Lessons 18, leveraging ChatGPT for learning, research, and automations. In these sessions, we will explore how ChatGPT can become your personal learning assistant, research or also companions, and automations tools. So by the end of these lessons, you will know how to use ChatGPT for self-learning and educations. And number two, conduct efficient research with fact checking and summarizations and automations or automate repetitive tasks like email, drafts, content generations, and brainstorming. And number four is integrate ChatGPT into your workflows and tools for maximum productivity. So let's dive right into the Canva. So here we are in the our ChatGPT. So and imagine you are learning Python programming. Instead of browsing endless tutorials, you can ask ChatGPT. So if I'm gonna say here, if I say the explain and let's say the Python, let's go with the Python's loops or let's say the Python here and say the or loops something I can use the I am say the over here, let's say the I'm beginners. So let's go with and beginners and also give me or examples with step by step. So let's say the give me let's say the let's go with the give me let's use the give me example with or examples. So let's say the examples with and say the step by step. Okay, so let's say the step by steps or explanations. So here let's say the explanations in there, then press the enter. Okay, so ChatGPT will provide simple code examples and explain them like clearly, and you can even ask follow up questions. And here, so like here we have like explain Python loops like I'm beginners and give me examples with step by step explanations. So here like you have the all right, so here there's two kinds of loops in the Python. So like for loops, repeat a block a specific number of times or go through items in collections like list. And while loops, there is also the absolute basics with the for and like step by steps over here. There is the example step by steps and looping over real collections like list, strings, or dictionaries. So like that's one, and this is our the examples. Okay, and step by steps you can go ahead and use this one. And also you can use like something, what's the difference between, so let's say if I gonna do have, and let's say the what's, or let's say the what's or what's the, let's say the difference, let's say the difference between while, let's say the loop and for loop. Okay, so like here while loop and for loop. So let's say, and if I'm gonna now use it, so here, and we are here ChatGPT provides like the main differences, and there's the examples, example tools for the while loop, and this is the example one for the or like for loop. Okay, so this is the or comparisons, and there is the example. So this transforms ChatGPT into a 24 or 7 days tutor that adapts to your pace. Okay, so let's go ahead the another example, and let's say we want to promote like something like here, let's say the explain, or let's go with and say the explain Newton's, or let's say the Newton's the third or law of motions, like with real life examples. So let's go with for let's say, and this is for the our kids, so let's say go with this one. And here now ChatGPT provides like the response like, or here something it say for every actions there's in an equal and opposite reactions. Okay, so here that means whenever one object pushes or pulls another, the second object pushes or pulls back with the same force but in the opposite directions. Okay, and this is the kid friendly examples like jumping on or trampolines, and like when you push down on the trampolines with your feet, this is the actions, the trampolines pushes you back up into the air, so this is the reaction, so that's why you bounce. And there you will find like the example tools like rowing a boat, when you push the water backward with an oar, so this is the actions, the water pushes the boat forward, so this is the reaction, so that's how the boat moves. So there you will find like the example 3 with the walking, example 4 like balloon and rocket, and this is the super fun for kids. Okay, so this makes complex topics easier to understand based on your learning styles, beginners friendly, advanced, or even with or analogies. Okay, so now let's move into the practice and quiz generations. So for that, so let's move into the new chat. So let's that do it, and here you can also ask ChatGPT to like test yourself. So for example, let's say if I'm gonna say the create or we can say the create 5 quiz questions, let's say on like let's say the on world war, let's say the World War to, so let's say like that, this one, the history, let's go with the history with and multiple, let's say the multiple choice like and answers. Okay, so and here we'll or ask this one, and it will generate instant practice questions. You can, or here like when did World War II officially begins, like this one, this is the answers, and which countries were part of the Axis powers. Like here we have the questions and multiple choice, and there is the answers. Okay, so and if you don't like it, you can just again and use the try again, or you can then say something like, let's say now, or check my answer. So let's say and explain why they are, like say that they are right or wrong. Okay, so they are like they are right or say the wrong. Okay, so there's one, and here and that's it. So when did were like the two officially begin, your answer is 1939. So correct. So World War like two officially begins on September 1st September 1939, when Germany invade the Poland, and like there is the 2 days later Britain and France declare war on Germany. So like here according to the first questions, and here we have the answers, and there is also the explain why they are wrong or also the right. Okay, so this makes self-learning interactive and engaging. And now learning or language learning. So like if you're learning Spanish, like ChatGPT can act as a conversations partners. So for example, let's say if I promote something like say the chat with me, let's say chat with me in Spanish. So let's say like this one, like over here about, or if I gonna say the about ordering and food uh, at a restaurant, and also now we can just say the current, or let's say the correct my mistake, and give me the English. So let's say the English over here, and translations. Okay, so let's say the translations over here, and it responds in the Spanish, or in Spanish point out the errors and explain the corrections. So here our perfect choice, like here we have like this one. So I'll act the waiters, you will be customers. If you make mistakes, it or I'll correct, or like this one. Okay, so and that's it. So like here you can use the waiters, like there is the Spanish over here, and this is like the good afternoon, when or welcome to the restaurant, how many people we will be dining today. So now it's turn, or your turn, how you would you reply it Spanish, like for examples, 2 peoples or just me. Okay, so this way, or you practice like conversations, grammar and vocabulary without needing live tutors every times. Okay, so now let's move into the ChatGPT for research. So like research, can be overwhelming. Articles, PDFs, reports. ChatGPT can summarize complex text in simple points. So, for example, let's promote with the ChatGPT, and let's say the summarize. Let's say the like we need to use summarize article, or like this is or this article, or let's say the article about, let's say, the climate changes change into, let's say, the 5 bullet point or points for school presentations. Okay, so let's say the presentations over here. And now ChatGPT reduce the long articles and also or into the digestible notes, saving hours of the reading. So like here, and you can now see we have like the there's one. So rising temperatures like melting ice and rising seas over here, and extremes weather like impact or nature, and also the people and global actions needed. Okay, so and that's it with the ChatGPT research. Or let's move into like comparing and constructing ideas. So you can ask ChatGPT to compare different theories, products, or the approach. And let's say if I ask ChatGPT, like say the compare compare renewable. So let's say the renewable or the energy research. So let's say the energy source. So if I'm gonna go to, and let's say the sources, and like we can say the solar versus wind. So let's say the solar versus the wind. So let's say, and you versus the hydropowers. So let's say the if I'm gonna say the hydropower, or let's say the in something like in terms of cost, and let's say the scalability. And if I'm gonna go to and say the scalability and the environment impact. So let's say the environment impact. Okay, so let's or if I'm gonna say the impact over here, so let's say the scalability or environment something we need to do. Okay, so this is the hydropowers. Let's use the resource or sources like over here, then press the enter. So it here gives a structured comparisons like perfect for report or also is or essay or decisions making. Okay, like here, so we have the and ChatGPT response with the great questions. Let's compare solars, wind, and hydropower across like cost, scalability, and environmental impact in a clear tables format for easy understanding. Okay, so this is the renewable energy comparisons with the factor solar energy, wind or like wind or energy, and also the hydro power. Okay, and now let's move into the brainstorming research topics. Like if you are a student or content creator, brainstorming's idea is top. So like here, if I'm gonna ask, or let's go with the example, let's say the suggest or before that. So let's move into the new chat, and let's say the suggest something like the 10 unique, or let's go with the unique research and like research topic about artificial. So let's say the artificial intelligence or AI in health. Okay, so or the healthcare and that's it. So now ChatGPT generates a list you can refine further, helping you kickstart project quickly. Like here, AI driven early disease predictions using multi omics data, and there is the explainable AI like XAI for clinical decision supports, and there is the 10 topics with the like unique research topics about AI in healthcare. Okay, so and that is with the research topic. So now let's move into the fact checking and source linking. So while ChatGPT is powerful, it's not always accurate, so that's why you should fact check import or importance or claims. So like here, if I gonna ask the chat gpt like ask the chat gpt something like give me reliable, so let's say the reliable source, like let's say the source on the economic or effects of remote work. Okay, so then the take the generate suggestions and also like verify them through officials report or Google scholars. So like here we have like that there's one reliable source and economic effects and remotes over here. You can now see here we have like the sources, you can check with like the there's one, and this is the news and policy reports over there. Okay, so and that's it. So think of ChatGPT as a guide, not the final authority. So now let's move into the ChatGPT for automations. So like ChatGPT can automate repetitive tasks like emails, report, and templates. So let's move into the automating writing tasks. So for that, so let's promote something like we can just say the write a polite email or like reminding something like say the reminding a client about, let's say the about an overdue invoice. Okay, so let's say the invoice, and also now that here we can find now that these ones like our result is professionals draft, you can copy paste and customize, like you have like the friendly reminder overdue invoice, like you need to invoice or input the invoice number, clients names you should input here. Like here I hope you are doing well, I'm just following up regarding invoice number, so you should include over here, and which was due on like due date you should include. And this is our I am completely understand that things can get busy, so I wanted to send a gentle reminder in case it slipped through. Okay, so here we have the full completed email. So this saves times while maintaining consistency and professionalism. Okay, so and here now let's move into the content creations automations. So writer and marketers or creators can generate like social media post, blog outlines, or video script instantly. So for example, let's say if I type something the right say the 3 Instagram, so let's say the Instagram captions, let's say the captions for fitness brand, and one funny, let's say, and the one the motivationals, and one funny, one motivationals, so let's say the motivationals, and let's say the one the professionals, so let's say the professionals over here, then press the enter. Now it generates like multiple tones, so you can pick the best one. Like the first one is squats, I thought you said shorts of waters stay or hydrate false. Okay, so this is the funny, and there is the motivationals also, and there is the professionals. Okay, so and that's it with the content creations automations. So now let's move into the workflow, like we integrations with tools. So beyond chats, you can connect ChatGPT with other tools using automations platform like the Japairs, Make or Notions. So like here, if I gonna use the example like new customers sign up with the ChatGPT and draft welcome emails, and emails is the automatically sent, and also meetings not like recorded, ChatGPT summarize and summarize a summary saved in the Google Doc, and this turns ChatGPT into a productivity engine. Okay, so and while ChatGPT is powerful, remember these best practices like always fact check article or critical informations and provide clear details promotes for better response, and also use ChatGPT to assist, not replace your own thinking. So be mindful of privacy. Don't share sensitive personal data. So by following this, and you will use ChatGPT effectively and safely. So in these lessons, we explore how like ChatGPT can enhance your learning, research and automations workflow. So we show how it can act as a personal tutor for learning, a research assistance for summarizing and brainstorming, and automations tools for saving times on repetitive tasks. So as you practice, you will discover even more creative way to integrate ChatGPT into your daily work and studies. So in the next lessons, we will continue exploring how AI tools can supercharge your productivity. Welcome back to our course. In these lessons, like lessons 19, we are diving into one of the most exciting areas of working with ChatGPT, crafting effective prompts and exploring advanced techniques to get the most out of AI. By the end of these sessions, you will know how to write precise prompts, structure complex queries, and leverage some advanced or strategies to make ChatGPT work smarter for you. So let's get started. So to begin, let's talk about the prompts. And if I'm gonna go to the ChatGPT, like a prompt is the instructions or questions you give the chat or you give to the ChatGPT. The more precise you promote or you promote, the better out or better the output. So for example, like instead of asking tell me about dogs, like which is very bored, so like you can say like give me something like give me a 200 word summary. So let's say the word summary, like there's one or summary or of the top or like the 5 dog breeds or breed or for the apartments living. So let's say the if I gonna say the apartment uh, living, or we can just say the living, or let's say the include or including the temper or including let's say the this one, let's say the temperament. So let's say the temperament and the exercise needs. Okay, so let's say, and if I'm gonna say the exercise, let's say the need over here. So and that's it. So now the you can see there is the give me a 200 word summaries over here. So what's the difference? Notice the difference. The second promotes gives clear instructions like the word limit and the topic focus and the type of information needed. So this helps ChatGPT generate answers that are highly relevant and structured. Okay, and the next one is the promote structures. So there are a few promote structure that work really well. So like here instructions based promotes. So this tells ChatGPT exactly what to do. So for example, let's say the right, or if I'm gonna use something like here they say the right are professionals, let's say the professionals email to a client and reminding. So let's go with the reminding and them about a pending invoice. Okay, so like there's one. So this is the instructions based promote, and the another one is like you can go role based promotes, like you can assign a role to AI. So for instance you can say the act as a fitness coach, let's say, and create 7 days. So let's say the beginners, let's go with, and let's say the let's say the beginner workout. Okay, so let's say and workout plan. So that's it for the role based promotes. So here you can find like full body strength, or here we have the 7 day beginners workout plan. And the next one is the step by step promotes. So asking ChatGPT to break things into steps improves clarity. So for example you can say like explain how, or let's say the explain how to set up or WordPress. So let's say website in 5 clear steps for beginners. Okay, so for beginners, so let's go with and let's say the beginners. And now here it's explain how to set up a WordPress website in 5 clear steps for the beginners. Like first one is the choose a domain and hostings, and there is the options, and install the WordPress, choose a theme, customize your website, add plugs in and launch. Okay, so that's it. And the another one is the comparatives promotes. So like useful for decisions makings, like you can say, or let's go with the example, like you can say the compare React and Vue in terms of performance, learning curve and community support. Okay, so by combining this structure you can ask ChatGPT to create highly detailed and useful output. And now let's explore some advanced techniques that personal or professionals use are really on. So the first one is the chaining promotes. So sometime one promotes is not enough. You can or chain promotes to get a complex output. So for example let's go with the new chat, and let's say our first asked list 10 blog ideas about AI healthcare. Okay, so let's say healthcare, and now that here ChatGPT promotes for us like 10 blogs ideas in there, like until 1 to 10, and then follow with this, and like we can say the for idea, or like let's say the number. And if I'm gonna go to the role of AI and predicting and or preventing chronic disease, so let's say the number 3, and we can say the create 500 word, or let's say the word blog post outline with heading, let's say the heading, and if I'm gonna use and the subheading. Okay, so let's go to and let's say the subheading. So and here the and the details like 500 words blog post outline. For that we have selected number 3. So here the role of AI predicting and preventing chronic disease, and this is so, and this is over here. So this method keeps ChatGPT focused and organized. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's move into for the prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is about crafting your prompts carefully to get more accurate, creative and concise result. For examples, like instead of saying like write a story, so we can say something like write, or if I'm gonna say the write, so let's say write a 300 word, so let's say the suspense, you say like say the suspense story set in a a futuristic, so let's say the, if I'm gonna say the futuristics or city where, if I say the AI, or say AI governs and humans, like we want to use the include a twist ending. Okay, so that's one, and futuristic, so let's say like this one, and then we need to the properties, so like here 300 words suspense story, so instead of say or like we can write a story, so we used the write a 300 suspense stories set in a futuristic city, so where AI governs human include a twist ending. So and that's it. Now controlling tones and styles, you can ask ChatGPT to adopt a tone or styles. So example, we can use like rewrite this text in a humorous tone suitable for Instagram captions, or we can just say, let's say the explain the blockchain technology as if I were like the 10 years old. So this is extremely useful for marketing, content creations and educations. And the next one is the using systems and user interactions in ChatGPT Plus. So for advanced users, especially on ChatGPT Plus, so like you can see there is the ChatGPT Plus, you can easily use the ChatGPT Plus from here. So there you can update the plans, and you can use systems like label instructions to guide the AI. For instance, you might say system message like you are not an expert copywriter with 10 years of experience in text marketing, or use the or user promotes like create a LinkedIn post about the latest AI tools for productivity. So this ensure that the AI consistency responds with the desired expertise and styles. Now let's move into the interactive refinement. So don't settle for the first response. You can refine outputs by asking follow-up questions. So example, if I gonna say like the original promotes like write a 10 or 20 words blogs on the healthy snacks. So if I gonna say again, and let's say the write a 20 word blog on healthy snacks. Okay, so let's go with and say the snacks over here, and that's it. And also you can follow up, like you can say, and if I'm gonna say the make it more engaging, or let's say the engaging, something like that, this one, and add three or actionable tips. Okay, so let's say actionable tip, and that's it. So these techniques allows you to create content interactives with ChatGPT and improving quality and with the interactions. So here we have the these ones with these or steps. Okay, so and that's is over here, and you can also go to with the something with the examples, like you can say the social media, like you can promote something, act as a social media strategist, and write 5 Instagram captions promoting new fitness apps, one funny, one inspirations, and one the motivationals. Okay, so or the professionals, and when you ask, then you'll get the tailored captions ready for the postings. Okay, so this is the example, or you can use the educative or education contents, like explain Newton's third law of motions with 3 real life examples for kids age, like you can select 8 to 12, and in simple languages. Okay, and ChatGPT will give you like something clear, age appropriate explanations that you could use in lessons or videos. Okay, so before we wrap up, here are some best practice, like be specific, so provide clear context and word limits and format performance, and experiment, try different promote styles and tones to see what works best, and use follow up, don't hesitate to refine output step by steps, and save different promotes, like build a personal library of promotes you can reuse, or style ethicals, like always review AI outputs for accuracy and ap- or appropriateness. Okay, so with these techniques, you are not just asking ChatGPT questions, you are guiding it to create content that's accurate, creative, and tailored to your need. So that is for lessons 90. In our next lessons, we will explore automations workflows using ChatGPT, integrating it with other tools to save even more times. So see you there. Welcome to lessons 20, introductions to Google Sheet interface. In these sessions, we'll explore the Google Sheet environments step by steps, from understanding the layouts to working with a simple data sets. By the end of these lessons, you will be confident navigating sheets, customizing view, and preparing data for analysis. Google Sheet is widely used for business, educations, and personal projects. So it's cloud-based, free, and or integrates with others Google Workspace tools like Docs, Slides, and Forms. So let's dive right in. Okay. So to get started, we need to do open up the browsers and here and go to the, like let's say the seedsgoogle.com, and also here you will notice blank spreadsheets or blank spreadsheet options, and also a library of the templates, like we have the annual budgets or like the something like the trackers or to-do list, and also the projects management you will find into the templates. Okay, so and also there you will find also the a list of recent your files. Okay, so and here, so for these lessons let's select the blank spreadsheets, and you will see the interface load with a grid like structure. Okay, so and like this is our digital canvas. So let's break down the interface. So the first one is into the menu bar, so located at the top, containing options like file, edit, views, inserts, format, data, tools, extensions, and help. And there's also the toolbar, like below the menu bar or menu or with shortcuts for fonts, like the alignment, and also like borders or chartings, and also the functions. So like here this is, and the another one is the grid area. So in the main spreadsheet made of like rows, and it's numbered like 1 2 3 4 and like this more, and also the columns is labeled by A, B, C, or also the more like there, and each box is a cell. Okay, so identify by coordinates, like if I gonna click over here, it say the A1. Okay, and the next one is the formula bar, just above the grid. Use the or used to type or edit the formula bars in there. So when I takes here, and you will find, so this is the formula bar, and the another one is the seed tabs at the bottom, where you can add and also the renames and duplicates multiple sheets within like the one files. So for example, if I want to insert the new one, just I can do right or click over here, or you can just click over in the sheet or click on the add sheet to add it. Now it's added it. So now you can rename it, like if I gonna now rename it, like this is the or data bar or data sets over here, and this calls, let's double clicking over here, and we gonna say the dashboard. Okay, so like the that's one. So and think of sheets like a combinations of a notebook and also the calculators. So every cells can store like the text and also the number something and also the formula. So let's say we can just do with something like the formula, or let's say something the sum, and let's use the 12 and also the or 10, something like this one. So and that's it with the like the info or overview of the interface in there. And now let's work with an examples or like the examples data sets. So for examples, we'll create a small sales data sets for an online stores. So let's say if I'm gonna type here the product, let's say, and the next one is, let's go with the category, like over here, let's say we want to use the units sold, and the another one is the price, so let's say the price, and the another one is, let's say it comes with the total, like total revenue over here, So let's say, and now let's say if I gonna go to and let's add here the product, like let's say the laptop, and the another one is, let's say it's come with the chair, let's over here, and if I'm gonna say the desk, and let's use this is the headset. Okay, so like over here, and let's say the category, so this is the electronics, something like, let's go with the electronics over here, and let's say here it comes with the electronics again, and the another one, let's say the furniture, and let's say here this is with the furniture, and that's it. Or if I gonna go to something, so this is the, or not, or before that, so let's what we can do, or we can comes with, so this is the chair, and this is we can say the furnitures over here. Let's say we have this furniture, and this is the furniture, and this is the electronics. So and that's it. And now let's add the unit cells, like if I gonna say the 15, let's say the 30, let's say the 12, and if I gonna say the like this way. Okay, and let's say the price, if I say the 700, 400, 120, or let's say the 50. So the total revenue we can do, and we want to use the formula, like select it, and if I gonna select like the C to do, or like the this one, and then just press the enters, and that's it over here, like C or 2 divide or multiplications by the d2. Now let's drag the formula down, and here we got the result. Or if I gonna do start, or let's, you have the suggested autofills, and that's it. So as you types, notice how Google Sheets auto saved, or like Google auto saves everything in the clouds. Okay, so here we insert like the unit sales and price in the total revenue columns, and we use formula like C 2 multiplications by D2. When dragging the down, the formula automatically apply to the other rows. So this documents how, or how cells, formulas, and references work together. Okay, so let's explore the main menu options with our data sets. So in the file tabs, and here we have the like the new or open, import, and also the save options, and also you will use the export it like the PDF. And in the view tabs or in the edit, we have the undo or redo on file, and also the replacements in there into the edit, like in there. And in the view tabs, you have the shows, preview or groups, comments, zooms, and also the full screens. And in the inserts, we have like, or you can use something like the to add the row, charts, and image or functions. Okay, and in the format, change the numbers, like you can numbers, change the number format, and text, or also styles and conditionals formattings with the format tabs. And in the data tabs, shorts and filters our sales data sets. So for example, so shorts by the highest value. So if I gonna now want to or short outs like that, this one, so let's go to and use the shorts, like if I gonna go to, or like the revenue, like if I gonna select from here, or let's say it, or we can just go to and sorts out like the, or we have the highest to like the this one. Or if I gonna click over again, and let's say the G2A. Okay, so and that's it. And another is the tools. So these tools with the spelling and translate, and also the even the linked form. Okay, so and the next one is the extensions. So this adds-ons like data connectors for analytics. So every default or every features is designed to make collaborations and analysis easier. So now let's customize the interface for better clarity. The first one is the freeze headers row. So we can do like so. This is the first one, and before that, so let's make it the bold. And now go to the view tabs, and now select like the phrase, and we want to use the one row. So now our headers like the product category unit sales, like the price or total revenue, so stay fixed while scrolling. Okay, and for the formatting, like we need to do highlight the rows, and now we have already make it the bold and fill with the light colors. Like if I gonna go to, and here we have the fill colors, so let's say we can use something the light colors. So and that's it. And the another one is the number formatting. So format the price and revenue columns as the currency. So let's go to, and from there we can do, so let's if I gonna go to with the currencies over here, so this format the currencies over here, or let's select all of them and make it format as the currency. Okay, so now let's decrease the decimal place, and that's it with our example. Okay, and already our data sets looks much more professional and easy to read. Okay, so the another thing is use the, or before that, so let's little bit zoom out for here. Like here, use the filters, like select the headers in there and header rows, and click on the filters. Like if I gonna go to, or you can easily work or make it the rows over here, so or you can just filter out from there. Okay, so and just click on the filters icon to toolbars, and also now you can quickly filters. Like if I gonna go to, or you can easily make it the, or you can easily use it or use this as the filters, or before, or now that here we have the create filters by over here, and that's it. Or now we can easily filter it by the different categories. Okay, so and one of Google Sheets strength is real-time collaborations. So click on the green share buttons in the top right corners, and invite the peoples by the emails, and set or for like you can and here set the permissions like the restricted or anyone with link. So if I gonna go to, or let's say the anyone's over here, and use the viewers, commenters and editors, or copy a link for public access. Okay, so for example, if you are managing sales data with the teams, everyone can update products numbers or similarly. So you can see their cursors, and like if I'm gonna go to edit it and use the copy it and share it with the different groups over here. Okay, so like here if I'm gonna go to, and that's it. So now you can send it and apply, or so, or the access persons can update it. Okay, and you will see their cursors move in the real times in there, so with different colors for each users. So this makes teamwork seamless. Okay, so let's recap what we have covered. So like here we have covered like opening the Google Sheets or understanding the interface. Okay, and before that make sure you need to change your the rin or change the name with your appropriate names, okay, or to save it, and creating and formatting the datasets, and using basics formula and exploring menu options and customizing with phrasings, formattings and filterings and collaboratings with others. In the next lessons, we will go deeper into formulas and functions, the real power of Google Sheets. Until then, practice creating your own small datasets, maybe a monthly expenses trackers, class attendance sheets, or personal to-do list, and apply the formatting and navigation skills we learned today. Welcome to lessons 21st, basics, formulas and functions in Google Sheets. In these lessons, we are going to unlock the real power of Google Sheets, formulas and functions. If you have only been typing text or numbers in cells, so far, get ready. Formulas will transform your spreadsheets into smart calculations that save times and minimize mistakes. Okay, so and let's open up the spreadsheets, and by the end of these lessons you will be confident using formulas to add, subtract, multiply, divide and apply common functions like sum, average, mean, max, count and if. Okay, so let's get started. So let's start with the questions like what are formulas? So a formula in Google Sheets always begins with an equal sign. So let's little bit zoom out or zoom in with the equals, and this tells like the sheets that you want to perform calculations. So for example, if we type 2 plus 2, so here and in a cell, so Google Sheets will calculate and shows us like the 4. Okay, so but formula really shines when you work with references. So like imagine we have these data sets of monthly sales, like let's say the month, and if I gonna type here, so let's call it the sale. Okay, and sales, and here let's name it the month's name January, and let's go with the February. Okay, Feb, and let's say, and if I gonna use this one as the March. Okay, and let's say the sales value, like if I gonna say the 1200 and 1500, and let's say the 1700. Okay, and let's make it with the bold, or let's make it the more appealing over here, and that's it. So now if we want to add January to February sales, instead of typings like, if I gonna go to over here, or if I gonna type here, instead of like the 1200 or plus 1500, so here we'll type like the sum, or we gonna use or the references by using the equal, then right here the this one plus use the 15. Okay, so and this way, if sales number change, the formulas update automatically. So like here, if I'm gonna say, let's go ahead, and if I'm gonna use something, this is the, or like let's say the 1400, and here we get the different answers. So that's the power of formulas. And let's practice the four core or arithmetics operations. Like the first one is the additions. So like here, if I gonna use the additions like formula, and this is with the plus icons in, or like over here, let's undo it over here, like for, or like formula is like say if I gonna do have something like the b2 and plus the b3, and that's it. Like here we add the January and February sales and result is the 26. If I change here, let's make it the 1500, and here it comes with the 2700 only. Okay, and for the subtraction, so let's go with the subtractions over here. So this is the negative. Like the formula is, let's say the equal, start with the equal, then let's say the February b3 minus or b2. Okay, so here the result is the 300. And for the multiplications, so let's say the multiplications over here. So this formula is, let's use the equal, and let's type something like this one, like the January, or like if I gonna go to and use the 2, so the double January sales we will get, and that's it with the 2400. Okay, and for the divisions, so let's say the divisions, so this is the formula, and also you can use the divisions, the symbols over there or like over here. So formula is the start with the equal, and let's say the v3 divide by the or b2, and then press the enter. Okay, so and that's it over here, like 1.25. so notice how we didn't type the actual numbers, we used like the cell references. So this makes your sheets flexible and dynamic. And also typing multiple additionals or additions manually can be tiring. So that's where functions comes in, and a functions is a built-in formula. So the most common or common use one is the sum functions. Okay, so like here if I gonna use the another month, so let's say the April, and let's say if it is the 2000s over here, and now to calculate the sales, so we can do before that, let's make it the bold, and we can use simply type the equal, or let's say use the equal, and let's say the sum, and use the parenthesis, then let's say the b2 b5. Okay, and close it, and this means add all numbers from b2 through b5. Okay, so this is the easier than writings, like and we have click over here, but we if you type here, let's say one by one, these plus icons, let's do one by one, and that's it. So it takes the several time to work in. Okay, so and here, and sum works with range, so you can scale quickly as your data grow. Now let's calculate some statistics. Okay, so the first one is, or we're gonna use the average, min, max functions. So data sets continues with sales from like the January to April's, and here if I'm gonna want to find out the average, so let's say the average, let's go with the average functions, and formula is, let's say the equal, and let's say the average like that, there's one, and here the b2 b5, and that's it. But if you do is the manually, so you need to do, and it takes the several or the more times to do it, like we can do 12 or like 1200, or let's use like here the 1200 plus 1500 plus 1700 plus or 20 or 2000s, and now we need to divide by the 4, and now that here we got it this result. Okay, so or that's is over here, or we can have like the these ones, like let's say 1200, and this is our the examples, And if I gonna go to, and here we have the average of this one. Okay, so and that's it with this one. So let's say we have, or before that, so let's also use it, and that's it with the same answers. So now let's move into the main functions. So and the main functions is the example. So this is the smaller number with the main functions, and let's say we want to use the main functions from there, and this is the smaller numbers in our data range like 1200, and with the max functions we can find the largest number with your selections. So let's say go with the x or equal, then let's go with the max, and the next one is, so let's select this data range, and here we got, or we will get the answers like the 2 or 20 or 20,000 or 2,000. Okay, so these are great for analyzing performance, for example finding the lowest and highest sales month. Okay, and sometime we want to know how many entries exists in a data. So with this one, so now let's change it or something like that over here, and now notice like March has the, or before that, or like here March has blank cells. So we can do, so let's go to, and let's say the count functions with, let's type here the count functions, then the value 1. So let's say the b2 b5, and then close it, and then hit on the OK. So and result is here 3, because count only counts the number, and if you want to count all cells and also including blank or text, we'd use the count a function. So this is with the count functions, and the next one is we want to use the count a functions. Okay, so let's say, and we can go with the count, and let's say the count a functions, and let's select this range and close it with the parenthesis, and now that here we got it the result. But if I'm gonna use something as like the, or let's say the nil or something like this one, and that's it. So this count is useful for keeping track of valid data entries. Okay, so and that's it. And now let's move into the if functions. Like one of the most powerful beginners functions is if functions. So it lets you create logics in your sets. So we're gonna want to use the if functions in over here, and like here if functions is sentence is with the, if I'm gonna show you the examples, so like the this one. So first one is the logic or conditional or expressions or logical expressions, and the next one is the value if true and value if false. Okay, so like let's go to with the simple example. Let's create a simple students names and also their scores. So let's say the name, and if I'm gonna create our, or we can do, so let's go with the new seats, and here let's say, so this is the name, and here let's say this is the score, and before that, so let's make it the bold to as the headers, and let's say we're gonna want to use the Alex and use the Maria over here. Let's go with, and the another one is, let's say the John. Okay, and let's give here the scores like the 45, 60, and the 45. So here is 85, here is the 45s, and we want to mark each students as pass or fails with the pass mark the 50. Okay, so here we can use like the pass, like let's say the fail. Okay, so for that we want to use here the if functions. In like C2 we use like the if functions, then first logical test, if B2 is greater than, or we can just say the equal the 50. So if it is true, so if value is true, we want to say the pass, or otherwise if value is false, we want to say, let's go with and say the fail. Okay, so and close with the parenthesis, and then just hit on the okay. So and here or before this, so let's make it the 50, and that's it. And now that here we got the result, like the Alex is pass, or Maria is first, or the John is the fail. So this makes spreadsheets smarter by automatically categorizing data. Okay, so and that's it. So here you got the pass or fail because this is not greater than the or 50. So now let's go to the another quick or practice that or data, and here's a quick data sets for the practice on. So for that, so let's go to the new one, and let's say we're gonna use the product, and let's say we if I'm gonna say the price, and here the next one is the quantity. Okay, and that's it. So now or we can do, or let's go create a contact plus b to use it. Let's say if I'm gonna go to the pens, and let's say the notebook and back. Okay, for the examples, price, let's say the 500, let's say the 50, and let's say it's could be the 10, or if I'm gonna say the 5, 2, or we're gonna say the 1. Okay, so now our task is multiply price and quantity to calculate the total. So if I'm gonna say, so this is the total over here. So let's go to the equal, then let's say these are multiplications by over here, b2 c2, and that's it. So now we can find the result, and the find the totals revenue using the sums. So you can use the sum functions over there by using, let's say the sum functions like d2, d4, and that's it with the total revenue, and find the average. If I gonna go to an average price using average with the average functions, let's say the average, and that's it. Okay, and find the most expensive product using the max. So let's go with, and this is the average. So let's say this is the average, and this is the sum. And now let's move into the max functions to use like the sum or use the max, and that's it. Here it's selected, and this is our the max. And for the min, if I gonna go to, and let's say, yeah, or we gonna use the equal, then let's say the min functions, and that's it. Okay, so and marks products as the low, or like if I gonna go to, or let's say the quantity, so low or low stocks, or if quantity, like if I gonna say, let's go with the if functions with over here. So for that, let's use the if, and if I'm gonna use, if it is like if I'm gonna say, if it is greater than the 3, or we can use, so this is the or quantity, or like the low space, or we can just say the or quantity, or we can just say the low, or let's go with if it is greater than like this one, or over here say the 3. So we want to say, so this is the low or stock. Okay, and that's it. Or now otherwise it will comes up with the or space in there. Okay, so and that's it. And also here, and here we got it the these results like the that's way. Okay, so and that's it according to our result. Okay, so there or it comes with the blank. So pause here and try writing this formula yourself. Okay, so and that's it. So let's wrap up in these lessons you learn. Like first one is the formula start with the equals, and also the or can use cells references, and or arithmetic operations like add, subtraction, multiplications, and also the divisions, and or you can say the divided, and sum, average, and also the max and mean for quick calculations, and count a and count to count data, and e functions for logics and decisions making. So formulas and functions are the heart of Google Sheets. With these basics, you can start building powerful dynamic spreadsheets that save times and help you make smarter decisions. In the next lessons, we'll go deeper into more advanced functions and combining formulas. So see you there. Welcome to lessons 22 of our Google Sheet course. In these lessons, we'll explore conditional formatting and data validations, and two powerful tools that help us make spreadsheets more visuals, interactive, and error proof. So conditional formatting allows us to highlight like important data automatically, such as overdue tax, top scores, or low stocks levels, and data validations ensures that user like enter the correct types of informations, reducing mistakes and keeping the sheet clean. So by the end of these lessons, you will be able to create rules that visually highlights data trends, restrict data entry using drop-down menus, and build smart or smarter spreadsheets. So let's get started. Okay, so let's open up the Google Docs, or here we have the Google Sheets over here, and let's start with the conditional formatting. So the conditional formatting changes how cells look based on their values. For example, you can highlight exam scores below like 50 in red, or automatically sets weekends in our calendar. So it saves times and makes data patterns easy to spot. So let's take a data set of student scores in the class. So let's say if I do have like this is the student name, or let's go with and say the student, and the next one is, so let's say we're gonna want to use for the subject math, and let's say the science, like the this one, and let's say the English. Okay, so like if I'm gonna go to, and let's say this is, and we're gonna use this is the average number. Okay, so now let's add the few students names. So let's say the Elsie's, or let's say the Ben, or let's say something the Clara, or if I'm gonna go to the David, and let's go with the Ima. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's input something like the numbers. So if I'm gonna type like 92, 45, or let's say the 80, or let's say the 55, and let's use the 98. Okay, and for the science, so let's use the 85, and if I'm gonna use something the 52, or let's say the 88, or let's use the random number for the examples like over here. And for the there's one we if I'm gonna say 50 or 85, or like let's say the something, or you can say something the 60, or say the 90, let's say the 40, or here we can use like the 91. Okay, so and that's it. Now we want to make it as the bold, like this is the headers. Now we want to use the average. So for that we want to use like the average functions, and like the this one, and that's it. We have the average functions, and now let's take out the decimal places from there. So and that's it. So now drag the formula down, and here you got it, the average results in there. And we will apply formatting to highlights or highlight students who scored like the below, let's say the 50, and or we can say like the 60, like let's say, and also identify the top performer. So and if I'm gonna go to and select now the to highlight falling students, so we can do, so let's say we're gonna want to or select the or average columns. Now go to the format and select the conditional formatting. So under the format cells or like over here, and you'll find the for cells if there, and choose like the less than. So if I'm gonna say, or let's go with, and let's say the less than, and here we want to say, let's say the 60. Okay, and now it's automatically highlighted, and select a red background colors, like if I'm gonna say, and let's say the this one, and then just use done. And now or any students with an average scores below the 60, and automatically turns on the rate, so you can instantly see who needs extra help. Okay, so that's it. Now let's move or let's do the opposite, so highlight top performers. So same way we can do, so let's select the average columns again, and now add the another rules, and this times in there choose the greater than. Okay, or the equals or greater than, or you can say the equals, or let's say or like the this one greater than or equals, and let's say we want to use the 85. Okay, and here now let's just set the color something, let's go with the green, like that, that's one. And now students likes we can see the like Elsie's or also the Clara or Ima, so or stands out of the green. So with just a few clicks we have made the our spreadsheets for more readables. Okay, and also conditional formatting is not limited to single uses or single rules, you can apply color scales. So for example, select all the scores in like the math, science and English, like over here, and go to the again the format and click on the conditional formatting. And these times, so let's use the color scales. Okay, so from there choose the color scales, and also choose a gradient, like we can say like the mini, or from here rate for the low, or if I'm gonna go to, or let's say this is, or we're gonna go with the another one, so this is for the rate, like that, that's one. Okay, and also here the another one yellow for the mid, so let's go to, or let's say we're gonna want to use like the number, or we can say the these numbers, or let's say the, or here we want to say the yellow, like that, that's one. And the max point, so let's say the green for the high. Okay, so let's go with, and we can make it again the green, and like here we have also the green, and there's it, we have the different colors. Okay, so now the score display the heat maps, so instantly showing like the performance in over here, so like over here, and instantly showing performance distributions across the subject. So and that's it. So now sometimes you need custom rules, so let's say we want to highlight students who scored below the 50 in any subject, not just the average. So we can do, let's select the whole data set. Like we can do like the A1 to D6 over here, or you can use like the from here, or let's say the A1 to E6 over here. Now in the conditionals formatting, under the format tabs and select the conditions formatting. Now we'll use the another one, or let's say add the another rules, and this times we want to use the customs formula. Okay, so let's go to and use the custom formula is over here, and let's say we're gonna use like the over here, let's say the or functions. And first let's use the equal, and let's say the or, then let's say the first parenthesis, and let's go with something. If the b2, let's say the b2 is or less than the 50, or let's say here the b2, let's say the less than, or b2 say the less than is 50, and let's say the c or less than the 50, or let's go with the c2 again less than the 50, again let's say the d or 2 or less than the 50. So and that's it over here, and choose the color or choose the red fill. Okay, so here let's go with the that's one. And now that here we found it, like now Ben and also the David's rows of, or like David's rows light up because they failed in the, like here, like failed in at least one subject. Okay, so and just hit on the okay. So this is where conditional formatting becomes like powerful formulas and lets you build rules beyond basics options. Okay, and that's it with the conditional formatting. Now let's move into the data validations. So what is the data validations? So let's say data validations ensure that data entered in cells meet certain criteria. For example, if or you can create a drop down menu for like department or the restricted or entires to like numbers only. So it helps keep spreadsheets clean, consistent and free from the typos. So like here for that, so let's create the another sheets and let's consider data sets for an or inventory. And let's say if I'm gonna use this is the item, and let's say we can just say the category over here. Let's go with and write here the category, and let's use here the quantity. Okay, so let's say the quantity over here, and let's say we're gonna use the status. So let's say the status over here and here. So or like here, or if I'm gonna now like use it here the laptop. So let's say the laptop over here, or use the mouses. So let's say the mouse, and here let's say the chair. Let's go with, and let's say the desk, say the phone. Okay, and category let's go with and say the electronics. Let's say the electronics, and here again we're gonna want to use the electronics. So this is the furniture, or like over here, and here this is comes the furniture, and this is the electronics. Okay, and quantity let's say the 3 5 or something the 25, and use the 0, and let's say so this is the tens. And status we can use the in stock, and let's say the out of stock. Okay, so like here the out of stocks, like something like this one. So let's say the in stocks, let's say the low or low stocks over here. Let's go with, and here let's say the low stocks. Okay, So and we'll use data visualizations to control how data is entered in the category and status columns. Okay, so before that, so let's make it the headers with the bold, and that's it. So and like here, suppose we only want specific categories like the electronics and also the furniture and also the stationery. Okay, so the select the category columns, like if I gonna go to over here, like the under like this one, then go to the data, and from there choose the data validations. Okay, so in or under the data, and now choose the data validations, and that's it. Or we want to add like the or add rules, and here or under the criteria choose the list items. So hover, and let's say, or this is, or like here we have this is like the this one, or if I gonna go to, or let's say the getter, then or this is the criteria and drop down, or if I gonna go to the drop downs with over here, so this is the list of items. So or we have the electronics, furnitures, and let's say we want to use the another items, and let's say, so this is the stationery. So let's go with, and let's see right here the stationery over there. Okay, so now users can only pick from the drop down and avoiding spelling mistakes like the electronics or something like this way, and that's it. So now if I gonna click over, and you can only use like the stationaries over here, so you cannot type anything in there. So when you types, so it will gives you the error. Okay, so and that's it within there. Okay, and or and also the, and in the quantity columns, let's make sure only positive numbers are allowed. So for that, so let's select like the or C columns, and now go to again the data validations, or like in the data validation rules, and now this times let or add the rules, and now let's under the criteria choose the number. Okay, so let's say, and we can use the something the number, or this content or text or text content, or text does not contents over here, or let's say we're gonna want to use like the numbers over here, or let's go to the data types, use the, or let's go to over here, and let's use the data validations in there, and we have now the, this is the drop down from here, and the next one we can select something like the number, not the text, or text does not content, so like that these ones, and also or we can give here the values or the formulas if you're gonna want to use, or let's say the number this is less than the 0. Okay, so and that's it over here, and check the or reject the input, so invalid entries are blocked. Okay, so now hit on the or done. So now if I use the negative one, so what happened, so or here, and that's it, or does not, or we can do, so let's use or select it over there again, and or here we can do like let's say the get or text or the or is between, so let's say we can just say the 0, and let's say the another one, let's say the 100. Okay, and check with like the reject the outputs, and that's it. So now, and when I click like the this one, and like if I gonna go to the negative one, and now you cannot enter like the that's one, so it's blocked. So now if someone tries to type a negative number or text like over here, so let's say the text, and also or sheet will stop them, keeping your data consistent. Okay, So and that's it. And now let's create a smart rules for status in over here. So we can do, so let's, or for now if I gonna go to for like that, there's one in there. So what we can do, so let's add the another one. So go to, or we can do like in there. So like if quantity is 0, out of the stocks, or if quantity is less than 5, low or stocks, or otherwise in stocks. So while data validations cannot do calculations, we can combine it with formula. So in here, or the status or columns, enter the, or enter this formula for now. And if I gonna go to the add rules over here, and let's say we're gonna go to the customs formula is over here, and let's say if I gonna if functions first equal, let's say the if, or next one is if, let's say start from the here like this one, let's say the c or 2 equal the 0. So we want to say, so this is the, or out of, let's say the out of, or here the stock. And another one, if again, let's say the if, or let's go with the this one, if the c2 is, or c2 is less than the 5, we want to say the low stocks. Okay, so let's use the low stock over here. And the next one is, so let's say, or otherwise we want to say the in stock. Okay, so like the these ones over here. And now let's close it with the parenthesis, and that's it over there. So now hit on the OK, and that's it. So if I'm gonna use the 0, or like say the 25, so here we can now, if I say the in stocks, so or let's say the low stocks, or out of stock, so what happened, so it comes with the error. So this sales contents violates validations rule. Okay, so now status update automatically as quantities changes. This ensures accurates without manual typings errors. Okay, so like over here, or let's go to, and if I'm gonna use over here, so or let's use it over here, or let's say we're gonna want to use like the c2 over here, or let's copy this one, or if I'm gonna now copy it from here, or there's is our the examples over there. Or let's start with the beginnings, or we can remove for now, and let's start with from here. So let's say again, let's use the add rules, and let's say we're gonna want to use the customs rules again. Custom formula is, let's say the equal, and if functions c2 is equal the 0, we want to say the out of a stock over here. Again, let's say the if, or let's say, and let's say the c2, that this one is less than the 5, we want to, or we'll use here the low stock over here, and that's it. Or otherwise will comes with the like in stock. Okay, so like the this one, and that's it, and close it with the parenthesis. So and that's it over here. So now let's go to, and this is our like if, again we can just check out with the that's one, and that's it over here. And now what we can do, we can just go to over here, and that's use, or what we can do, so let's reject the inputs, and that's it. Okay, so now let's check it again. So now we can just use the enter, and that's it our the examples. Okay, So this ensure accuracy with manuals, or if I gonna now drag theirs in there. Okay, so and that's it here with our examples. And also this ensures accuracy without manual typings errors. Okay, so now that here we have learned with the there's one. So now let's combine both features for maximum impact. For example, in your or in our inventory sheets, so we can use the data habilitations for drop down categories and status over here, and also apply the conditional formatting to highlights into the like low stocks and also yellow and out of stocks items in the red. Okay, so we can go ahead and select from there, and the sheets not only prevents wrong data entry but also visually warms you when stocks in running low. So to summarize, conditional formatting highlights trends and acceptations and making data easier to analyze. And other hand, the data habilitations ensure accuracy by restricting user input. So together, they transforms Google Sheets into smart interactive dashboard that prevents errors and save times. So in the next lections, we will continue building on these skills to make even more dynamics and automated spreadsheets. Thank you for joining Lessons 22. Welcome to Lessons 23 of our Google Sheet course. In these lessons, we will explore how to create charts, graphs, and pivot tables. So these tools helps you transform raw data into meaningful visual insights. And we'll work with our sales data sets and work step by steps through creating like bar charts, line graphs, pie charts, and pivot tables that summarize information clearly. So by the end of these lessons, you will be able to visualize data trends and create reports with confidence. Okay, so let's begin with start up with the Google's or Google Sheets. So and let's start by creating our simple data sets. And I have like imaging we are managing sales data for a small online stores. So here's the data sets we'll use for that's one. And like these data sets tracks sales across like the different product and also like the regions and also the date. Okay, so now let's turn this into visuals to understand the data better. So the next section is let's creating charts. Like charts allows us to quickly spot trends. So like here select the data range, and for example the column for the product and also column for the sales, and hold the shift key or control key, then go to the menu and click on the inserts and click on the charts. Okay, so Google Sheets automatically suggests chart types, and for our product sales sheets might create a like the, or you can find this one with the column chart showing like the laptop phones and tablets sales. So like here and their sheets over there. And also these charts makes it clear that laptops are the top sellings or like the top sellings product. Okay, so and if you suggested charts doesn't look right, click on the chart editors and also and panels and choose from options like the column and also something the by pie or bar charts and also kind of the line charts. Okay, so and that's it. So this flexibility helps you decide the best way to present your data. So now using different graphs types with this or like with these data sets, so let's or make it the little bit smaller. And now let's try different graphs to tell different stories. So first one is the line graphs. So for that, date and sales we can select it. For now let's go to and select with the control, hold the control key and use these two one. Then go to the again the inserts, and this times let's choose the like the line charts. So if I'm gonna go to and select the line charts, okay, so and that's it also, and this is our the line graphs. Now you can see sales trends over time, like the day by or like here, like you can find the day one was higher and day two dropped slightly like this way and align, and day three went up again. Okay, so and that's it with our examples. Okay, or before that, so let's select it again, or if I'm gonna delete it for now, so now let's go to all and let's select the over here. This is go to the insert, select the or now go to the chart, and now select the like the chart types with the line charts in like the this one, or we gonna use these line charts in there. Okay, so and that's it over there. And now for the pie charts we can do, so select the product and also the sales. So if I gonna select both like the product and sales, now go to again and like into the charts or into the inserts and go to the charts, and let's say select now this times into, or let's go to, or we want to use now the pie charts. Okay, so and here the chart types of the pie charts. Now you see the percentage contributions of the each project over here. So like the phone, tablets, or also the laptops in there, like and like this way, or we can do. So let's go to and we can also you can see the customizations, or you can go to the customizations to show subs like what do you want to show subs in there. Okay, so pie slice, if you're gonna want to use a chart styles you can change from there. Okay, so that's it for now. And the another thing is let's resize it over here, and you can also use the bar charts. So same way we can do like the regions. Let's say if I'm gonna go to the regions and we want to use like go to the, or let's go with the inserts, and now let's go to the again the or bar charts for now. So let's go to, and we have these bar charts over there. Okay, so and there sits with these styles in there, or we can use the aggregates for here, and there sits in now. Okay, and also we can do for like the this one, or if I'm gonna go to or click or select it like the there's one, and here we have like the this one, and now when I click over you can now see the specifics like the there's one, or I'm gonna do. So let's select it again, or what can I do? So let's go to and use the aggregates with the this one like specifics, or specifics, or this is like the tablets and laptops, and also the phone for the different provisions in there, like laptop has 44 and phone is 34 and tablets is the 22%. Okay, so the key is choose the charts that tells the story of your data most effectively. Here let's go to click over again there. We have like the this one, so is to like with the difference one, or let's say use the one headers, or like the this one, and that's it with the simple examples in there. Okay, so and here, and now let's go to and create the pivot charts. So charts are great for visualizations, but like what if you want to summarize large data sets? So that's where the pivot tables comes in. So let's create a pivot tables with our same data sets, and we can now let's move into the there for now. And I'm gonna want to use like the like these data sets for the creating the pivot tables. So select the data and now go to the inserts and click on the pivot tables. Okay, so now click on the pivot tables, and also you can place it in a new sheet or exiting one. So let's go to the new sheet and just create it. Okay, so and that's it. So now in the pivot tables editor, add the regions to the rows areas and over here, and add the sales value into the, or we can use into like this one into the values area. So sales into the values area. So now we get the clear summary for the regions, like this is some of the cells like east, north, or east, north, south, or west for the different cells in there. So this shows us that north region has the highest cells. Okay, and also the another example, you can add the, like if I gonna now add the rig or the product into the rows, or over here into the rows, and that's it over here, and the quantity to the values area. Okay, so and that's it. Now you see how many units were sold per product. Okay, so and that's it. So pivot tables are powerful because they let you rearrange and summarize data without writing formulas. Okay, so and here, and also, so and that's it for now. Or you can combine pivot tables and also the charts, and you can also create the pivot or charts with over here by using like this one. Okay, so and that's it over there. And so today we have learned how to insert and customize charts in Google Sheets, and also like you experiment with different charts types like column, and also the bar charts, line, and also the pie charts, and you discover how to build the pivot tables, and also to summarize data quickly in our here. Okay, so in the next lessons we'll explore like the or how to use functions with data validation or visualizations to create automated dashboards. So congratulations, you have just added an essential skills for data analysis and reporting in Google Sheets. Welcome to lessons 24 of our Google Sheet course. In these lessons, we will focus on one of the most powerful aspects of Google Sheet with collaborations, sharing, and cloud features. Google Sheet is not just a spreadsheet tool, it's a live cloud-based workspace that allows teams to work together in real time. By the end of these sessions, you will be able to share your sheet, message, or like manage permissions, track, edit, and use cloud-based features to boost team productivity. So let's dive right in. So let's understand or like understanding the cloud-based collaborations. Like this is unlike traditional spreadsheets tools, Google Sheets run on the cloud. So this means your files are not tied to your computer. They are stored in the Google Drive. So this has three key benefits. Like first one is the real-time access, and the no need to email attach or email attachments. Everyone works on same files. And the another one is the automatic savings, so your progress is never lost. So let's open up our data sets examples. So here are sales trackers for like the quarter 1, and that includes columns like date, product, sales persons, regions, unit sold, and also the revenue. And this data sets is perfect for demonstrations, collaborations, since multiple teams members like sales or also the representatives or managers and analytics need to view and edit it seamlessly. Okay, so now you can also convert this one to the tables. So now that here it's converted in the tables with these styles. Okay, so now let's start with the sharing sheets with others. Okay, so to collaborate you first need to share the sheets. So here's how, and click on the share button on the right corners or top right corners and insert the email numbers or for that. So let's close it for now. So let's say if I gonna go to and let's go with something like the let's go with something, let's say I have the email, and here we have enter email addresses for your collaborators and choose rules like here for the viewers. So and this one can only rate, and the commenters, so this is can add comments without editing, and here the editors is can make direct changes. So for this example in our sales data sets, so we will like give sales manager editors access to update the target. Like if I gonna now select it for like the there's one, so let's say I want to go with the or editors for the there's one, and now it's now sent, and again I want to share it again, and let's say the skip is for now, and another one is, so now let's add the another accounts like the there's one, and let's say we want to use only the commenters. Okay, so and also it can be only or only need to access or like we can say the viewers to review the result. Okay, so now this way every team members has exactly the access they need. So by sending, and now it sends and they can open it. And on the standout features of Google Sheets is real-time editing. So like here if I now clicking or if I select something over here, and also if 2 or more peoples open the sheets, so you will see their avatars appears at the top. As they make changes you can see them happening instantly. So let's move into the another accounts. So here you can see we have or got it. So we have now or open it with the another accounts like the our accounts. So this is the like the another accounts to see it, and there you can see we have now open up 2 accounts and it shows up into the top. Okay, so for example like if I reviewing something into like let's go to or select the regions over here, and let's say we're gonna use it like that there's one. So now let's move into the there's accounts, and you can or you can now see that so it shows up with the names. Okay, so let's say if I use this one and make it like the 8,000s over here, and their seats over here we have changed it in there. So now let's move into the another accounts, and you can now see it's changed in there. Okay, so and that's it. So this eliminates duplicates versions of files and keep the entire team's alignment. Okay, so sometime instead of editing directly you can or you may want to leave feedback. So that's where comments and notes comes in. like to add a comments, highlight a cells, and also like if I gonna use like these ones over here, and use the control plus alter plus m, and now you can add here the comments or add the notes, and also you can or taggings with the at the rate lets you assign tags, like you can say, and if I gonna say the do that like that this or this one, and let's say if I gonna use something like over here, or you can use like the Sarah or like the that's one. Okay, and also please double check these sales figures, or you can say like you can use like the not that that's one, or let's say we want to use like same thing like the please double check, or over here this or something like this sales figure. Okay, so let's the or we can just do it over here, and that's and just click on the comments. Okay, so unlike comments, notes are similar reminder inside our sales. So and that's it. So this ensure clear communications without cluttering the or sheets. And the another thing is the versions history. So let's move into the over here, and you can now see it comes with these comments like please double check these sales figures, like, and the commenters is there. Okay, and also the collaborations is great, but what if someone accidentally delete important data? That's where version history comes in. So go to the file tabs and click on the versions history, and click on the see versions history. Okay, so here you'll see a timelines like all of the changes made by whom and when. So you can restore any previous versions with just one clicks, like if you're gonna go to over here, and let's go to, and now the changes over here, and you can easily restart it from the here. Okay, so for example if we or mistakenly changed like that's one, you can now see, and here we have open it over here, or if I gonna go to with these accounts, and let's say go to again the versions history and see the versions histories over here, and their seats over here, and now it's changed in there. So go to over here, and here what we have changed, and you can restore it like there's one. Okay, so and that's it. And beyond real-time editings, Google Sheets has cloud powered features that helps teams work smarter, and the it is called the linked sheets and importance, or you can say the imports. So like here if I gonna go to and use, or you can, or now let's go back again there, and let's say you can just use the importance like the, let's say the over here the importance like over here to import data from the another sheets in there. So we can just easily use the sheets names, like if I do have like, or if I gonna go to from here like there's one, and also we can close it and then hit on the OK. So and that's it over here. So if I gonna now something like this one, and you can now see into the over here. Okay, so this is the cloud-based ads on and tools like connected sheets, and lets you analyze data from like the BigQuery or other database directly in Google Sheets. Okay, so and that's it. So always set the right permissions when sharing, and use comments and instant of overwriting data for sensitive corrections. And that is for lessons 24, collaborations, sharing and cloud features in Google Sheets. You have now learned how to share sheets, manage permissions, and work in real time, leave comments and recover all versions, and use powerful cloud based features. Okay, so and that's it, and see you in the next lessons. Welcome to project 1 of our Microsoft Word course. In this project, we are going to create a professional's report from start to finish, and you will learn how to structure a report with styled heading, insert image and tables, and add professionals headers and footers. By the end of these sessions, you will have a polished, formatted report that you can use for work, school, or business. Okay, so let's get started. So first, let's open up the Microsoft Word, and let's open the Microsoft Word and create a new blank document by going to the file and click on the new, and from there let's choose the blank document. Okay, and before typing, it's important to set up our page layout. Okay, so for that, go to the layout tab. Okay, and choose margins and select like the normal one. So here I have already selected as the normal. Next, set the orientations to the portrait. So here I have set up, and this is the default one with the portrait, and under the size, make sure it's like the A4 or letter depending on your regions. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's say this is the default, and let's say go with the A4 size. And now let's add a title page. So simply just type and like go with, and let's say the annual, or like the sales, let's say the sales report. Let's go to, and let's say the report 2025, and center it to using the like center alignment by going to the home tabs and use the center alignment. Okay, and make the font sizes. So let's say we use it this the 28 sizes over here, and use the bold and apply our modern fonts like Calibri, or we're gonna use the Sagos UI, or let's say if I'm gonna go to, and let's go to the Sagos like, or Sagio A, or we're gonna use the UI and then use it, and that's it. So we now have a simple professional's cover page, and later we'll add a company logo here. Okay, so now let's structure the report with heading and the subheading. Instead of manually changing fonts and sizes each times, Word give us heading styles like over here, and also what that keeps everything like the consistent. Okay, so for example, let's go ahead, and if I'm gonna now let's make it and type the introductions. So let's go with the intro, or let's say the directions like the this one, and we can do like select it and go to the home tab and click on the heading 1 under the styles. Okay, so now type paragraphs. So like let's say if I'm gonna go to, and let's say simply we're gonna say the this report, or let's say the this report summarize like the, or summarize the, or company like the this one, and also the companies or sales performance, and say the key trends, and let's say the recommended or recommendations like this one for the year, let's say the 2025. Okay, so let's use the recommendeds or like this one. Okay, so now let's type the, or we're gonna use or next type the key, or here let's go to the enter and let's use the polystops, let's use the enter. So use the key, so let's say the highlight. Okay, so let's go with and let's say the highlights over there. And now here we want to use this one, or let's go to the highlights over here, and we want to apply like over here the heading 2. Okay, so and that's it. Under these headings you can type bullets points. So let's say the overall sales increase, let's say the sales increased by 12%. And the another one, let's say the top, or let's say the top selling product, let's go with, and product something like this one, or product model, let's say the model, or like let's go with and say the model X, something like that, this one. And let's say the strong growth or in Asia or Pacifics, let's say market. Okay, so go with, and that's it over here. So now let's make it as like we can do like the, let's go with the something, or let's go to the bullet points with over here, and let's say we're gonna want to use like the that's one. Okay, so and that's it in over there. So notice how the like heading 1 and heading 2 have different levels. So like heading 1 is used for main sections, while heading 2 is for subsections. Okay, so like that's one, you can now see it comes like the for the main one, and this is the subsections. By using these styles, we can later like automatically generate tables of content, something we'll do in the next project. Okay, so and that's it for there. And if I'm gonna now close it over here, and once like now let's move into the insertings and formatting image. Reports are much more engaging with visuals, so let's add an image. Okay, so place your cursors like under, if I'm gonna go to or under the or key highlights, so let's go to over here, and now we can do so, go to the insert tabs and use the pictures, and also you can use the device or select an image, or let's go to the online pictures. So for example, let's choose a product, let's say the product, and if I'm gonna go and product photo, something like this one, and we want to use something like the product, and let's say if I'm gonna go to like the was product, or let's select it with the this one and then just insert it. So once inserted, the image might look too big, and to fix this, click on the or the image and drag the corners to and inward to resize the proportionalist like over here. And if I'm gonna now or use it like that, this one, and there's it over here. Okay, so and there's it, and under the pictures format or also the wrap, and use here the squares. Okay, and there's it over here, or use the wrap text and use the squares like from the tabs. Okay, so this allows the text to wrap neatly around the image. Okay, so and there's it over here. Now let's resize it, and here we have like the there's one. So, and that's it. So for example, if you insert a company logo, you can place it to top right corners of the cover page. And if you insert a graphs, you can position it under the analytics sections. So for example, let's go to and insert the logo. Let's go to the pictures, select this device, and let's say if I gonna do have something like the logo, I can go to, or if I gonna select, or let's say we have something like the difference, or let's say I have these logos. For the example, I'm using like that. That's one. Let's use it over here and square it. And now let's fix it, and we want to do so. Let's use into the tops over here, and that's it in the simple examples. Okay, so always make sure images are clear and not pixelate. High quality visuals makes your report professionals. Okay, so and that's it. Now let's move into the another parts like creating and stylings are tables. So data is often best presented in tables. So let's insert one, like place your cursors under the head, or like if I gonna go to, or let's use the heading like quarterly sales data, and let's say we gonna want to use like the, let's say go quarterly, or like sales data, or let's go with and say the, let's say the quarterly sales data, and let's go with the sales data. Now let's make it the heading 2s over here. So now we want to use here the tables by going to the insert tabs and selecting the tables, and let's say we're gonna go into the 4x5 something, like if I gonna go to, and there's it with the 4x5. So now let's fill it with example data. So let's say we're gonna want to use like this one quarter, and like we're gonna use the quarter, and this is, we can say the sales, and let's say or in, let's say the dollar. Okay, there's one, and let's go with the dollar. And the another one, we want to say something the growth, and it could be the percentage. And the next columns, we want to use the keynote. Okay, so let's say we wanna use the quarter 1, let's use the quarter 2, or over here, and let's say the quarter 3, and here let's use the quarter 4. Okay, and now here let's say the 15,000, or like the $15,000, and let's say this is the 165, or like say the this one, or let's say the 180, like let's use the simple value, and let's go with something the or 20,000 like over here. And now let's use, this is called the 8%. Let's go to, and let's say growth, and here let's say the 10% over here, and let's say, so this comes with the 12 percent, and let's say we can keep it like something the 50%. And the keynotes, we're gonna use the strong something, or go with a strong online. And the next keynote, we're gonna say the season, or like say the seasonal over here. And the next one, let's say the new product, or go with over here. And the next one, let's say the internationals, or like or internationals, let's say the expansions. Okay, and expansions, and that's it over here. Okay, and once it starts, so let's style it, and before that, so let's make it little bit bigger. So select the tables and go to the table design and apply a light shaded styles. Like if I gonna go to, and let's say we can select something with like the different one, or let's go with over here, or if I gonna go to, and if I gonna select like that's one. So and that's it, or altering row colors. So this is the, or we can do it over here. So this is the row colors, or if I gonna say the another one, or let's go with something as the difference, and that's it in there. Okay, and bold the headers. So like here it comes with all like the, or this is the headers, and also a headers row, so it stands out, or like this is the headers rows with over here, and center aligned in the growth columns. So like here if I gonna go to and select it, and let's go to the or layout, or let's go to the home tabs, and let's use the, or use this one centers alignments, or here let's go to and use all the center alignments in there. Okay, so these tables now clearly communicate data in a professional's way. Okay, so if you want to, or want the table to automatically adjust size, just right click, and also or click on the auto, or like go to over here, right click over here, and you can use this one, the auto fits over here, or you, if you are gonna select like this one, like the tables or layouts, and you will find here the auto fits in there, like auto fit contents in there. Okay, or let's go to auto fit windows, and that's it. And to make the reports look polished, let's add headers and footers. So for that, go to the or insert tabs and click on the headers and choose a simple styles. So let's say we're gonna use like this one, and let's say type, we're gonna say the annual or sales report, like, or let's go with the reports 2025, and align it to the, or we can align this one into the left, and on the right inserts the today's date. Okay, so let's go to the headers, and let's go to the date, and let's say we can go to, and let's use it over here, or before that, so let's move it over here, and let's add the today's dates over here, and that's it. So now let's move into the in over here. Okay, and you can do today's dates by inserting, and use here the today's dates over here, like the, you will find the dates or dates and times in there. Okay, so now add footers. So go to the inserts and select the footers and choose a plain, like the or plain number. So like here, and this will automatically number all the page, and not, or like here. So now every page, or if I gonna go to with the page numbers, so now let's say our bottoms, and let's say we're gonna want to use these page numbers over here. So every page has the reports titles on the top and the page number at the bottom. Professionals reports always include these kinds of structure. So like this is, and here we have like this one, and or like before that, so let's make it little bit down, and that's it with the simple styles in there. Okay, so and before that, so let's make it little bit bigger with the control selector, and use the control and use the parenthesis, like the third parenthesis, and that's it our example. And before finishing, so let's do a quick review, like check the spellings and grammar with the, or go into the review and use the spellings and grammar, and like spelling and grammar checked is complete, and make sure headings are like consistent, and ensure image and tables are aligned the properly. Okay, so and that's it. And save the documents as like the docs, and like go to and use the save as. And now let's go to the select the destinations, and now we can save it like the this one, and select it or the word documents over here, or you can use or PDF for like the PDF for the sharing. Okay, so like here let's go to and save it for now. So now that you have a clean professionals reports in the Word within a few seconds. Okay, so great job. In this project, you have learned apply style or styled heading for consistency, insert and format image, and also create and style tables, and also add headers and footers for professionalisms. Okay, so these skills are essential for creating reports, proposals, academic papers, and business documents. In the next project, we'll take this even further by generating an automatic tables for contents and learning advanced formatting tricks. Congratulations, you have just completed your first professionals report in Microsoft Word. Welcome to project 2 of our Excel course. In these sessions, we are going to build a fully functional budget and sales dashboard step by steps using formulas, charts, and pivot tables. Okay, so by the end of this project, you will be able to like create and clean our data sets in Excel, use formulas like sum, average, if, and VLOOKUP for calculations, and build interactive pivot tables or like inserts professional charts and slicers for insight, and combine everything into a dynamics dashboards that updates automatically. Okay, so this is a hands-on sessions, so open your excels and follow along. Okay, so here, and I have opened up the new worksheet with the book 1 and also the sheet 1. Okay, so the first one is we'll create a data sets with sales transitions. So here the simple structure. So let's say if I'm gonna type here, the first one is, let's say we'll create like that. This one is the date, and the next one is, let's say, the regions, and next one is the product like this one, and the next one is the sales persons, let's say, and we're gonna do the sales persons like the these ones or over here. Then let's say we want to use this one, the unit sale. Let's go to and write units sold like this one, and we want to give here the unit price. So let's say or say, and the another one is the revenue. Okay, and that's it. Or another is the last one is, let's say, the expense, and that's it. Here we have this one, and also the next one is, so now let's add the data sets over here. And if I'm gonna use simple data sets, or let's say we're gonna want to use over here, and here we have the simple data sets over there. Okay, and also or here we can use the, or like here I have used the like the manually, but if I use the revenue, like we'll use revenue like unit sales and the unit price. So for that, so let's make it, or we can do so, or like let's use the unit sales and multiplies by the or the unit price, and that's it we have over here. Now drag the formula down, and here we got it the all result. Okay, so and that's it. So before that, so let's create this one as the participants. So let's select it and go to the view, and let's use the participants and top rows over here. So now I can just, or you can show up these top rows or the top rows headers. Okay, so these data sets will act as the foundations of our dashboards. Okay, and like before that we can do, so let's make it the difference or make it something like it could be shows up like the, or the tables like that, there's one. And if I gonna use it, so and that's it, we have these styles over here, or here I'm gonna do, so let's make it the all borders. Okay, and here, so or the another thing is we want to use this one as like the rename it with the data sets over here. So let's say we're gonna call it the data sets. Okay, so and that's it. And before analysis, so let's clean the data. Like if you do have the blank or like the blank rows, you can delete it from there and ensure that so you don't have the any blanks rows over here. And the another thing is, so let's ensure data columns in the proper date format. So for example, we want to use like, let's select it all of them like this data over here, and or I can do, so let's, you have this one, let's go to the more number format. And now let's use these data sets with like, if I gonna go to, and let's show us with the date, month, and also like the there's one, and or I'm gonna use this one, and that's it. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's use this one is the auto fit. Okay, so and that's it. And for currency columns like revenue and the expenses, so we can do it like, let's select it and let's use like all the these the rows. Now let's use it this as the currencies, and that's it. Now let's remove the or decrease the decimals. Okay, and the another one, so let's add columns, and we want to write here columns like the profit. Okay, so let's write here the profit. And the next thing is here, now we want to use like the revenue or revenue, we want to like or minus it from the or the expense, or let's go with like, let's say the profit, and first one is the revenue and the next one is the expenses. So that's why we get the profit. So now let's drag all the, or we have these datas or the over here. Okay, so and that's it. So now let's make it with the same over or same or colors in there. So now we are ready for analysis, and here, and now we'll start with Excel like formulas to calculate business like KPIs. Okay, so for that let's move into the total revenue, and if I'm gonna click over and let's say use the sum functions, and now let's delete from like the G2 from here, and it will comes up the G201 like that, this one, and select it, and now then close it and hit on the okay. So this gives us the total sales revenue. Okay, so the total expense we can do, select it, or we can use the auto sums, click over here and now hit on the okay. So and that's it. And the total profit we can use same way like by using the sum functions, and let's say, and now we can use here, like let's say the totals, and just use the like auto sums to find out the like here the total profits in there. Okay, so and their seats we have over here, and this is the total. If I gonna say like the this one, this is the totals of like the revenue or before that. So let's move into the there. Okay, so now let's highlight it with the bold. Okay, so now let's move into the, and we want to find out the profit margins. Okay, or we can do, or before we want to use the average of our or order value. So here if I gonna go to let's say, or we can just say the AOV over here, and now let's bolt it for now, and we can do, so this is the average or like the value. So let's say we go with the average, and let's say the average functions, then let's say the h2, let's go with, and we want to say the age or like the like 201, and close it with the parenthesis and hit on the OK. Okay, so and that's it. And the profit margin we can do over here. Let's say that this is the profit or margin, let's say. And if I gonna go to like the these ones, and now we can do here the profit margins. So let's say, or we can just use it over here. So let's go with, and let's say the sum, and the next one is the j, or like here, or we can do over here, or let's say we can do it from, or let's go with the j2 to let's say the j or 101, and then use it the another one, and let's use the divided by sum, and we're gonna want to use like the h2. It means we have like the expenses, and to until the age, or let's say the 101, and now or here, or what we can do. So let's go ahead, or we can now close it with the parenthesis or before that. So let's move into the parenthesis over here. So, and that's it now, or like we can just hit on the OK. Okay, so now that here we have the profit margins is gives here, and top salespersons with max we can find with the index functions in there. Okay, so or we can take this one all into the tops if you're gonna want to use like something over here. So let's say if I use this one into the over here, so like here, and there sits in there. Okay, so this is the totals, and like here let's copy it and paste over there. Okay, so there, and we have just use it over here, or if I gonna now go to, and here we have like the there's one. Okay, so the next thing is we want to use the top sales portions. Okay, so like here, or like we can do it over here, and this is the profit margin. So let's say one, we can go with the this one with the percentage first, and the next one is, so let's use the top, and if I'm gonna say the sales portions, let's say the sales portions with max. Okay, so here what we can do, or before that, so let's make it to close over here, and I want to work over here. Okay, or let's make it little bits over here. So now we can do, let's use the index function. So let's use the index like that, this one, and now let's say the d12 or d2 to, or let's say the before that, so let's use the parenthesis, and let's say the D, or let's go with the 1 or 2 to D or 101. So here it selected the sales persons or columns over here, and the next one is the row number. So let's use the row number with the match functions, and for that, so let's use the max over here, and the another one is let's use the h2 to h101, so for the expenses. And the next one is, so let's use the h2, let's go with, and if I'm gonna say the h or 100, and let's say the 1, and this is the lookup array. And the another one is we want to say the exact match, so let's use the 0, close it with the parenthesis, and then hit on the OK. So and that is the top sales persons with the max is the John. Okay, so and that's it. And the another thing is the conditionals analysis with the like the examples or with or the if functions. So let's say if I'm gonna go to, so like let's say the if, and let's say or we want to use the here, let's use the j2, or if I'm gonna use something the j, or let's say the j2 is greater than thousands in there, or we want to say the high or high profit, let's say, or like let's go with the high profits over here. And the another one is we want to say, so let's go with the high profit, and another thing is otherwise we want to say the low profit. Okay, so let's go to over with this text and close it, and then just we can do, then just hit on the OK. So and that's it. Or here we have the I, or before that we can do the I. Okay, so and that's it. Or here we gonna want to use something not the J, let's make it the I, and the same way we can do for like the this one, and that's it. So and that's it the profit margin like this way. So this formula will help us extract meaningful insights before building the visuals. Okay, so here totals, expense, profit, average of, or like the here average order values in there. Okay, so and that's it in there. And next let's summarize data with pivot tables. Okay, so here we have the like the data sets over here, and before that, so let's create this one is as like the tables by going to the inserts, or use the tables, or just click on the Ctrl plus T to use it and make it the tables, and that's it. Okay, so now that here we have this one as the tables, and now you can see in there. Okay, so and the another thing is we can give here the names with the sales data. Let's say we gonna want to use the sales data over there. Okay, so this now this table's name is sales data. So now when I used, and you can also use the revenue or expense, or like you can use the minus. Okay, so now we want to use the inserts pivot tables. So for that, what we can do, so select the data, or now go to the insert tabs and click on the pivot tables. Okay, so here now click on the or from the table range over here, and it's selected. Now choose where you want the pivot table to be replaced. So now we want to use the new worksheet in there, then just hit on the OK. So now the step 2 is build the pivot views. So revenue by the regions, so we want to do, so let's regions move into the rows areas over here, and values like a revenue into like, and this is with the sums of over here. Okay, so and that's it, we have found it like that. There's one. And also you can use the unit shows by the product if you wanna want to use. So like here, or like you need to do product should be the rows. And also you can use the, or before that, let's delete it for remove this field. And let's again, we want to use the pivot tables over here. And let's go to the exiting worksheet, and here we want to use for from there. And there's it's over here. Now we can do like, let's go to and use product to the rows area. And also the next one is the values like unit sold. Okay, so let's go our text to the over here. So this is over here. And same way, profit by sales versions. So what we can do, so let's go to again and let's use the another pivot tables with over here exiting worksheet. Let's use exiting worksheet from here. And that's it. So now we can do like let's rows into the sales portions and values into the profit, or like profits into the values area. Okay, so and that's it. The same way we can do monthly revenue, and you can do by over here. So let's go to again, and we can do, so let's go to the over here. And we can do now, so let's go to the inserts and use the pivot tables. Now from the table range exiting worksheet, and now go to the over here, and I can just select like over here. So and that's it. So now let's date groups or into the rows area. And also the value, the like the revenue into the values area. So and that's it, we have like the there's one. So now let's use it like this way, we have just created as like this way. Okay, so now we want to use like the row labels. We want to give here the names like the regions. And the this one we gonna want to use, this one is the product. Let's go with the product. And these ones we is comes with the sales versions. So let's say, and here we want to say, so this is the date. Okay, so this is the date wide or date wise revenue. So now we have like the simple one. So now we can insert the slicers for the regions and also the product. Okay, so like we can do by going to the these are the pivot analyze and select the insert slicers. And we can do like something with like, let's say the regions over here, and that's it, or over here. Or let's say we can use the product into the, or let's use the product in there and then hit on the OK. So now that here we have like the that's one. So now if I gonna go select the headphones, now it comes with the headphones over here. And before that, so let's select it, we have like the these ones over here. So if you want to find out like the laptops with the different regions, so you can find it tablets for over here. And for the specific regions you can have like the these ones or before that. So let's close it all is over here. And now you can see according to the different regions we have these different revenue. So same way you can do for the product, or you, or we can filter dashboard with one clicks with the slicers. Okay, so you can do for like the these ones. And the another thing is, so let's move and inserts the building the charts. So let's convert pivot tables into the visuals. So like here, let's close it all of them, and we can do, so let's or make it like that this one or before. So let's use it over here. Or you can do like if you don't want to use it, so you can remove it like that. There's one. So if you want to use, or what can I do, or we can just keep it, or let's go with the this one. Like we want to add the pivot charts by using pivot table analyze and use the pivot charts. Okay, so like over here, and let's say use the column charts and then just open it. So and that's it over here. And also, and we need to do, let's add the data labels, and that's it over here. We have the data labels in there. Okay, so and here, so when you change like the laptops, you can now see changes over here. So this is the simple way. You can just select it and you can have like these styles. Like if I use the multiple selections, according to here we have this data, and according to the difference product, we have the difference, or the, or here we have shows ups in the this amount. Okay, so now we can use like the profit like this one into the, like if I gonna go to like the these ones over here, or what can I do, so let's make it like over here, and that's it. Or I can do, so let's take to the over here, and we can just use it into there. So now let's make it the monthly revenue or the profit by the sales by selecting and go to the pivot table analyze and go to the, like here, let's say the pivot charts, and this times let's use the bar charts, and that's it with the bar charts with like profit by the sales portions. Okay, so now let's move into the over here. Okay, so and that's it. Now we want to use the monthly revenue trends, so select it, go to the pivot table analyze, and let's use the pie charts. So let's go to, and we're gonna use the pie charts for now, and then just we have over there. So and that's it, we have like the totals for the revenue according to the dates. And also, or we can do like you can use the line charts like monthly sales trends if you wanna want to use, or like not the this one. So let's change here the different charts, or let's change the chart types, let's use the line, and that's it for like the that's one. And for the product and also the monthly, like this is the, we can say the product performance with the pie charts like over here, or like this is over here, and this is, you can see the region, salespersons, months and date. And for the product we can do, let's go to over here, let's use the pivot charts, and let's say the pie charts. So and that's it in there. Okay, so this is the here the overview in there. Okay, so and that's it. And so make sure to format charts with clear titles, legends, and also the colors. So like here you can give here with your names, so who is, or like from which pivot tables you are using these charts. Okay, so now let's we bring everything together. So we can do create or inserts a new worksheet, or let's say we're gonna give here the names. So let's say we're gonna want to use this name is the dashboard. So let's say the dashboard, or let's go with like that this one. Now we want to copy pivot charts here, so let's go to, or if I'm gonna select all of them like that, these four, copy it and paste it in the dashboard. And before that, so let's make it little zoom in and paste over here, and that's it. So what we have in there. So now let's also resize it like these ones, and if I'm gonna select it over here, and here we have the overview of with the charts we have worked in there. So now you can also arrange, so like whatever you work in there you can find into the there. So like if I gonna copy all of them, or like this one, or if I gonna copy it over here, and let's move into the there. Okay, so or what can I do? So let's right click, and if I gonna go to like this one, so that's it with the exams. Or let's undo it from here, or let's say we're gonna want to use the, or let's go with the this ones, like the paste links in there. Okay, so whatever it will be changed in there, so you will find changes in there, or this is the update one. Okay, so for now, and if I gonna delete it like these ones, or what can I do? So let's delete it from here, and now let's make it with the another colors. So or I can do, so let's select it and make it the bold, and that's it. Or I'm gonna do, so let's make it also this one as the bold. Okay, so and here we can use like the left side, like the columns or chart columns over here, and also the right you have the bar charts if you're gonna want to use like these ones over here, and also the bottoms you can use the line charts and also the pie charts. So and that's it in there. So you can add or place regions and product slicers on the top, or before that what we can do, so let's right click and inserts over there. So now let's go to the data sets, or go to the sets, and now we're gonna want to copy like the product and regions into the copy it, and let's go to the dashboard and paste over there. Okay, so and before that, so let's insert and make it the more space from there, and that's it. Or let's use it in there, or what can I do? So and that's it. So now whatever you select in there, and you can now see the changes, or let's use the multiple selections and you will get in there. Or before that, so let's, or for now we can hide it in there. So and that's it. So whatever you can select it, and you can now see the changes in there. Or let's say it we have like there's one. Okay, and contact slice or connect slices to all pivot tables in there. So if I gonna now connect it into the there, you can easily connect like the slicers with over here. Okay, so like you can just select it, or you can connect it from there like slicer settings, or before that, so let's go to, or you can use the here options, and you can connect it with there. Okay, or filter connections in there. So let's go to and use the filter connections in there. Okay, so and that's it. So now we have professionals dashboards, where magnets or managements can filter by products or regions, instantly see the performance. Okay, so and that's it. Or before that, you can use or hide the, or like, or you can hide these like the grids or grid lines from there. So now it comes like this way. So and that's it for now. And final touches and testings. So test the slicers for the interactives, and update database or datasets with new rows. So like here, if I delete something for now, so let's delete it like over here. Now you can see it's change in there, and also we have, or if I'm gonna now refresh it with over here, and you can also change or find in there with our data sets. Okay, so you can always do by refresh, or right click on over there, or use the refresh, like if you do have over here, so you can just refresh it. Okay, so now let's undo it for now. If I gonna now undo it for, let's go of it, and that's it. So save the file as like, go to, and let's say save as. Let's go to, we want to use into the documents, and let's say the budget, or let's say the sales. Okay, so and that's it, and then just save it. So congratulations, you have just built a complete Excel budgets and sales dashboards with formulas, pivot tables, and charts. So you have learned how to clean and prepare the data sets and apply the KPIs, and also use pivot tables and slicers for dynamic summarize, and build a professional charts, and also combine everything into a single dashboard sheets. Okay, so and that's it, and keep practicing, because dashboard are one of the most in demand Excel skills today. Welcome to project 3 of our PowerPoint course. In this project, we will create professionals like 5 to 7 slide presentations that includes image, charts, animations, and transitions. By the end of these lessons, you will have polished presentations that you can adapt for business, school, or personal use. So let's get started. Okay, so first let's open the PowerPoint and start with blank presentations. Okay, so for that you can go to the file tabs. Like if I'm gonna go to over here, let's go to the file tabs and choose the new, and from there let's choose the blank presentations. Okay, so now when I click the blank presentations, now it, or we move into the new or blank presentations or blank canvas. So next, choose a design theme on the top ribbon. So go to the, or click on the design tabs over here, and select a theme that match your styles, professionals and modern and creatives, and from there. So now for this example, I will select or use a clean, and also something like the blue, or like if I'm gonna go to select the blue theme that looks great for both also, or like the both business, or let's go with over here, or say let's go with the, that's one looks great for the both business and academic settings. So and that's it, we are in the new themes. So now let's rename the file as, like double click over here, or we can go do, or let's, or we can do by going to the file tabs, and let's go to the save as. And now let's say that these are pieces, and let's say select the destinations over here, and let's say if I'm gonna say the project, and like this is the project 3 presentations, and say the presentations in there, and then save it. So remember to say, or remember to save your work regularly as we go along. Okay, so and over there. So now that here we have saved this one, or if you want to use the another colors, you can choose here the different colors, or let's go with, or you can choose here the vibrant colors. So let's say if you're gonna go to the colors, and you can have the blue, or blue like the this one, and this is the blue green, or whatever you want. So let's say if, or we can keep it like the this one. Okay, so that's, or that's it, we have just or used in like the this or these themes over there. So now let's move into the title slide, and on the first slide, so let's create our title slide and type in a main titles. And also for example, let's say we can go ahead and let's say the or future, let's say the future of, or let's say the of the or let's go with and say the renewable. So like here, and let's go to like the renewables energy. So let's say, and if I'm gonna go to and let's say the energy, so that's this is, and below it add a subtitles like prepared by. So let's say the prepared by, and uh, let's say the prepared, like the this one prepared by. So let's give here the names. So like my name, something like this is, you can include your name. Okay, so to make it visually appealing, insert a image. So go to the inserts and now go to the pictures, and from there, so you can choose the stock images over here, and also choose a high quality image of solar panels or wind turbines over here. So let's say if I'm gonna go to let's say the solar panels, let's try to find out like say the solar panel, like the this one, or let's say the, let's go with the solar panel, and let's try to find out over here, or we can go, or let's go with this is the solar over here, and let's say, and this is, or we can do, so let's go to and try to find out the online pictures over here. So let's go to the pictures again, and it's use the online pictures. Okay, so from there we can easily find out the high quality image from there. So let's say, and if I'm gonna go to now the solar, or let's say the panel over here, or panels. So let's try to find out, and now here, or here we have the solar panel pictures over there. So if I'm gonna now select something from here, and let's say we can just go ahead with the these ones, or you can go to with over here, or let's say we want to use like the there's one. Okay, so and that's it. So here we have added in there. So now resize and positions the image on the right side. So if I'm gonna now resize it, and now that here we can positions in the right corners over there, and here we have these titles over here. So now we can do, so we can go to the, or use like that centers alignment, and we want to use like the these ones, or let's change here the different font points, or use the same one, and let's say we can highlight it with the different colors. So let's say if I'm gonna select with the this one, and that's it. So now we can easily increase the font points by going to the home tabs, select here, and let's say let's use the 72 font size over here. And also now we can go to the here, and let's change here the another font point. So let's say if I'm gonna go to with the these ones, and now let's select it, and we can do like let's make sentence case over here, and that's it, like the there's one. Okay, so and that's it over here. So now we can easily resize it, or it can be highlighted, or we can make it into the centers over there. So here what we can do, so now that here we have, or this is in the centers, or I can make it a centers alignment to highlight it, or let's go to the save format, and now let's say we gonna want to use with the another colors to highlight it. So and that's it, and here we have like the this one. And also now what we can do, so we can also or slide to balance the text over here. So let's right click and send it to the back. So let's go ahead, and that's it, or we can now use it over here. So now the next thing is we can go to the pictures format to make it something as the difference. So let's say we're gonna want to use like, let's go ahead and let's say we can just go with like the that's one. Okay, so and that's it, we have like the solar panels. Or I can do, so let's use the another pictures, go to the pictures, use the online, and now we can do like, if I'm gonna say the wind turbine, like wind turbine over here, let's say, and we can use the turbine. So let's say, and like the this one, let's try to find out the wind turbines over here. So what can I do? So let's make it with, and now let's insert it over here, and that's it. So now let's delete it this point, and now let's move into the over here. And the next thing is we can go to the pictures format, and let's make or like this way. So and that's it, with these styles just used in there. Okay, or we can make it like somewhere. So why do you want to use it? Or this is for the example. Okay, so or we can keep it like in there. So that is our the first titles or title slides we have created in there. The next we will add our first content slides. So go to the slide or go to the home tabs and go to the new slides over here, and now select the title and contents. Okay, so in the title box type something like, let's say the why, or we can just say the renewable, and like energy, like the this one. Or before that I can change it the designs with the different font styles. So or let's go to the over here, go to the fonts, and let's say the Calibri over there, and that's it over here. Or I'm gonna do, so let's go with the another colors to highlight it. Or we can do, so let's go ahead, or if I'm gonna go to the another one, or let's keep it like that, or like the these ones. Okay, so let's say the energy, and if I'm gonna go to, and let's see with the energy, and now in the content area add 3 to 4 bullets points. For examples we can just say the reduce, or if I'm gonna go to undo it from here, or let's type it over here, let's say the reduce, or reduce carbon, and or like here the emissions. And the next one is, so let's say the create, and say the sustainable jobs. Okay, so like the this one, so let's say the sustainable, or it can be, let's say we can do like sustainables like the this one, and that's it. And now we can use the decrease, and say the here the, let's say the reliance on fossils, and like let's say the fuels. Okay, so and that's it, we have just used the this one, and keep each bullets for shorts and impactful. So remember less text, more clarity. So or I can do, so let's make it, or we can little bit increase the font point over here. So let's make it the 32, and let's change here the bullet point styles, and let's say we can keep it something like the that's one, and that's it. Or if I'm gonna click over here, and that's it with the energy, and that's it. Okay, so now let's add data visualizations, and for that, So let's go to the new slide, and also now create a new slides, and we can do, let's go to the simple one, or let's say we can go with titles and contents over here. And now for our like we can do, so let's insert the charts and select a column chart. So go to the inserts and select the charts, or you can do go to the charts, or like you use over here insert charts and select a simple the column charts, and then just hit on the OK. So for this example, let's compare energy sources by percentage and replace the simple data in Excel with the values. So like here you can say, or if I gonna go to, or let's go with over here, and let's say, so this is the source, or like, and we can do, so this is the source, like let's say, and this is, if I gonna click over, so this is the solar, and this is, we can say, so this could be something as like the wind, and also now we can use this one as the hydro. So let's do, and we can use, and another one is, so let's say, so this is the fossils fuel. Okay, so let's say the fossils foil or fuels over here, and that's it. So now we can use the energy. So let's say, and if I gonna delete it for this data, and let's also select it or delete it from here, or I can do, so let's delete also this one, and this is, we can call it, so this is the energy, or like these ones, and now we can make it the Ctrl plus B for bold it to work with, or let's say, so this is the 25%, and here the wind. So let's say if I gonna go to, or let's say this is the 20%, let's go with like this percentage, and let's say if I gonna say this is the 30% of energy, and fossil fuels, so let's say the 25%. So, and that's it. So once updated, the charts will automatically adjust. Okay, so now you can see over there. So now let's close it for now, and also now, and here format the charts. Okay, so like we can do, remove the grid lines for a clean looker. So let's click on the plus icons, and we want to use the grid lines over here, and also add the labels to each bars. So we can do, so data labels, and now you can see with the data labels, and for example, or use the constraints or constraints colors, for examples, green for the renewables and gray for fossils fuels. Okay, so if I gonna go to let's say the fossils fuels, like this one, and let's go to, and we want to change here the different color. So let's say we're gonna want to use the gray color something, let's say, or let's go to the more colors, and if I'm gonna go to over here, or let's say we can just keep it for now like these ones, and another one, so we can use the green, or like this one, or let's say, or we want to use the here, let's say we can go to the green colors over here, and with also this one, and let's say we can make it the another colors to highlight it. Okay, so and that's it. So this makes your data easy to understand and at a glance. Okay, so and that's it. So here we have used like simple data sets, and also you can give here the different or the names. So if you're gonna want to use, so this is the energy, or you can give here the titles if you want to use it. Okay, so or here we can just takes out for now this titles bar. Okay, and you can give or change here the different styles to highlight it, like with the chart designs. And now you can show steps to, like, let's go to, or let's try to go with the another one, or let's say, or we can keep it the we have just created in there. Okay, so let's resize it to use it over here, and that's it for now. Okay, so and here we have the energy levels with the solars, wind, hydro, and fossils or fossils fuels. Okay, so now for the content slides and image and also the smart art, or we can say the next, let's create a slide that combines image and smart art. So for that, so let's move into the new slide, and we can do go to the two contents like that, this or layout, or like we need to do, or we can just click over from there, or you can start from the new or blank one. So we can do go to the insert tabs, and we can now go to the or insert the smart art graphics, click over here, and now we can just go to something or and choose the horizontal process graphics. So let's say if I gonna go to, or if I gonna say like the, or let's say we can go to something from, or let's go with the these ones, or this is the process, or let's go to the over here the process over here. So what can we do? So or let's go to the basics process, or if I gonna say the something like, let's say with the this one, and then just hit on the OK. So now let's retype it or type the three steps, such as we can just say the harness or energy, or let's say the energy, or over here this is the harness energy, and here let's say the convert to power. So let's say the convert to power over there, and the another one, so let's say we're gonna want to use the delivery or deliver to our grid. Okay, so and that is our the or our process over here. So now let's add icon or image to each steps. Okay, so or what we can do, or we can go to over here, or let's go to or change here the different steps to add it here the energy, or let's say if I gonna now go to, or this is, or let's say we can go to over here, or let's say we want to use like the this one, and now let's icon or image for the each one. So you can do go to the inserts and use from there, and also like if I gonna click over here, let's go to the online pictures, and now add here something the sun for or sun pictures in there. So let's say we can just use something like that, that's one, and then just insert it. So harness energies over here and convert to powers. So let's go to, or before that let's click or go to the online pictures, and let's say we want to use something the turbine, and like over here let's try to find out the turbine pictures or image into the over here, or when turbines is over. So let's go with and select these turbines over here, the convert to powers, and let's select it, or we can, or let's undo it from here, and that's it, or deliver to grid. Okay, so we can do, so let's go to, or now let's use this on the online pictures, and we can do from here, or let's go with, and you can just say the power line. Okay, so like that this one, and if I gonna go to like this is the power lines. So what can we do? So let's select something, like if I gonna select like the these ones, like the power or power lines over here, and now it's now added into the over here. Okay, so and that's it. So here we have added in there. So this visual storytellings keeps your audience engaged, and we can do so. Let's delete it for like this contents over here. So this is our, like if I gonna select whole over here, or let's make it little bits bigger over here, or I can do so. Let's delete it for now, or I can make it more visuals in there. Okay, so and that's it for now, or let's undo it from there. And here we have just added it like this, or smart art. Now let's move into the animations. Like animations helps bring your presentations to life. So select your bullet point slide. So let's go to the over here, and now highlight the text, and also let's go with the first this one. And before that, so let's make it to highlight this text, to highlight from here. And if I'm gonna go to with the difference one, or let's say with the this one. Okay, so now let's select it, and now go to the animations tabs and choose the something like the fade in for smooth professionals effect. Okay, so and that's it. Or let's go to our again there, and let's use the fade in. So now or first into the first this one, so let's go to and use the another one. Let's use the appears to use these ones over here, or this one. So let's use something the saves. Okay, so for the chart slides, animate each bars to appears in one by one. So select the bars, and also like go to the animations, and now add the something the waves over here. So let's try to play it, so it comes like this way. And let's select it and go to the animation span, right click and use the effect options. And now let's select it like the timings, or like we can show, or and this is come with the by category, or we can go with over here, or the element series over here. So let's try to play it, so like over here. So now this is comes up like this way, and that's it. Okay, so and also set the direction or directions to from the bottoms in there. Okay, and this makes your data build like the or gradually and holding audience attentions. And keep animations subtles, like avoid or flashy effects like spins or random zooms, and unless it suits your styles. And also the next one we can do, so let's select it, or if I'm gonna select something the another one, let's say the appears, and you can go to the go here, and let's go to the effect type or effects in there. You can say like the over here one by one, at like if I'm gonna go and use the one by one. So let's say, so how it will comes, it comes like this way. Okay, or let's make it the delay something like the this way. So and that's it. So now let's add slide transitions. So we can do go to the transitions tabs, and also simple fade, and also you can use the pause effect or between two slides. So let's go to, or if I gonna go to like over here, or to apply it to all slides for consistency. So let's try to play it, so how it will comes, and it comes like this way. Or if I gonna go to and let's try to play it, so it comes up like this way. So let's go to, or if I gonna use the reveals one, so let's try to play it, so how it is comes, and this comes like this way. So let's use the apply to all. So remember, transition should support the flow, not distracts from the contents. Okay, so our final slides will be conclusions or thank you slide. So for that, right click and use the new slide, or let's change here the different layout like the title slide, and let's say we gonna use a bold, or like let's say the thank you or thank you, something like this way, or use the questions if you want to use, or let's delete it for like over here. And now let's make it the bold to highlight it, and also insert a relevant image, perhaps handshakes or icons or a globes. So let's go to over here, and if I gonna go to the image, let's say the online pictures, and now say, and we can just say the handshake, or like say the handshakes over here. And now let's try to or open it, and now if I gonna select something like the this one, and now let's insert it over there. Okay, so now it's inserted, or what can we do, we can keep it over here. And this ones I want to move it in the centers, and let's say I can just keep it or resize it or increase the font point. So let's go to and let's make it the 88 font points, and this one, so let's make it with the another colors or over here, or let's say we're gonna use, or let's go with the this one. Okay, so and this signals the ends of the presentations and open space for the discussions. Okay, so now and we can do, so let's go to over here, or I'm gonna go to select this one, and let's go to the animations, and let's use something the, or like here like the this one, or let's say we want to use also like the these ones over here. So now let's try to play it. So how it comes up like this way. Okay, so congratulations, we have built a complete or like 5 slide presentations with images, charts, animations and transitions. So as the final steps, so go to the file tabs or file and click on the export and create a video. Okay, so if you like to save your presentations as a video for online sharing, or simply save as PowerPoint files, like go to the save as and like select your or destination. So why do you want to save, and save it as the PPST like PowerPoint presentations, and also or you can use the PDF to share with others. Okay, so if I'm gonna now go to like the something like the PDF, and let's just save it. So and this includes or the project 3, or this is over here. So this is the concludes project 3 in the, or this is our the project, and we'll continue to build on these skills to create even more engaging and interactive presentations in next. So great work today. Welcome to project module 4. In this module, we'll learn how to generate a complete content packaging using ChatGPT. By the end of these lessons, you'll be able to create a full blog post, craft a professional emails, and generate a concise summary report, all from a single prompt. This is perfect for like marketers, content creators, business professionals looking to save times while producing high quality content. And we'll break the process down step by step, and I will give you examples so you can follow along easy. So let's move into the here, or let's move into the chat GPT. Okay, so here the step 1 is preparing your prompt. The quality of your output depends heavily on how you instruct chat GPT. For example, like if you want to create a blog post about like healthy snacks for busy professionals, a clear promotes might be like you need to, or you can say like something like write something 500 words blog. So let's say the words blog and post about, so let's say the about healthy, let's write here the healthy, and say the snacks, like the this one for busy, let's say the busy professionals. So let's say the professionals, and also you can include like something, let's say the include um benefits. So let's go with the benefits and use the example. So let's say the example, and we want to use the actionable tips. Okay, so let's say the actionable tips. Okay, so and that's it. So now we can just press the enter, and here we have got like the healthy snacks for busy professional days, like fuel your productivity. Okay, so here into this fast paced word, like here we have the blog post over here. So notice how we or specify the word or count, like topic and the structure, and this helps ChatGPT gives us content that's ready to use with like minimal editings. Okay, so and here, and once your promote is ready, so let's generate the blog post. So here's how it works. Like you enter it promotes into ChatGPT, and within seconds you will receive a full drafts. So for example, so let's say we gonna, or we can say the something, let's say like top 5 healthy snacks for busy professionals. We have like the this one, and this is here the introductions, and this one you can ask also the chat gpt to refine it for tone, professionals and casuals, or even or humorous. So always review and tweak the content to match your brand voice before publishing. And next, so we'll create an email. So emails can be used to share your blog post, promote a service, or engage your audience. So for example, promote with the chat gpt. So let's say right, if I gonna, and let's go with the new chat, and if I now say here, and let's go with, or let's say here the, or what we can do, so we can just write here the right, or let's go with the say right professionals, or here the email introductions, or introduction, or introductioning, like let's say the of the blog post about healthy, um or let's say the snacks for busy professionals. So let's say professionals, and we can just say the include something, like let's say the include a call to actions, or cta, to read, let's say the to read the blog. Okay, so and that's it. So here's the like our simple output, like this is the over here like subject. So fill your workday with healthy snacks ideas. So hey, and should be the recipients names, and staying energized and focused during a busy workday and blah blah blah. So here we have these outputs. Okay, so notice how ChatGPT structure our subject and also the body and call to actions efficiently. You can even generate multiple versions and choose the best one. Okay, so that's it. The final place of your content package is the summary report. This is useful for like internal use or reportings our clients or trackings contents performance. So a promote could be like, let's say the generate let's say the 20 word summary report. Let's go with, and let's say the report of the blog post, and say the about healthy snacks. Okay, so this one, or we need to highlight it. So let's say the highlight, or we can do highlight key, something like our point, and the actionable tips. So let's say the actionables tips. Okay, so that's it. And now just hit on the okay. So now here we have output, like this is summary report, healthy snacks for busy professionals, and the blog post like healthy snacks for busy professionals, and this is our the summary. Okay, so this report is conscious, easy to share, and ensure everyone on your team understand the content's purpose and key takeaway. So to save times and ensure consistency, use structure promotes with clear instructions and maintain a consistent tones across all content or pieces, and ask ChatGPT to rewrite of condense content for clarity and generate multiple versions and select the best one for publishing. So with these tips, you can produce a complete content package in minutes instead of hours. Okay, so and to recap, in project 4 we learn how to generate a blog post, and also from a clear structured promote, and craft a professional email to share the blog, and create a concise summary reports highlighting key points. So by mastering these steps, you will be able to create content package quickly and professionally using ChatGPT. So start practicing with different topics, and soon you'll have a full library of ready to use content at your fingerprints. So now it's your turn. Open ChatGPT, create your promotes, and start generating your own content package. Welcome to project 5. In this project, we are going to create an interactive or inventory or grade tracking sheets using like the Google spreadsheets. By the end, you will be able to manage stock, track grades, apply formulas, highlights data with conditional formatting, create charts, and even share your sheets for collaborations. Okay, so let's open up the Google Sheets, and for our example, let's start with a small data sets. So if you are building an inventory trackers, your sheets might looks like this, like with the items names, categories, quantity per or price per units, totals, values, or also the status. Or if you are creating a grade trackers, it might, like you can say that here, if I say the student, let's go with and say the student name and you may have like the subject. Okay, so like there's one, or like assignment. So let's say it could be with the assignment. So let's go to, and let's go say the, or like the assignment, like assignment 1, or we can use like the assignment 2, 3, and like this one. Or let's say we can say the average, or like here we can use the grade. Okay, so like this one you can, or you can use this kind of. Okay, so for this tutorial, so let's use these data sets to work on. And first one is, so let's close it for like there's one, or if I gonna now, or close it like there's one. And the next thing is, for the inventory we'll calculate the total value using a formula. In the total value, and these columns type here like the quantity, or let's use the equals, and let's say that this is the quantity multiplied by the price per unit. So like this one, for example, for notebook row you can use like there's one. Okay, so this gives here the 100, and copy formula down for all, or the all rows in the app. So, and that's it. And for the grade checkers, we can also use, like if I do have like this one, you can use like the average for like those subject. Okay, so and that's it for now. And the next thing is, let's make the sheet more interactive using the conditionals formatting. For the inventory sheets, highlight the quantity columns like there's one, and now, or create rules. So let's go to the conditionals formatting. Like we can say, if the, or if quantity is less than, so let's say the quantity is less than 20, let's say fill the cells with the red colors. So let's say we can have like, or like there's one. So, and there's it for now. And also this way items with low stocks are highlighted automatically. Okay, so and that's it. Now the next thing is adding the charts. So let's create the charts. In the inventory trackers, select the items names, and also use the control to select it, and select the total value. Okay, so now insert a bar charts with the inserts, and click on the charts. And also now we can do, let's change here the bar charts. So this is the bar charts to compare which items have the highest value in the stocks. Okay, so and that's it over here. And also, or in the grade trackers you can use the student names and also the average. Now, to make the sheets even smarter, we can add the drop down menu. Okay, so for the status columns, use the data validations. So for example, let's use it over here, and go to the data tabs and use the data validations, and allow, we want to use the add rules, and this can be the drop down or drop downs over here. So let's say we can use like something that in stock, like say like there's one, and we can use the another options. So let's say, or we can go to the low or stock over here, and the another one, let's use the another items, or let's say the out of stock. Okay, so and that's it. So this will be, or you can now use it with the done. So now you can select it like that, there's one, or low stock, something like this way. So and that's it with the simple example we have just created over there. Okay, so like here this is the low stocks, and this is the like something we can say the, or here the out of stocks, and this is in the in stocks over there. And finally, let's make the sheet collaborations. So for that, if you are using Google Sheets, click on the shares on the top right corners and choose whether others can like, or others can view it with the these options. So or edit it, or you can use the commenters. Okay, so this way our teachers can update grades in real times, or a store manager can track inventory updates instantly. Okay, so for now I can just use the done. So, and that's it. You have successfully created an interactive inventory or grade tracking sheets with formula, conditional formatting, charts, and collaboration features. So, these types of projects is incredibly useful in schools, business, and even personal organizations. So, and that's it in there, and see you in the next lessons.